kicked off. There are no starters playing. I was actually kind of pleased to see Omarion Hampton for the Chargers, and he looked good. Not many looked good for the Lions, but you know what? Those guys aren't going to be playing very much. So what I liked about it was I liked the routes, and I liked the concepts that I saw from the offensive coordinator, John Morton. I thought there were some drop passes. There were some things. Lovett had a couple of drops that I was like, ooh, might want to try and catch those if you want to make the team, which, whatever. I liked Isaac Tisla. I thought he did well. But again, he was open, and a lot of that had to do with the concepts in the secondary. So I liked what I saw from the coordinator. Defensively, not much to be gleaned from that other than you must tackle.
Rocky Sin was willing to tackle.
Yeah.
I liked what I saw from him. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, not a lot to...
Not a lot to glean from it. And our buddy that we liked so much.
Oh, I know, John.
Had the special teams expert that came in, had the flowing locks.
Yep.
And I didn't realize when he walked. Heather, did you see him walk up?
No, I wasn't there.
You were already gone.
Yeah.
But I saw the locks on television.
Well, he ended up in like a bun when he was with us.
So you didn't know how long it was.
Right, I had no idea it was going to cover his
it's a mane.
Number and name. I mean, obviously, if it's covered his number, it's covered his name too. That was a lot of hair.
Well, we knew he was going to be like a guy on special teams that was going to make his name there. I didn't realize that he was going to be returning the opening kickoff.
I didn't either. And I think it's probably the last time he returns a kickoff.
They fumbled the ball.
Fumbled the ball to start the game. Didn't start the game off right. Didn't start the season off right. But defensively, I thought Stewart played well. He did stick his nose in there. He did everything that he talked to us about. And other than the return on special teams, I thought he played well. So, score not great.
I don't care.
Yeah, I don't care either. Wins, losses in the preseason, it's always better to win than it is to lose, but I really don't care about that either. They're showing the new technology on
Hawkeye.
TV. The first down placement. What'd you think of that?
I liked it. I mean, see how it translates over more than one football game, but yeah, it looked like it was good. It's kind of the stuff they've been doing like tennis and soccer where you can measure on the lines.
Yeah, no more chain gang coming out.
Cool.
No more suspense.
Keep it moving.
Yeah.
Games are long enough as they are.
There's not a lot of suspense in the preseason, but I think there's a point in the season where the manual bringing the chains out, setting it down, and then watching the official pull it tight and set it down. It's the nose of the ball, or they get the old 3x5 index card. Oh, it's not. It's a first. I'm gonna miss a little bit of that. I understand why they're doing it. I don't really care, but it will take a little of the suspense out.
I want to throw something to you. Pride of Detroit, they cover Lions, all the stuff. They did some winners and losers from last night. Just want to hit this up. Winner number one was Rock Ya-Sin. We already mentioned him. He was aggressive, tackling, point of contact.
Sure.
Dominic Lovett, they say not a perfect night, dropped his first pass, but once the Butterflies got out of the way, he caught 5 passes for 31 yards. We had heard about him as a camp guy that was playing well, so they listed him as a winner. Giovanni Manu, they listed as a winner. Now, John, your qualifications are pristine.
I'm going to have to go back and watch this one, watch the All-22 before I get a chance to dig into technique. This
is what they said. While he didn't get as much time as expected, he did well with the time he was given Thursday night. Lined up as a backup left tackle, played mostly the second half, and did well for the time he was out there. Hold off defenders from Hooker, helped the run game some. His performance wasn't perfect, but it was a step in the right direction and an improvement from where he was last season. Well, where he was last season was incredibly raw.
That's a very low bar to jump over.
Tesla was a winner for them. Impressed with his time on the field Thursday night. Led the Lions receivers in yards. 2 catches, 46 yards. It was the same drive. He made a couple plays, so it stands out to people. Hassenen, the Boise State day 3 pick. He looked like he's got that burst, that motor, that array of moves.
Yep.
Maybe he ends up making I'm not going to overstate his impact this season, but he can be part of that D-line that desperately needs some bodies right now.
Yeah. I mean, they still haven't signed Zadarius. I think that's coming probably within the next 7 to 10 days. But they're going to need depth at that position. And he's a guy, once he understands the concepts of the defense, and we've seen this with so many of the defensive linemen that the Lions have had, the ability to play multiple positions in different situations, trying to create those matchups that might be best. Where are you going to put Hutch? Where are you going to put, when Pascal's healthy, when Aleem McNeil is back? He's generally an inside guy, but you can move them around left to right, bump them out as a 4-4-I. Like, those are the things that you're looking for when a guy like Hessenin, how can they best use him?
Yeah.
And it's not going to be an every down guy, at least not this year.
No.
But, where are the matchups? Where can they move him around to put him in position to be successful along with the rest of the defense? So I like the versatility of him.
Situationally, depth, you need fresh bodies.
Yep.
You never have enough pass rushers.
Yep.
They're losers. They had 3 of them. 2 play the same position. Quarterback. Kyle Allen and Hendon Hooker. That's going to be what most people took out of last night, John. I don't think many people are going to dwell on the score, but they wanted to see, hey, does Hendon Hooker look the part? Well, he didn't even play till the second half.
Right.
And he threw all of 6 passes. Kyle Allen, that's supposed to be the vet. He threw 2 terrible interceptions.
Yeah.
And he slid short of the first down on one of the conversions.
Yeah, his second interception in the end zone.
What was he thinking?
Well, it was, Tesla was running a route. He got held up.
There's 2 guys there.
I understand. He threw it into double coverage. But Tesla wasn't even there to be able to make a play. But my point is, you've got to be able to see that and feel that, read that. That ball should have never been thrown. Never been thrown. And if that's a one route option in that play, then you throw it 5 rows deep into the crowd. Like, you just get rid of the ball, and if you need to bring out Jake Bates, you bring out Jake Bates.
So be it. Don't put that mistake out there. His first pick, he threw the ball behind the receiver. It was late and behind.
Yeah.
Like, you're the vet. You're the stabilizer. We get, hey, Hendon Hooker's going to have some lumps. He threw a pick, although it was on a 4th down deep in a contested catch situation. Kyle Allen was the worst quarterback that played yesterday for the Lions. And it's not like Hendon Hooker did all that to impress.
No, and I'm sure against Atlanta, we'll probably get the reverse of that situation. Hendon Hooker's going to be the one that starts, and Kyle Allen will be in the second half at some point, and we'll get a chance to see an extended version of Hendon Hooker with, a better offensive line in front of him.
Can I ask just the question everybody's wondering? Do they have a backup quarterback problem? Is this a problem?
Oh, sure. Yeah, there's no question it's a problem. Because, I don't know. Do they have Teddy Bridgewater on speed dial again? Is he's available? He's not coaching right now.
Dealing with some drama with his high school team. Yeah. Hey, Teddy.
So I don't know that they're settled on either of these guys as their backup quarterback, nor should they be.
So are we going to be watching other preseason games scouting our backup quarterback?
Well, here's the issue. What do you need a backup quarterback for, right? It's to come in if Jared Goff gets dinged and has got to hold on to a lead in the 3rd or 4th quarter. That's what the ideal situation to use your backup. Or if Jared Goff, in his lightning fast speed, tweaks a hammy and he's going to be down for a week. Do you have a guy that can go in there and be serviceable? Not to be the level of play that the starter quarterback is, but to be serviceable. And right now, we don't have a quarterback that can do that.
No, again, if you're looking for someone who can take over if Goff is injured for the season, that guy doesn't exist.
Right.
Like most teams, if Josh Allen goes down, if Patrick Mahomes goes down, you can stabilize for that game, the next game. You're not doing it for a month, 2 months, the postseason, a Super Bowl. So, yeah, from a standpoint of how big of a problem is this, if you lose your starter, you're screwed no matter who your backup is.
Yeah, it's one that compounds itself.
You just want someone who could play in a pinch. And they don't have a guy you even trust to play in a pinch right now. So it's a problem. 248-539-9797. We're going to talk a lot of Tiger deadline. 6:35. Did they do enough? Word for the deadline. We'll do all of that. Coming up next, Alex Anzalone got some news yesterday on the contract front.
Got a couple extra dollars.
Yeah, probably not as much as he wanted. We'll get to that next. It's 97.1. Guys, KG Law. If you're injured in an auto accident, take control with my friends at KG Law. Get personalized care, guidance, and full legal representation from the Michigan law firm that's won over 5,000 personal injury cases. 98% success rate. KG Law knows how to win your case. Lawrence KG and his team, down-to-earth approach. They care. It's their phone number, 877-KG-CARES. Online at kgcares.com. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law now. That's kgcares.com. That's KAJY, kgcares.com. We liked him. Still do. Brutal way to start the Hall of Fame game. Good to hear Dan Miller's voice again. Football season is back. We are going to talk a lot of Tigers today, 6:35. Ticket text from the open of the show, John. After last night, I predict a bad season. These coordinators are awful. Why did Campbell hire these bums? Dan should be fired right now. Clearly, Glennon Johnson made him 4-13, a top 3 pick, SOL. I mean, this is Mad Libs. This isn't a real person.
Yes.
Is this AI generating like rage bait for the first ticket text of the day?
What's that, cut and pasted? Was that one just lost in the system for the past 4 years and it just popped up?
They finally got the service to go through?
Yeah. They're talking about Anthony Lynn and Aaron Glenn in year 1.
Bizarre. Ticket text says, I don't want to hear any complaints on the Tigers from you, Cookies. Okay, buddy, this is our team. Let's go, boys.
Well, come on now. What would a Friday after a trade deadline be in any sport without Cookies losing his mind?
I don't like what you just did there. This is not a me issue.
What did I do? I just said exactly what we all know is going to happen. At 6:35, Jim Costa will most likely lose his mind.
But is it all enter your thought process that it's not me, it's them? That it's, like you say, we do this every deadline. We're in the longest title drought in the history of Detroit sports, and it's not like any of our teams are particularly interested in making an impact move, right?
Yeah.
So is it me or is it them? And we'll focus on the Tigers at 6:35, but Finnegan and friends?
We'll see.
Okay. Oh, don't do this, we'll see. I need you to bring it today. That was underwhelming. Don't make me the bad guy today.
We'll get there at
Okay.
6:35. I'm not going to do 6:35 now.
Oh, fine. We'll do everything in its proper place. I teased Alex Anzalone, so let's update people on Alex Anzalone. They chanted "Pay the man" at practice, and John,
They paid the man.
they did sort of. They gave him a pay raise.
Yeah, $250,000.
It's a lot to you and me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they
but not
paid him.
not necessarily what he was looking for. This is going to be
Probably
his. This is his last year in a Lions uniform.
I would think so. And you know, he's handled this professionally from the beginning, and so have the Lions.
Yep.
So he was a sit-in, a hammy, whatever it was, and he voiced respectfully what he wanted more money. So they went to the table. They gave him some more money. He's signed the contract. It added $250,000 to his $6.1 that he is due this year. I do think for this year he's a little bit underpaid, but hey, they came to an agreement. He signed it. He's going to go out there and play with his hair on fire.
Yep.
Because he is playing for next year, auditioning for 31 other teams. And who knows what happens here? Who knows what happens with Jack Campbell? There can be injuries. There could be a lot of things that happen. And so you want to make sure that you always are professional. And 4 years down the road, you can complain all you want when you are done.
Yeah, look, he's a fan favorite. He's one of these culture changers, leaders, right? You're kind of the quarterback of the defense. I know the green dot's going to be Jack Campbell's, but Alex Anzalone was instrumental in trying to usher in a new era of Lions football. And, John, he may be part of a Super Bowl team. I mean, that is still the goal for this team, but he'll be 32 next year. They've got other guys to pay. I think he got some harsh reality when they negotiated. They threw him a bone.
Yeah.
But I think he got all the information he needed, which is, hey, there's just not enough to go around right now. You're not in that tier, that priority for us.
No, and we're moving on to Jack Campbell.
Yeah, it's his defense, according to Dan Campbell.
Yeah, and that should be. This is not breaking news to Alex Anzalone. They drafted Jack Campbell in the first round. He has progressed now into his third year, and it's the general progression of a guy that's a really good football player, and another guy that is just old. Sorry, you're in any other world. You're not old.
No.
But in football, you are old.
Yeah, Alex Anzalone is younger than me. I feel weird calling him old, but in football
He's
terms...
31. I thought you were 31.
32.
Oh, you're 32. Oh, wow. Look at you. Veteran.
Yeah.
Wow. Just eating up the years.
But you knew this when you played, like Father Time.
Yeah.
Like you wanted to play forever. John, you'd still play today if you could.
I would. I'm just waiting for the phone to ring. But speaking of a phone ringing, the backup quarterback position.
Yes.
Let me ask you this.
Okay.
Carson Wentz
Ticketex just sent this name in. I was going to bring it up to you.
is currently unsigned, and his career path has been it's a whole lot of 1-year deals. He was at obviously the Eagles, and then he got hurt on their path to an appearance in the Super Bowl.
He was having an MVP year that year.
Right. Indianapolis Colts for a year, Washington Commanders for a year, Rams for a year, Chiefs last year, still unsigned. I don't think he is starting quarterback material anymore.
No.
But could be a guy that could get you out of trouble.
I like it. I certainly am not impressed with Kyle Allen and Hendon Hooker, both what we saw in practice and what we've seen in a little bit of preseason now. Not impressed.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out what they're saying on Twitch. I know you got the text in front of you.
Yeah, it's just one mention of, and it won't be the only one today on the station, I'm sure, but the first mention of Carson Wentz 8 minutes ago in the ticket text.
Right, and there's another one that says, I do have it up, our old pal, our hockey guy, Red Wing, 2244, talks about Carson Wentz, Jimmy G, but Jimmy G is, I believe, with the Rams. He's a backup.
Sounds right.
With the LA Rams. So
what I have in front of me is USA Today ran the best remaining free agent quarterbacks on July 24th, so within the last week here. And the names, Carson Wentz is at the top of the list. Teddy Bridgewater, who we already jokingly mentioned. C.J. Beathard, Tyler Huntley, Jeff Driscoll, Logan Woodside, and Jake Fromm.
Oh, Jake from State Farm.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, Carson Wentz out of that bunch.
Easy. Of that group?
Yeah. He's going to cost you the most out of that bunch, but they've got cap room. Then spend it on Alex Anzalone.
That's a great point. All right, let's get to Heather with the news. Heather, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Crazy story. A flight story. Severe turbulence on a Delta flight from Salt Lake City to Amsterdam sent dozens of passengers to the hospital this week. Oh. And the flight was forced to make an emergency landing after service carts, unbelted passengers were just flying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm laughing, but it's not funny at all. We're just flying into the air. After landing in Minnesota, 25 people were taken to the hospital, and the turbulence was so bad, passengers were convinced they were going down, right? People were screaming. There was one passenger saying, we're going to die, we're going to die, we're going to die. And people were...
Shut up. Don't make it worse.
Well, who's that helping?
Right.
Agreed, but I think everybody was feeling that same thing.
Yeah.
People said it was just crazy that the whole they had just served food, so there was food flying in cups. One man said he was belted, but was able to grab his cell phone as it was flying in the air and a cup. And he and one woman said that it was felt like an earthquake. Another person said they fly all the time, right? I'm on 40 flights every month or whatever it is. And he's like, I have never felt anything like this in my life. And
So two questions. Well, one question, one statement. The statement: if this ever happens when I'm on the plane and I'm with my wife, we will never fly again because my wife is a nervous flyer, to say the least. Question: when you guys are sitting and let's just say the food carts are moving along, do you unbuckle or do you stay buckled?
I am usually not a buckler in general.
Oh, in general?
But you're supposed to.
Even on takeoff, you just make it look like it's buckled?
Well, I buckle on takeoff, but I'm pretty much never buckled.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, I just don't have it super tight, but I'll keep the buckle on unless I'm getting up to use the bathroom or something.
I will be now.
Yeah.
I mean, if I feel a bump, it's instantly connected. I'm instantly.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But I move a lot. I can't get comfortable. I know I could keep it loose. I guess maybe I should do that. I don't know.
Just a question. I'm not making any judgments because I as well most of the time, obviously on takeoff and landing, because they come around and say, "Sir, are you buckled?" But in between, I'm never buckled.
Yeah, on takeoff, I'm usually buckled for sure. I think of the people who are holding a lap baby.
Oh yeah.
Oh
yeah.
I mean, gosh, I'd be clinging to that baby so tight.
Oh yeah.
Dingo's flying and hitting his head. The Detroit Coast Guard rescued 3 people from a stranded sailboat in Lake Erie. The rescue happened right around midnight on Thursday near Middle Bass Island in Ontario. All 3 passengers were hoisted onto a boat, then into a helicopter, where they were then transported to Port Clinton, Ohio, all in stable condition. Boat, long gone. What happens to their boat? They just let it live on forever in Lake Erie, like to the sailboat. Do they? Does the Coast Guard just bring it in?
They'll eventually find. Yeah, I mean, if it's not sunk, they'll find it and bring it in to port.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
it won't be just found to pick
it won't be bobbing out there forever.
I just didn't know. Wasn't really thinking about that. 2 young children were injured while they were sleeping in their home in a drive-by shooting early Thursday morning. 2 black pickup trucks pulled up to the children's home. 2 passengers in those trucks got out and fired several rounds at the house. An 8-year-old boy, a 7-year-old girl were both shot. Thankfully, their injuries were non-life-threatening. One was shot in the foot, the other in the arm. But now police are seeking the suspects. They're not in custody. They're asking for the public's help in locating them.
It's awful.
Yeah, tragic story.
Sleeping.
An air quality advisory for the entire state of Michigan has been extended through Saturday. So state officials say that smoke from Canada is expected to continue to make the air dangerous for people who have like a heart disease or asthma for the next couple of days. So basically, it's recommended that if you fall into those categories, if you have asthma or a heart condition, you should avoid strenuous outdoor activity, and you should monitor for symptoms such as, wheezing, coughing, chest tightness, dizziness, burning in your nose, throat, or eyes. Also, probably not a great time to do any big outdoor burning as well.
Yeah, you don't want to add to it, I guess.
Yeah.
No bonfires?
I mean,
they say you should refrain for the weekend, just through Saturday. I mean, it's all right.
Blame Canada.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Heather with the news. Coming up next, the Tiger deadline. Did they do enough? It's 97.1.
Hey parents, it's Heather. As the new school year kicks off, you've got a lot on your plate. And if you're like most, you appreciate knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your monthly bills. Well, Verizon has some big news that will bring you serious peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. Right now, you can get a single line for a low price of just $50 a month when you switch and bring your phone on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that amazing price is locked in for 3 whole years because at Verizon, they've got your back now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your back-to-school worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit today and ask about their 3-year price guarantee. Get ready for a smooth, connected school year. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
spotted in Metro Detroit yesterday. Scott Harris loading up his shopping cart at the Dollar General. Full breakdown today. Good morning, 97.1.
Wait a second. You're the only one that has the smart alarm?
No, he hasn't put it on my board yet. But Greg's behind the scenes working to get us some Scott Harris audio for later in the show. John, there's no defending what that was, right? Like, you were reserved yesterday. You wanted to reserve judgment. Wait till the deadline's over. Finnegan and friends, they added one real MLB arm, Finnegan from the Nationals, and they didn't have to give up very much to get him. They didn't have to give up very much was kind of the motto of the deadline. Give to get. They didn't want to give. They didn't get. That's not a deadline for a serious World Series team.
Right. They went out there, and it felt like it was, I know you use the Dollar General.
You prefer Goodwill?
No, it felt more Costco.
Gently used?
No, bulk.
Yes.
And just trying to go with let's just see how many arms we can bring in.
Someone's got to stick, right?
Somebody, we've got to be able to give Chris Fetter something to do, and let's see what happens.
I mean, poor guy. They give him like some of the worst pitching to work with, and they just go, hey, go be a magician. Pull a rabbit out of your hat. Again, how does that inspire confidence if you go, one of these has got to work. Just throw 5 arms at the wall and see what sticks.
Yeah.
That's the move for a team with the best record in the American League? Like, John, I mentioned serious World Series teams. The Yankees added 2 stud bullpen arms in Bednar and Duvall. Those are closers. They also added Bird from the Rockies, who I know you had mentioned at one time as an interesting name. They had 3 arms, all with control, without giving up a top 5 prospect in their own system. How'd they pull that off? They got 3 relievers with control without giving up elite prospects? Because I'm led to believe by Scott it simply wasn't possible. But there were quotes from anonymous executives that said the Tigers just simply weren't willing to give up anybody any good. And I have eyes, I can confirm that report. They weren't willing to give up anybody good to get anything significant. The Mariners had 2 all-star corner infield bats. They didn't give up a top 5 player in their system or a top 100 prospect. There were deals to be made yesterday in Major League Baseball, and they were made by other teams in the American League, while the Tigers decided, we just want to get in the playoffs. I mean, Scott Harris said the quiet part out loud. My job is to get us in the playoffs. Well, your deadline reflects that. It's not a deadline of a team chasing a World Series.
It's disappointing that there was no Bednar. There was nobody of significance that was added. And I know, you add, you add a starter in Charlie Morton, right? Who is 41 years old.
With a 5 ERA. He's having a terrible year.
And that's when you move, Melton from starting pitcher to the bullpen. So, that was there. We think Melton can help us in the bullpen. He can be a long reliever because, what did I say? You need somebody to get you from that 5th inning to the 8th inning. Well, they believe that Troy Melton is going to be that guy.
So I'm not even mad that Melton's going to the bullpen. I think that's a young arm. If you're going to have a postseason run, that's typically where they go. He throws 98. He could be a leverage guy. I think there's some merits to that. But what I don't get is the reason he's being bumped there is to add 41-year-old Charlie Morton.
Right, and the selling point for Charlie Morton was, he had a really rough start, and he did. Since then, he's been 7-1, and his ERA is 3.23. I think I read.
Yeah, but hold on. The month of July.
Trust me, I'm just telling you what the selling point is.
What I'm seeing is a lot of selling from people who have to twist the numbers. If you have to chop the first month and the last month off, I can do that with a lot of pitchers. Charlie Morton's had a 5 ERA in July and 5 starts, and a WHIP of 1.5. Sure, there's some swing and miss if you squint hard enough, but that's everybody they added. Rafael Montero, he's lethal if he can find the strike zone.
And he was really good in 22.
Yeah, 3 years ago.
Right.
He was DFA'd last year, traded twice this year, and has a 5.4 ERA. Paul Sewald, he's currently hurt right now on the 60-day list. Cody Hoyer's a AAA arm. Randy Dobnik, great story, right? Utica, Jimmy John's Field. He has a 7 ERA in AAA. They didn't go out and add anybody significant outside of Finnegan. I will give them Finnegan. And Paddock is just covering for Olsen. That's not like an addition. That's just keeping up.
No, but that was a good move.
I got no issue with the Paddock move. But it doesn't make you better. It replaces Olsen. So what are they doing to get better? Did they even really buy? They didn't give up anything. Did they buy at all?
Well, yeah, they ended up with, 6 more arms. So technically, by
How
definition,
many of them are Major League arms?
I'm just telling you.
So
they added.
Who was their fifth starter before yesterday?
Melton.
It was Melton.
Yeah.
So what John is saying, they think he can be more effective out of the bullpen with his arm, and Morton is your fifth starter now. So now they have a 5-man rotation again, and putting Melton in the bullpen adds depth. Again, I was underwhelmed by the whole thing in general, but that's the thought process.
Right.
Morton has postseason starting experience with the manager.
Well, he has a lot
now.
of life experience. He's 100 years old.
I know. And it's also...
He pitches with a walking cane.
I think Morton was an admission there is no way we're seeing Alex Cobb. And so the criticism there is that Harris made a mistake before the season getting Cobb.
I made a couple jabs about the Cobb thing. I'm not even mad about it. They burned $15 million. Whatever. They tried.
Well, you could have burned that somewhere else. He misspent that money.
Yeah.
Okay? He would admit that, I think, off the record at least.
248-539-9797. That was not a deadline of a team with World Series dreams. A serious World Series team has a more impactful deadline than that.
And so I think that's the message from Scott Harris is
we're not serious.
Well, we're gonna try. We've been able to manufacture tied for the best record in baseball, most wins in baseball.
Yeah.
And we're going to see what we can do through the rest of the season and in the postseason. And if we find a little magic, we find a little luck, we'll be able to do something. But I think in terms of the way that they add it, that is, I'm not defending it. I'm just telling you that's the message that Scott Harris is sending to the fans. Hey, we're a good team.
Yeah.
But we're not in position. We're not going to add enough to be able to compete with the Dodgers or the Blue Jays in a 7-game series. That was the message I got with Finnegan, Morton, moving Melton. Like, we're going to mix and match, and we're going to hope that the run that we were on at the beginning of the season, we're back to where that was, and we can create some magic.
Yeah, but that's pathetic. That's small time. We can't give up anything to get anybody? As the team with a great farm system and the best record in baseball, we can't give up anything to get anything? We have to do it this way? We have to do it through smoke and mirrors? We can't go add a couple big-time relievers who were dealt at reasonable prices?
I'm not trying to pour gas on the fire. I'm not trying to get you any more worked up. I'm just telling you.
I can't be alone on this.
And I know he talked last night about the whole Scooble window, and he doesn't think there's necessarily a window. It's an illusion.
Read you those quotes?
You can in a minute. But I think what he's telling you is we're hoping that this offseason we can add more bats, we can add more arms, we can be a better team next year. And he's basically kicking the can down the road. Let's see how good we can be this year. And then next year, we're going to do a little bit more in the offseason. Maybe it leads us to do more at the trade deadline. It's very underwhelming. There's no question about it. But I think he's telling you, even if we went out and sold the farm for talent, that they weren't in position to be the favorites to go into the World Series. And I'm with you. I know what you're going to say. Well, you don't have to be the favorites.
Thank you.
That's the message that I got from Scott Harris.
No, I know, but do you like the message?
No, I don't like it.
Okay.
No.
Okay, I just want to feel like I'm the only guy yelling, ranting, and raving today.
No, but I may not have the same emotion or the rant and rave. It's just
why doesn't it stir you?
Because it's done. We have to now look at the roster that we have and say, well, what can we do? And I think it's going to temper a lot of people's expectations. All right, can we still win the World Series? Yes. Is it likely? Probably not.
Look, I'm going to root like hell for them. They're my hometown team. I have never seen my team win a World Series. I wasn't alive in '84. I'm going to desperately root like hell for them. I wish they cared with that level of investment yesterday.
Do they have a better chance of winning the World Series today than they did yesterday?
No.
Okay.
Well, I actually think that they are I know they're not as good as you wanted them to be today, but I do like the move of being able to put Melton in the bullpen. That answers the question that I needed, but it opens up another question on the starting rotation.
And John, you've already alluded to this, the quote about Scooble and Windows, right? Because, okay, fine, we're not good enough to make the impact moves now, and you kind of hinted, well, maybe next year they will. Well, next year's the last year of Scooble's contract, his control.
Right.
Harris says about this idea of a window, it's an illusion. I think there's a lot of talent in the organization. There's a lot of players who are in it for the right reasons, who are playing for each other, and they're playing for the city of Detroit. They've done special things from the All-Star break to the All-Star break. We have the most wins in Major League Baseball. Tarek is certainly leading the way and has been leading the way here, but there's a lot of really talented players, both in the big leagues now and that are coming through this talented system. He says, I'm not looking at this as a window. It doesn't mean I'm shorting the present for the future by any means, but the whole idea of a window is not filtering into my head because it's my job to get to the postseason every year if I can. No, it's your job to win a World Series. I flat out disagree with what he claims the job of being a president of baseball operations is. It is your job to win a World Series. It is not your job to get in the playoffs every year. He's operating the deadline as a man whose job is to get in the playoffs every year, not a man whose job is to win a championship.
I could have accepted that comment more if he added one caveat, and when we return, I'll tell you what that is.
Perfect, and then your phone call's 97.1.
Hey, Founders Brewing Company has been making high-quality beers right here in the great state of Michigan for over 25 years. With a focus on using the highest quality ingredients, you can always count on Founders to deliver extraordinary quality in everything they release. With that dedication in mind, their all-day IPA is crafted for every and any moment. It's easy drinking, refreshing, and flavorful. All-day IPA is the kind of IPA that is never out of place. So whether it's tailgating, and we've got some great tailgates coming up here in the near future, grilling, hitting the beach, kicking back, or maybe you're just on the boat for the day at the beach, whatever it is, it's smooth, full of flavor, and endlessly crushable. It goes where the good times are. Look for All Day IPA at a store near you. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
John, you said something was missing in one of those Harris quotes. He said, windows are an illusion, and my job is to make the playoffs every year if I can.
And ultimately win a World Series.
He needed to say that.
Yes, you cannot win a World Series unless you're in the playoffs. And we would love to have a postseason team have a run like the Wings did. Like, be in the playoffs every single year, and you make it to the ALDS, you make it to the ALCS, you make it to the World Series, you win one, but you're back to the World Series. Like, that should be the ultimate goal. And I wish that in saying that, because I could take whatever I want out of that quote. Like, you can't get to the World Series unless you're in the postseason. I just wish he would have added and ultimately win a World Series.
Yeah, but he can't say that if his actions don't support it. See, that's the thing. You could go, well, what he meant was, no, what he did
his actions don't support it this year.
Well, and when is it? Because, again, you have the best record in the American League. Prices were not outrageous. Nobody gave up top 100 prospects to land the players that we had discussed. The Yankees went out and added 3 relievers with control, 2 high-end leverage guys without giving up elite prospects, top 100 guys, top 5 in their system. The Mariners added 2 rental bats without giving up top 100 guys. The prices weren't outrageous. They just didn't want to pay them. They didn't want to be a serious World Series contender. Now, they could accidentally win the World Series, but it's certainly not the focal point of the trade deadline was to chase the World Series. His focal point was to make the playoffs, which is what his job is, in his estimation. Make the playoffs. Well, good thing they got a 9-game cushion and they play in the AL Central where everybody else is selling. Job well done, Scott.
Oh, yeah, we'll talk about selling. Holy cow, the Minnesota Twins. Their entire lineup was like they sold, I think it was 9 players off of their 26-man roster.
Yeah, we're going to play the St. Paul Saints a couple times in August. Like, that's just what it is. We got some phone calls and ticket texts.
Let me add one thing. And because you asked, or I think maybe Tom asked, did they get better? And I think you have to look at it and say, they're better today than they were yesterday. But did they get better like Seattle got better? Did they get better like the Yankees got better? Did they get better, or did they get a little bit better, but their World Series chances actually got a little worse?
Well, let's break this down. So I think Tom's question was, are they better? My follow-up is, through the lens of competing for a World Series, they got further from the World Series because their competition got better than they did.
All right, so we're saying the same thing. Yes. I think they got a little bit better, but their competition got better, and I think their odds of winning a World Series went down. Doesn't mean that they're 0, but they went down.
So adding Finnegan is better than not having Finnegan, but adding a bunch of gas cans to the bullpen might be, hey, fingers crossed Fedor fixes them, or that could leak out onto the mound in a postseason moment.
Well, okay, and I'm just going to play devil's advocate here for a little bit, and just be a little bit more patient than you are. Last year, they had the entire pitching chaos. That's not worked this year, and it's not going to work this year. But they saw some things in guys last year that were 9 ERA in the minor leagues. Yeah. They came up and performed well. Are they seeing some of those same things in the arms that they acquired? Now, we don't have the answer to that question as we sit here today because we haven't seen a pitch in a Tigers uniform. We haven't seen A.J. Hinch do his, wave the magic wand and be the wizard that he has been.
That's what I was saying. It hasn't worked this year. It didn't win them a World Series last year. This idea you're going to do it solely on spare parts because your brain's bigger than everybody's brain, like... Other teams are adding good quality impact players, and they're not mortgaging the farm to do it. Tigers didn't want to do it, and they'll pay the price down the line for it.
When I tried to talk you off the ledge before the show, I did throw at you, and I got a pause from you because you were thinking it out.
Yeah.
How much did the Olsen, Job, and Cobb injuries affect what they did at the deadline? In terms of, okay, we got to shore up our starting pitching, and all of a sudden we don't want to give up a bunch of prospects. I'm just trying to kind of argue it from that standpoint. I think they improved their odds of winning the ALCS yesterday. Minuscule. You only have to play one of these teams throughout. Remember, you're not all these teams that they're all going to get better. I've seen many a team go blow their wad at the deadline and fail.
But who did that?
The Yankees did it several times.
No, I'm saying this
Yankees haven't won a World Series since 2009.
Tom, this deadline, did anybody mortgage the future?
I think Philly with the 4th and 6th prospects gave up. They probably gave up the most, right?
Yeah.
Maybe.
The Padres gave up. That's not American League.
Okay, yeah. The Padres went wild, and their GM is on the extreme on the aggressive scale. But I'm saying, like, of the teams we're talking about in the fight here, nobody gave up the farm. Nobody did. So it's not fair to say, well, Jim, you wanted Scott to give up the farm. No, I didn't. I played his game. The quotes that came out anonymously from the front office in the Petzold article, we're not giving up top 100 players. We're not giving up our top 5. Fine, I'll play your game. Still go get impact players. So what was his response?
So what you're talking about then, let's go to the Twins and what they did and what they gave to Philly. They gave up their 4th prospect, or they got a... So would you have given up Briseño yesterday?
To get a player with 2.5 postseason runs out of your bullpen? Yes. And that's wasn't what we were told. Is if it's for control, it's a different conversation. The Yankees added 3 relievers with control. The Phillies added the best closer in baseball, by the way, with a badass intro too.
Yeah.
With 3 years of control. Those are the guys you do move your prospects for.
Listen, I'm not defending what happened yesterday. I'm simply trying to talk it out a little bit in terms of, okay, you would have given up a Briseño at this deadline. I don't think there's a chance in heck that Scott Harris would have done that.
Is he wrong?
We'll see. He's trying to
have an opinion today. Have an opinion today. Is he wrong?
He's wrong for this season.
Okay.
But there's clearly they're trying to win now and win later.
Can you do that?
Well, the Lions.
Have they done that?
No.
248-539-9797. We got a lot of Harris audio we'll play for you in the 7 o'clock hour. Ticket texters. You would think having the best record in baseball for 4 to 5 months would mean you're a team in a position to buy. Harris is clueless. Losers do what Harris did by not buying when you have the best record in the American League. Cookies is 100% correct. It's a pathetic attempt to bolster the roster. Harris lost the trade deadline again. It's his Achilles heel. The deadline was a complete disappointment. Hearing that quote from Harris about it not being a window is ridiculous. He's out of touch with how the fan base feels. Is he confident we can re-sign Skubal? Because if he is, okay. I'd understand wanting to wait, but it doesn't make sense to me. Drew in Owasso. Yeah, another answer to that Skubal window question would have been, well, we have every intention of re-signing him. That was not said in that quote. So you're asked, hey, do you have a window with Skubal the next 2 years? Windows are an illusion, and my job's to make the playoffs. What he didn't say is, I want to keep Skubal and win the World Series. How am I supposed to interpret that?
Well, you could interpret it any way you want.
I'm going to take it at face value.
I have a question. I have another question.
You have a lot of questions.
I have a lot of questions, yes. And some of them won't be answered until for a couple of weeks, and we see how AJ is going to handle the bullpen, how he's going to handle the starting rotation, how he's going to mix and match in terms of being able to create matchups that are favorable for those guys that are on the mound. But I have a Scott Harris question for you.
Okay. And again, we have those calls to get to and more ticket texts. You guys are flooding us today. People have thoughts on that deadline. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Chris Paddock, Rafael Montero, and Charlie Morton. Those are the names of just a few pitchers Tiger fans are going to have to learn after being picked up by the Tigers prior to yesterday's trade deadline. Pitching a big target for Detroit this year, as most pitchers acquired are coming into Detroit with an ERA ranging in the upper 4s and 5s. Tigers putting in the arm of Jack Flaherty on the mound tonight as they play in Philadelphia. Detroit aiming for their 5th straight win with a 6:40 first pitch. That's coming right here on the tickets. And from the opening kickoff, last night's Hall of Fame game did not go the way Lions fans would have hoped. That was the sound of the opening kickoff being fumbled by Detroit. It was just one of 5 total turnovers the Lions suffered in their 34-7 loss to the Chargers. Lions with another crack at preseason action next Friday when they take on the Falcons. Finally, in golf, the PGA Tour continues today with the Wyndham Championship. Joel Damon entering with the lead after shooting 9 under in round 1 yesterday. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned or head to 971theticket.com.
All right, I keep promising phone calls. Real quick, what is your question, John?
Trying to remember what I was going to ask you.
Something about Harris.
Scott Harris. Come back to me.
All right, we'll go to the phones.
It's been a long time since we talked.
I know, it's been a whole 2 minutes. Joe in Madison Heights, your thoughts on the deadline. Wake up with us.
Hey, Jim and John, good morning to you.
Good morning.
I'm going to try to talk Jim off that ledge just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Okay.
First of all, you have the best pitching coach in the game.
Yes.
And he could make Morton, who's a solid 3. He's a solid 3.
On what
He
planet?
could make Morton a little bit. What do you think? He's a solid 3.
Joe, his ERA's over 5. He puts 1.5 batters on per inning. What are we talking about? He's a 5. He's 41 years old.
Yeah, I know he's a 5, but he can be fixed. I'm not saying it's not a great trade deadline.
This is the guy trying to sell me.
Yeah, well, okay. Okay, let's go Finley in the back end of the bullpen, right?
Yeah, Finnegan, yeah. I like him.
Yeah,
he's fine. He's a real arm they added. He's the only real arm that they upgraded with.
Right, yeah, I mean, mix and match. But the Tigers mix and match anyway. You know, they're looking for matchups a little bit. So
yes, they
I mean,
are.
out of those 4 players, can you get maybe 2 good ones? Yeah. Now, as far as the Suarez thing, my brother's probably listening, and he'll say I'm talking out both sides of my mouth. I wanted Suarez. As a matter of fact, if they had gotten Suarez, they were going to come out of the American League, because all of a sudden Seattle adds what is it, 70 home runs, Jim, between the two?
Yeah,
the big
give or
number?
take, yes.
Yeah, that's tough, man. That's gonna. But I think our pitching overall is a little bit better. But we'll see.
Right, but Joe, it's in context. Hold on, but it's in context, right? So the Yankees have a better 1-2 punch than us, right? They have Fried and Rodon. Yeah. Their bullpen was a big issue. What did they do? Like, we've talked about how the Tiger bullpen has people uneasy about the postseason. We had Finnegan and friends, a collection of maybes and ifs. The Yankees go out and add Bednar, and they didn't stop there. They also went out and got Duvall from the Giants, who's their leverage guy. And then they went out and got Jake Bird from the Rockies, all under team control, all without mortgaging the future. Why is Cashman able to do it, but Harris isn't? Because that's one of your chief adversaries now for the playoffs. Right. They went and did the thing that I'm being told wasn't possible by Scott Harris. Well,
I'm glad that you brought that up about Cashman, about some of these other general managers, and I agree with you. I think they got a little bit better. Did they get good enough to win a World Series? We won't know until they play the World Series.
But your belief today is no.
There are other teams that got better. More
better.
Right, yes. They got better on a larger scale than the Tigers did.
More betterer.
Yeah. But the question I was going to ask, and I apologize for not coming through on this tease, but it kind of worked out. Is this another strike from you
here we go.
On Scott Harris? Are you ready to go ahead and be the pitcher that they needed? And Riley Green's at the plate. You're up. You throw it. Is it another strike on Scott Harris?
So just to revisit the bit, he had 2. We took one away on appeal down to first base.
Yes.
He only has 1 strike right now. I'd feel silly putting 2 strikes on a guy saying he's managing for his job at this point.
Because they are a team that has tied for the most wins in all of baseball, not just the American League.
Look, I mean, if they squander Skubal the next 2 seasons because this is how he wants to conduct business, he absolutely deserves a strike. I'm not handing it to him today. But I think we can have a conversation about how he failed this deadline, about how this is a pathetic way to manage a baseball team in first place. We're allowed to be critical without calling for someone's job. It doesn't always have to turn to the extreme.
And I will say this. They are a team prior to the trade deadline that had as many wins as anybody else in baseball. But the caveat to that is they're playing in a bad division. They're also playing in the American League, which is not as strong. They don't play as many minor league teams, as many National League teams as they are going to American League teams.
Yeah,
so,
and they're going to play a couple minor league teams when Minnesota comes to town this month.
Yes, they will. Yes, it's so bizarre.
St. Paul Saints coming up. Alex in Ann Arbor, good morning.
Hey, Jim, how's it going?
What's up?
So, a couple things. I think the first thing is Scott Harris is under no pressure to make a big swing just because of the success and they're ahead of schedule, I would argue. And then 2, they're setting up pitching chaos with all these arms. And then 3, it's the end of the day, before the deadline, I felt the same way as I do now, and they're going to go as far as Skubal takes them. If he wins both his starts in a 7-game series, I still feel confident. If he loses one of them, then they're going to lose that series.
I mean, you might be right to distill it all the way down to that. I mean, look, if they can get one of the top 2 spots in the AL postseason, they avoid a 3-game series. Because otherwise, it doesn't matter if you have Skubal. You could still get bopped early.
Well, especially if he only goes 95 pitches. I mean, and he's out in the, only goes 6 innings. Max?
Can I ask you guys a question? So, what do you think the best contributor this year to the Tigers having one of the best records in baseball?
Skubal.
But no. But who are you most concerned about? Like, what do you think the flaw is? What's the weakness? Is it Baez? Is it?
I mean, McKinstry's got a 900 OPS against lefties. I'm having a hard time believing that's going to translate against lefty specialists in the postseason.
I would have told you yesterday, and I'll tell you again today. It's still Tommy Kahnle.
That's a great one.
And did they address Tommy Kahnle yesterday? Did they?
Finnegan probably slides in.
So they protected themselves in case Kahnle stays this way.
Because, again, he's serving up batting practice lately.
Yeah, July. I mean, his ERA's horrendous.
But our belief was, like, this bullpen needed high-leverage guys. Like, Finnegan's not an A-plus swing and miss guy. He's fine. He's a major league quality arm to add to this bullpen. It's just in the context of the Yankees adding 3. Right. The Phillies adding the best.
And they added Melton to the bullpen. And I know it wasn't a trade. It wasn't they weren't bringing anybody in, and he's also only had 2 starts. Like, it's still to be determined how effective and how good he'll be game in, game out.
Well, the universal flaw by national people who cover this team and look at it and leading the deadline was the bullpen didn't strike people out enough.
Yep.
Did they address that yesterday?
People tell you Sewald gets swing and miss. He's not healthy. I don't know if you know what I mean. Like it really. I feel like there are people reaching to defend this. Don't defend the indefensible, guys. Let's hope they win in spite of this deadline. I'm not rooting against this team. I'm just calling it as I see it. Gary and Trenton, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. The one common denominator that's going on here at the Red Wing trade deadline, we were all talking about the same thing. How Steve Yzerman didn't want to go out and purchase talent, okay? We were nickel and diming our defense or our forwards. It's the same thing happening here with the Tigers at the deadline. I sat and watched the MLB Network yesterday all day, and even the former general manager, Rick Hahn, he was befuddled why the Tigers weren't at least going to pick up one blowout strikeout guy, period. Okay, and that just shocked me. John Heyman said the same thing. John Paul Morosi, your cohort, he was saying the same thing. You're like, well, that's just how the Tigers are going to do things. But what's the one common denominator? Yzerman's a GM, Harris is a GM, and they both fall under which regime? The Ilitch holding regime, and they got their own carbon copy of how they want to run both teams at the same time for the lack of monies. Okay,
no. Hold on, Gary. It's not about monies at the trade deadline. If you went out and got Suarez, he's going to cost you $5 million for the next 2 months. It's not about monies. It was Steve Yzerman not wanting to part ways with draft picks. It's Scott Harris not wanting to part ways with prospects. That to me is not. Yeah, they're not willing to spend the capital that they've built up in their farm systems, but it's not the ownership saying, we don't want to pay these guys.
Yeah, Gary, it doesn't cost much to give up the number 8 prospect or 9 prospect in your farm system, right? Like, again, Chris Ilitch has certainly earned a lot of ire from fans, and I think people are connecting dots that don't need to be connected here. These are 2 independent people managing their teams ultra-conservatively.
Yeah, and now it can come down to leadership in terms of hey, Scott Harris, I want you to go make a big deal. Like that, I can support that argument, but not we don't want to pay these guys. Well, you're only paying them for the next 2 months, 3 months.
That's the best point, is that he could step up and say, hey, guys.
Yeah, let's stop treading water and let's go for it.
And the Tigers aren't treading water. They're 2 different situations. That's the other thing. I don't like lumping them in together. Yzerman's, how many years into this now? 7, 8 years? Mm-hmm. Harris has had loads more success.
This is his 3rd trade deadline. And he has had, he's been here for 3 years. He's going to be in the playoffs for 2 of the 3 years.
Jim in Walled Lake, you're on 97.1.
Good morning. Hey, after next year, Skubal's a free agent, correct?
Yes.
And if he walks, which I think he's going to go to another team. Did the Tigers get anything in return?
What they'll do is they would offer him a qualifying offer, which he would not accept because it'd be a 1-year deal for $20 to $25 million. Once he signed somewhere else, we'd be given a competitive balance pick, which would be at the end of the first round.
So it's just like nothing, really.
Yeah, I mean, they got McGonigal there, but yes, I mean, that's the exception, not the rule.
I realize this is out of the box here, but what do you guys think of putting a package together, including him, and getting 2-3 big name players?
You're saying in the offseason now because the deadline's passed?
Yeah. In between the end of this year and next year, or the beginning of next year, putting a package together and getting like 2 or 3 big name players.
It's a real tough spot. Like how close do they come this year, right? Like they make the World Series and lose. I'm giving us one more shot with Skubal. They get bounced in the ALDS, and this is the way Scott Harris wants to run the team where they're not going to be aggressive going into his final year. Absolutely, you trade him.
Yeah, but those are conversations for this offseason. Those are conversations for next year. It's, the trade deadline is passed, and you have Skubal right now, so I suggest you win with Skubal. I also suggest that you use him. That's why, when we get the arguments of, if you can win twice with Skubal in the postseason, well, how do you do that? If he's only going to get you to the 6th inning, now you've got to rely on your bullpen.
You know what the example would be? Madison Bumgarner. If you get to the playoffs and you are not in a position where you feel like you're going to hand Skubal a long-term commitment, you throw him in game 1, you throw him in game 5, and guess who's available in the pen for game 7?
Yeah.
Derek Skubal.
Exactly.
If his arm falls off, somebody else's problem. We're chasing a championship.
Use them while you have them.
We said we have a bunch of audio from Scott Harris. Greg has taken the time to curate that. We're going to play a bunch of it next, let you hear from the man and kind of his breakdown of what happened at the deadline. It's 97.1.
In sports, when you're sidelined by an injury, it's personal. And the same goes for life. That's where personal injury attorney David Femininio steps in. And trust me, after an accident, you're going to need an attorney who makes it personal. That someone is David Femininio. His slogan is Get David, Get Paid. Well, to him, it's not just a slogan. It's his promise to take care of you. So if you or somebody you know has been injured, you need to tell him to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Scott Harris. Play a bunch of audio from him after the deadline. Do the Tigers have a bunch of really good right-handed bats?
They have some bats that have performed.
Sure. Okay.
Don't necessarily be right-handed bats, but
just real quick, because I know I want to get to all this. I don't want to get off on a tangent. Suarez OPS would be the best on the team. He hits more home runs with less strikeouts than Riley Green. You could say you don't need him, but he makes you better. There's a lot of impact guys that were dealt yesterday, including a bunch of relievers who make you better.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, we get Finnegan and friends. But anyway, Scott Harris talking about this deadline and the market itself. The prices were too high. So David Bednar is a guy that we talked about. He wasn't a rental. He offered you control more than one season. He went for the number 8 prospect in the Yankees system, 8 and 14. John, does that sound like it was too high for control of a swing and miss reliever?
No.
Okay.
No, it's something that I would have considered and looked at a little. And we don't know how much the Tigers looked at that, what they were willing or not willing to part with. Apparently, the only thing we have to go off of right now is they weren't willing to part with any of it.
Well, and again, a rival executive said they didn't want to give up anything of substance, anything of value, I think was the quote. The Giants, one of Harris's former teams, traded their closer to the Yankees for even less than Bednar. He's under team control as well. The prices were too high. No, Scott, we saw the prices. It's like you're in the grocery store and I see the prices. I see what they went for. He also talked about why they didn't make, in his words, maybe he was asked about flashy moves. Two more that I want to play. One that we've already referenced, the idea of should you have gone all in during the Skubal window. He spoke about that. No, it's your job to win a World Series. Now, you manage the deadline like someone whose job is simply to just make the playoffs. He also talked about trades they didn't make. Haunting moves if they would have made them. That sounds like a guy who's fallen in love with his prospect pool. Like, you can have one or two guys you're like, hey, I'm not trading Clark or McGonigal, right? Like, when you go, I won't give up anybody in my top 10, that's falling in love with your prospects.
Well, I'm curious as to who he was talking about that would be guys that would help at the end of this year.
Melton is probably maybe one of those guys.
Maybe Melton was talked about, and maybe somebody inquired about Parker Meadows. Maybe he's thinking he's going to be an impact at the end of this year because it hasn't been to this point.
I think it would haunt you for years if you don't win a World Series with Tarek Skubal. That's just me. This is a fun question, John, before we get to Heather's news. Texter says that they think Scott Harris is smarmier than me. They hear like a very like snooty, intellectual, smartest guy in the room vibe from him. So I don't know if you agree, but we could make the Smarm Alarm multi-purpose. You can think on it.
Yeah, let me think about that for a little bit. I mean, he does have some smarm qualities.
Okay, let's get to Heather with the news.
So Pokemon cards are the hottest new target for thieves in Metro Detroit. And on Wednesday, a family-owned card shop in Sterling Heights was broken into with more than $50,000 worth of Pokemon cards stolen. So the owner of First Edition Finds received an alert on his phone that a window had been broken at the shop.
Yeah.
Checked it out, saw actively on the security camera a thief in there smashing display cases, obviously called the cops right away. This guy was wearing a mask, stealing. The owner says this thief knew exactly what he was doing, right? Went to the most expensive items in the store, stole these Pokemon cards, and left. The owner, if I read this right, is offering a $15,000 cash reward for info leading to the identification of this suspect. That's a lot of money.
They're going to be valuable cards then.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, that's a lot of money.
Yeah, it's a lot of money.
So I was like, 15,000, 5,000. No, it's the article, unless it was a typo.
Yeah.
15 grand is a lot of money.
Did they say what the total value was that
Over
the guy swiped?
50,000.
So, I mean, it makes sense.
God, but he's not even asking to get the cards back. He's just asking for somebody to identify the thief. I mean, the cards could be damaged. They were in mint condition.
Right.
I mean,
damaged. They could be sold off by now.
Yeah. He might not even get those cards back, and he's still offering that much in cash. If you're a left lane squatter, you can now be fined. So left lane squatters are the people who just cruise along in the left lane on the freeway rather than, going back after you pass someone, the slower vehicle. So you could be ticketed according to Michigan law. So there's some attorneys at the Michigan auto law firm that say driving slow in the left lane can be quite dangerous.
What is the definition of slow?
They don't give a speed,
because
but
I think
obviously
we all
if
want
you
them to go
the flow of traffic, I
not
guess
at
I
the
would
speed
say
of what traffic is traveling.
Yes.
Why I think it's a hairy situation is I think we all establish if you're in the left lane, you're going more than the speed limit, right?
Yeah, generally, yeah.
So if I'm in the left lane,
be.
but if you're going the speed limit in the left lane, you're going too slow.
Yes,
Yes,
You're
that's
going
what
to
they're
ticket me
saying.
for going
yeah.
the speed
because
limit.
if it's used for passing, you have to go. Usually, I would say, not always, but you have to go over the speed limit to pass at least. So yeah.
So you tell the officer, I'm sorry, I wasn't speeding. You should give me a ticket.
No, what the premise is if, say, the speed limit is 70 and you come up on somebody that's going 65, you can get over to pass them.
Yeah.
You don't have to go faster than the speed limit, but if you stay in that left lane after you pass the slower driver, that's where you get the ticket.
Yes. Let me finish here. So it basically says that if you are traveling on a freeway that is 2 lanes only,
Right.
that's where you're really going to run into the problem. You cannot be in that left lane just driving in it. That
Right.
lane is literally only for passing. If you are on a freeway with 3 or more lanes of traffic in the same direction, the left lane may be used for travel. But they still say you should not be slowing down the traffic, which could lead to a dangerous situation. So it does depend on which highway you're on. But basically, they say misuse of the left lane is a civil infraction. So start using it properly.
I mean, you could be traveling up north and just, cruise control set at 70, but you're traveling in the left lane. No one else around you. In theory, you could be pulled over at that point because you're not supposed to be traveling in that lane.
Exactly.
Yep.
Just heads up for all those people traveling up north.
Yep.
Finally, Justin Timberlake has been slammed online for some of his recent performances at some of his concerts during his Forget Tomorrow World Tour. Like, fans are really disappointed. They want their money back. They say it's lackluster. He's being lazy. Just totally disappointed. Well, yesterday he revealed that he's been battling some health issues. He was diagnosed with Lyme disease. So he made a heartfelt post on social media. It's long, but he said living with this can be relentlessly debilitating, both mentally and physically. And he said that when I first got the diagnosis, I was shocked for sure, but at least I could understand why I would be on stage in a massive amount of nerve pain or just feeling crazy fatigue or sickness. And he added that he doesn't want to stop touring because of the joy he gets from performing. But
or the money he gets.
Sure.
It doesn't hurt.
But if people are disappointed by your performance, maybe let's work on your health first.
Priorities.
Take care of yourself. Yeah.
Heather with the news. Cookie jar is next. I don't know, ranting and raving and bitching and complaining. We'll have some fun. Cookie jar, 97.1. It's the Cookie Jar. It's brought to you by Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. In honor of Happy Gilmore 2, which movie most needs a sequel?
So I was going back. A lot of them have had sequels. They've had spin-offs, and I don't count necessarily spin-offs as sequels, but some could argue that. The one that I would love to have a sequel to, The Dude. The Big Lebowski.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Got to have a sequel to that. The Dude Abides.
This is such a hard question because a lot of the movies I like, I don't want them to be ruined by a bad sequel. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, but sometimes if it's a bad sequel, it just makes the original even better.
I don't know. You can ruin a character pretty easily in a sequel. So I think comedies are the best thing to have a sequel on because normally they're lighthearted, kind of silly. Maybe like a Bridesmaids.
Okay.
I like all the actresses in that movie. I thought it was funny. You could follow up with Annie and she could be the one getting married. I don't know. Yeah, low stakes. That's a good term.
Inception. I think there's more stories to have with that kind of shared dream technology. And I don't think you necessarily have to have all the main characters that you had from the last movie.
The original.
Leo and
you have to have Leo. And I actually had Inception. I hate that we have the same one. But the spinning top at the end, there's the ambiguity. And you're right, there's more meat on the bone there. I love the movie. The danger would be, to Heather's point, screwing it up. Tom?
Mine is Rounders too.
Okay,
you
love Rounders.
Yeah.
Norton and Damon again. That'd be awesome. Is Worm really alive? Do we know that? I forgot.
I'm not sure. Lions players were asked this week, who is your go-to Mario Kart character?
Okay. I didn't see any of the answers.
So,
but
I think it was Dan Campbell said Luigi was his answer. Some of these guys nerded out with the new Mario Karts. For the classics, Yoshi was my guy.
Okay. I mean, I'd have to go with Donkey Kong.
Okay.
Princess Peach, of course.
Princess Peach.
Toad.
Peaches.
Mine was always Yoshi, although one of the newer ones is a Cat Peach. Would you do that, Jim?
The Cat Peach.
Of course he would.
Sure.
There's like 42 characters.
It's too much now. Now I sound old, like the original 8. And then I played Double Dash, which was the next one. But
I never played them.
okay. Wow.
I mean, I saw the movie because Teddy likes it, but yeah.
August as a month. Hey, it's August now, guys. What's it best known for?
Double days, 2-a-days, football, practice is in session, and it's hot, it's muggy, you got a headache. August is all about high school football. We saw football last night. It's all about the double days. Now, I know that there's not a lot of 2-a-days left anymore, but that's always, when I think August, I'm thinking that's the start of football, and it's 2-a-days.
Sounds awesome.
We had 2 days when I was in high school, so I do get kind of teleported back to the hot football.
Yeah.
Right? To me, football camp is what August is all about.
Yeah.
To me, it's just back to school.
Back to school, even though most kids don't go back to school until September.
Yeah, but people are going back to college. You're getting ready. Some schools do start before
school supplies
September.
Are all,
it's just going back to school month. Yeah.
Summer's last hurrah. Get all your vacations in, your last whatever of the summer before school, football, and fall starts.
Now, you guys had a lot of good ones and stuff, but I just found this out this morning. It's actually National Hair Loss Awareness Month. So that's number one.
Card carrying member.
Yeah.
So what are we supposed to do for National Hair Loss Awareness Month? Are we all supposed to shave our heads?
Yes. No. It's about people, how to deal with hair loss and all that stuff.
How do you deal with it, Tom?
I shave it. I just
When did it start for you? Like, were you always
I gave
bald?
up about 33 or so.
Okay.
Oh, you're a year away.
I don't like hearing
You're fine for a while.
I don't like hearing
I
that.
had nothing like you at 33.
Are there more wheels or doors in the world?
I don't even think it's close. I think it's doors. When you think of all of the, not just the houses in this world, because a lot of houses come with cars and multiple cars, but it is the skyscrapers. It's all the doors that are in these massive buildings that we have built.
It has to be doors. I think you're right, John. Like at first I was like, well, there's a lot of wheels, but then every car has 4 doors too.
cancels
Speaking
out
of
the
cars.
wheels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I
Now,
thought, well,
does
there's
your car have 4 doors? Or is it just 2?
It has 4, John.
Oh,
Not every
okay.
car has 4 doors.
Yeah.
There's some 2 doors. But then I thought, okay, well, then there's like wheelbarrows and dollies and things like that don't have doors that have wheels. But then you have the skyscrapers that
Yeah.
have all those doors. It has to be doors.
What about 18-wheelers? How do they factor
Sure,
into
yeah,
this?
they add up.
They
but,
add.
Yeah.
but they're not
it's-
as big as a skyscraper filled with
not at all.
doors.
Greg, you're a math guy. Have you crunched the numbers?
Yeah, the skyscrapers really swing this in favor of doors.
Yeah.
Doors.
It is doors. I went with doors as well. Which chain restaurants are actually good?
So are we going with like
Not
just
fast food.
Okay, not fast food. Fleming's.
Okay.
Fleming's is every time I go there, I get a perfect steak. They've got great sides, great apps, great desserts. I have never walked out of there going, boy, I wish I hadn't come here tonight. It is just perfect.
Okay, I eat if it's not fast food, it's maybe a pizza. Crispelli's, their pizza.
It's a chain, sure.
It's a chain. There's multiple.
Yeah.
I like their pizza.
Okay.
I'm not a huge.
I'm never disappointed. I know you don't like it,
the
but
thin-
I always
my wife
I like
likes
the
that, the
thin
thin crust.
So I don't know if this place is actually around anywhere, but Max and Irma's
Oh,
had
yeah.
underrated great burgers. My friend used to work there when he was in college. Otherwise, I would say Applebee's is pretty solid. I go over there for the
they're
boneless
always
buffalo wings.
yeah, throwing good
Restaurants
prices.
that were chains that are maybe no longer in existence. Are there any Bennigan's anymore?
There was one in Mount Pleasant that was like the spot. I don't know if
I
it's
used
still
to
around.
love going to Bennigan's.
There's no Max and Irma's anymore, is there? Like that disappeared a long time ago.
The last one I remembered was by our old building, 14 in Orchard Lake.
I think they're all gone, but it was good.
So shout out to the Texas Roadhouse in Taylor. Never had a bad meal there. Seriously, they manage it great, and chains can be different depending on which one you go to. That's our go-to. Although in honor of yesterday in the deadline, I could either go with Morton's Steakhouse or Finnegan's Irish Pub. Now Finnegan's isn't actually a chain. There's a bunch of them around the country, but they're not chains. But Morton's Steakhouse is a chain.
Yes, it is, and it's very good.
Yes. Hopefully it's good here.
Maybe the original chain steakhouse, because you got Roost Chris now, you got Morton's, but yeah, Fleming's is.
There's a lot of steakhouses. Outback.
You know, when we do the schedule reveal and we do the win-loss, all that stuff, and we look, okay, where they at? I used to, when the schedule would come out for the NFL when I was playing, I used to look and say, okay, which cities have a Fleming's? And then I would look and be like, okay, I can't wait for that week.
I went with Buffalo Wild Wings. I feel like it's my go-to spot for wings. You're giving me just
I'm a spicy garlic guy.
That's
right.
They're the wings. To me, they're too expensive. You get
that's
10
everywhere.
wings.
That's not unique to Buffalo Wild Wings.
Yeah, but I don't know. You can go some other
I don't know.
places. and
Some
get
of this
some
is
more
like that
affordable.
was always the place we went to with my high school friends.
Yeah.
They're everywhere. I mean, now we spend like game days are there. Like I just associate it so closely with football and friends and.
Well, if you're a dink, I guess it doesn't matter how much the wings cost.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Last one, real quick. Would you rather watch a 3-hour movie or 3 1-hour episodes of a show?
I have really enjoyed some of these like one season one-offs episodes where you have, multiple episodes and it's movie-esque, but I would prefer the 3 1-hour episodes because I can't watch a 3-hour movie.
It's a long time.
And I always going to have to break it up into, in essence, 1-hour episodes if I could even get an hour in.
And you feel like once you start the 1-hour episodes, you feel like you can always stop.
You can always stop, but you can always, finish and be like, okay, well, there's only like 15 minutes left. I can finish that.
How many episodes are in the series you're watching? See, I'd rather
10.
see the beginning, middle, and end all at once.
So the movie then.
I like watching a series, but you can stop a movie and take a break. You can do this. You can watch a movie the same way
but you don't
watch
feel
a.
like you can.
Well, no, I mean, I always feel like I can. I can do
fall
anything I
asleep
want.
every time I watch a movie. So
Right.
Have you finished Happy Gilmore yet?
I have not.
Okay.
Yes.
Movie. I want to see the entirety of the story, whereas it's 3 hours of what could be much longer.
The reason I like the episodes, especially if it's like a 10-part series, is they dive deeper into the characters. They develop the characters
do,
more.
But I wouldn't want to stop at 3. I'd want to keep going.
Yeah.
I find it that shows don't deliver a lot of times, or you'll have moments, but then they stretch things out.
Oh, I prefer the
versus
shows.
A 3-hour movie for me. If
I haven't
usually
seen a
if it's-
movie in the last year better than Severance as a TV
no,
show.
Me neither.
So would you count Oppenheimer?
It's a really good movie. It was more than a year ago, though.
Technically, it is, you bastard. By like 2 weeks.
And that is the cookie jar. It's 97.1. Reactions to the cookie jar, and then right back into the Tiger deadline talk. Did they do enough? Finnegan and friends. You look around the league, what the other contenders did. Was it enough? Some love for chain restaurants on the ticket text.
Okay.
Max and Irma's is in the Detroit McNamara Airport.
I'm having a conversation with somebody about that right now. We're reminiscing on their tortilla soup.
Oh, really?
Black bean roll-ups. I used to love Max and Irma's.
But is there? If there's only one, it's not a chain.
Are they in other states?
Well, it used to be a chain.
I don't know. Google it.
Let me know what ChatGPT says. Which, by the way, someone did that with the wheels and doors question, and they say ChatGPT says wheels, suitcases, toys, furniture in the office, vehicles. Matt and Heartland.
I see like the chairs we're sitting on each have 6 wheels or 5? But there's so many doors, and even toys have doors.
Right, and it's like, you think about just a hotel, right? You walk through the door. There's usually 2 doors that you have to walk through. Then there's elevator doors. Then there's a room door. There's a bathroom door. There's a shower door.
And how many
rooms
in
doors?
The mayor.
Yeah.
What?
Hotel everybody, even the mayor.
Yeah. This one says, for every skyscraper office with a door, there's an office chair with 5 wheels. Vote for wheels. It's tires. Do you know the biggest tire producer? It's Lego. Tons of wheels on their toys. Tires and wheels 100%.
That's true. But there are doors. Legos have doors too.
Yeah. But not as many. I think we're wrong on this. And the Legos made me change my mind.
Yeah, maybe I didn't think through that one well enough, but I think it's going to be tight no matter which way you.
Golf carts, no doors, 4 wheels. All the golf carts in the world add up.
Yeah, unless you get one that's street legal, and you got those mini doors on the side.
Bikes, big wheels, tricycles,
unicycles.
Yeah,
all adds up.
You have one of those, don't you? I could see.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, he's a unicycle guy. Guarantee you. The old neighborhood I used to live in had a couple of unicycle guys that would be rolling around.
Are you serious?
Oh yeah, yeah. We would have 2 of them running around our neighborhood.
What?
Now one guy was, I think he was, how do I say, socially challenged.
Okay.
Because anytime he was on his unicycle, and you would, like, if I'd be going for a run, he would get off and start going the other way, or he would make an abrupt turn.
I've never seen anyone on a unicycle besides at a
circus?
show, a circus, or a performance.
Our neighborhood, we had
a legitimate.
We had at least 2 unicyclists.
I picture clown music in my head when I think of somebody on a unicycle.
Halftime of a basketball game. Get well, Red Panda.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Arthur in Grosse Pointe, you're on 97.1.
Hey, so with the wheels versus doors things, it's definitely wheels when you think shopping carts too. I mean, there's way more stores than hotels, and each store has thousands of wheels.
Yeah.
But real quick, with the trade thing, I wanted to bring up, how come Detroit can't get a blockbuster trade? I mean, the Lions, the Tigers, the Red Wings, the Pistons, every day I listen to the radio, and every day it's a different sport team, and we're like, oh, hopefully we get this guy, and it never, ever gets done. And you know what? I was thinking about an analogy while I'm driving is, developing your players, it's kind of like studying for an exam. You slowly get better. You slowly understand it more. Getting a blockbuster trade, it's like trading $20 for a cheap sheet.
Careful, Arthur. They're going to call you a whiner if you keep talking that way.
I'm just saying, it's time to get it done. Someone, please. That's all we want.
I'm there with you, and for different reasons, right? I think the Pistons have the biggest cushion right now, the best excuse to not be bold and aggressive. They're a year into this. For the Wings, they need one of those defibrillators to just shock the system and get relevant. And in the case of the Lions and the Tigers, they're chasing championships.
Right, but it's a little bit different and I know we haven't had blockbuster trades. What was the last blockbuster trade that they had here?
For any of our teams?
Yeah, would it be Miggy? I mean, bringing a player in.
Oh, it'd be before Miggy.
I mean, the Scherzer-Granderson trade was a humongous trade.
David Price on the deadline day in 2014. Anything since? Blake Griffin and the Pistons?
Oh, I wouldn't.
That was a pretty big deal.
It was a big deal, but you weren't getting a guy that was going to change the destination of your team.
Yeah.
Well, I think they won 5 in a row right out of the deadline. There were some people that were on that. They got in the playoffs. They got swept by the Bucks.
Right.
It's probably David Price. Am I missing somebody? Was there a Red Wing deadline deal? No, because they stopped making
Mrazek.
David Legwand?
But in baseball, I think it's a little bit different. And when you are trading expiring contracts, it's not. But it's harder to do in football because you have a salary cap and you got to fit whoever that blockbuster guy is under that salary cap of that year.
So coming off this deadline, I've had this overwhelming thing kind of hitting me this morning, so now I'll say it. We're Tournament City. It's getting the Tournament City. It's stealing a line from Dan Campbell. Just get in the tournament. That's what Scott Harris said yesterday. My job is to get in the playoffs.
Right, which didn't land well with people. They acted like their job was simply to get in the playoffs. You want to win the World Series. That's the job. It's to build the best team in the sport, to be the last team standing, to win it all.
I feel like when we're going into this Lions season, I think we're all a little bit more cautious than we were last year because of some of the losses that they've had.
Would you feel different today? Sorry, Tom, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
No, go ahead.
Would you feel different, Cookies, if he had added that phrase? My job is to get us into the postseason.
Because that gives us the best chance to win the World Series.
Win a World Series.
Yes, that would have, and he may think that. He didn't say that. And he also didn't act that way. Like, that's the biggest thing. If he had added an impact player, wasn't coveting every last prospect in the system, hoarding them in a way where he's fallen in love with guys who are 3-4 years away from even making an impact if they get here. When you act the way they did at the deadline, and then you say, my job is to make the playoffs, with no additional comment about winning a title, you are simply fueling the narrative that your goal, your job, is not to win a title. It's just to be in the postseason.
I've got the trade. The biggest last one was Stafford. Thanks to Brian.
Okay. Yes. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. I don't know why we couldn't think of that one.
I think the reason we didn't think of it is it doesn't come across as like, hey, this is a win move, a buy move. That was a sell move. You traded the guy who would go on to quarterback a Super Bowl team for a project and picks.
Mm-hmm. But you got a QB out of it.
Oh, it works. You know what I mean?
I'm first round pick.
We all thought he was a throw-in. That we were just taking money when we got Goff.
Hey, to take on that contract to get 2 firsts. Well, not saying that today. But that's why it doesn't come to mind.
Right.
248-539-9797. Let's talk Tiger baseball. It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. From the opening kickoff, Lions fans knew yesterday's Hall of Fame game could be a rough one. That was the call of the opening kickoff being fumbled by Detroit. Just one of 5 total turnovers the Lions suffered in their 34-7 defeat. Detroit's next preseason game will be next Friday against the Falcons. The trade deadline is come and gone, so no more moves for the Tigers. They did acquire a handful of pitchers prior to the deadline. Charlie Morton, Rafael Montero, and Chris Paddack, just to name a few. Paddack already effective in his first start as a Tiger a few days ago. Tigers looking to also add a 5th straight win to their record as they begin a series with the Phillies. Tonight's first pitch is at 6:40, and that can be heard right here on the tickets. And aside from the trade deadline, Major League Baseball saw quite the night of action yesterday. A season-high 16-run 8th inning with 8 runs scored apiece by Cincinnati and Atlanta made for an exciting game. And Cal Raleigh cranking his 42nd home run of the season puts him on the same pace as Aaron Judge when he broke the American League single-season home run record. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned or head to 971theticket.com.
All right, let's open up the phone lines. Let's talk about what took place yesterday at the trade deadline. Scott Harris going bargain bin, going quantity, not quality, and just hoping something sticks. I thought it was pathetic. You have the best record in the American League. You are in the conversation for the World Series. Act like it. They did not act like their goal was to win the World Series. They acted like his job is to make the playoffs, and then he said the quiet part out loud. My job is to make the playoffs. Finnegan and friends, John. The New York Yankees added 3 quality, controllable bullpen arms, including David Bednar, and they didn't mortgage the future. Witchcraft. How could they have pulled that off? Our genius didn't, their guy did. How is that possible? The Yankees are one of the competitors in the American League. They have a better 1-2 punch at the top of the rotation. They added 3 legit arms for their bullpen. We added what? Who? Huh? How? One of them doesn't have a Baseball Reference page.
Right.
Like, John, I'm going through the guys that the Tigers brought in yesterday. Charlie Morton's 41 years old and having a terrible season. I'm sorry. If you have to chop off the first month and the last month to find me that he's a decent arm, he's not. He had a 5 ERA in the month of July in 5 starts and a whip of 1.5. He's not good, and he's 41. Montero, DFA'd last year, traded twice this year, and has a 5 ERA. Paul Sewald is hurt on the 60-day. Cody Hoyer is a AAA arm, and Randy Dobnik has a 7 ERA in AAA after being DFA'd by the Twins. Those are the guys they brought in. Paddock replaces Olsen. Finnegan's legit. That's it. That's underwhelming. For a team that is in the World Series conversation, that's simply not good enough.
So let's go back to, okay, they didn't add an arm and a bat, but they did add an arm. Now, the other ones are, they're fluff, they're whatever. But Finnegan is a legitimate arm.
Mm-hmm.
Is that not what we asked for?
No, we did.
I know you asked for more. You wanted a bat and an arm.
Was I asking for too much?
No, I don't think you were asking for too much. But I know when you throw in there Morton, you throw in there all of these other ones. And I know Olsen and Paddock. That's a wash. But they did add an impact arm in the bullpen.
They added Finnegan.
Right.
Okay. The Yankees added 3. So again, some of this is you're going to get we're better today. Or I think Harris said we're a lot better today, which
we are better today.
Okay, but it's in the context of everybody who adds a player is going to say they're better. Are you more better? To be grammatically incorrect. Because you have to be judging this in the context of, are you better than the teams you're competing with?
Right. Seattle got more better.
Yes.
I got to find a better way to say this.
I know what you mean.
They did more to improve their team than the Tigers did. The Yankees did more to improve their team than the Tigers did.
I mean, you could say the Blue Jays. They added a reliever as well. If the bare minimum is just add a reliever, that's what Toronto did.
Well, what I have been saying it for a couple of months. I wanted them to add an impact arm in the bullpen.
Does Finnegan count as an impact arm to you?
I think it's better than they were. And
that's not the bar. Hold on. The bullpen was bad. Don't do that, John.
Are they better?
They could have added anybody, and you said they're better because it's somebody different. Well, and Federer's going to work with them.
No, I don't think it's just because it's somebody different. Federer's got a lot to work with. But it's all of the fluff that comes outside of Kyle Finnegan.
Are you trying to tell me you're not disappointed in this?
I'm disappointed, but I'm not as outraged as you are. Because we still are a team that has tied for the most wins in all of baseball.
I wish they would have acted that way. Like, I'll root like hell for them as my baseball team. I'm just disappointed in them.
Okay.
And it fires me up that you only get so many cracks at this. Now, they think windows don't exist, and they do. I mean, Scooble's not guaranteed beyond next season.
Right. And next season, we're going to talk about, hey, who are they signing in free agency? Are they going to get a third base, an everyday third baseman with a right-handed bat or with a bat? So that's the offseason conversation. How are they going to get better for next year if that's the last year of Tarek Skubal? But are they better today than they were when they took the field on, what's today, Friday? On Wednesday?
In context, no.
In context.
Yeah, I want to give people the full picture.
Okay.
I don't want to just do slappy radio. They added a player, so they're better. Fine. Okay. They added a major league arm, therefore they're better, John.
Well, we'll see what Chris Federer can do with all of the projects that he's been given, and they are projects because they don't have great ERAs. But we watched that last year where they took a guy with a 9 ERA in minor league baseball and made him an ace for 2 months. I don't know that works again this year. It hasn't worked to this point this year.
It's a volatile way to do things. And they caught lightning in a bottle, and Federer is a great pitching coach and can get the most out of these guys. But it also isn't the path to winning the whole thing. Right? Like, that's what you would think. If you get to the deadline, you get off to a hot start, you get the best record, you would think your front office would put more into this. I mean, there was a rival exec, and I think he's right in saying this. They didn't want to give up anything of value at the deadline. I mean, that's pathetic that you don't want to give up anything of value at the deadline as a team who's in the thick of it. How am I supposed to interpret that as a fan? You don't care. Why should I? I mean, I'm going to because I'm invested in this baseball team, but why should I be?
Right. So did their odds of winning the World Series go down? I think they did.
Okay.
But they didn't go to 0.
Correct.
So now we're going to have to see what A.J. Hinch is going to do with his magic wand that we were praising at the beginning of the year for the lineup, that we praised last year in the pitching chaos. I don't want to sit here and wait every day to see, who is he going to use for 2 outs to match up against this lineup and then bring in somebody else for another out in this lineup, because you can't do that in the postseason.
Yeah. Listen, we got open lines. Did they do enough to you? And if you want to give it a word, I said pathetic. You want to give it a grade, I give it a D. However you want to participate in the conversation. Our baseball teams in a World Series hunt could have fooled me. 248-539-9797. John, I know you don't do draft grades. No. Do you do deadline grades?
No, because you have to see how these players perform.
Right, but have an opinion today, your view of this.
I just told you I'm disappointed that they didn't do more.
D for disappointed or C for disappointed?
I'm not gonna give a grade. You're just such an idiot sometimes when you ask me the question I've already answered. No, it's am I disappointed? Yes, that they didn't do more. Sure, but it doesn't mean that they can't still win.
Well, of course it doesn't mean, John, they're going to keep playing the games.
Yeah.
Correct. They didn't cancel the season because they didn't add enough arms. They're still going to play the games. But are they making this harder on themselves? Yes.
Yeah. Could they have made it easier? Yes. But now we're going to have to see what happens.
And what gets me too is, yes, they could have made it easier on themselves. And would it have really cost a whole lot? No. Right? I mean, John,
not for what was handed out.
Right.
No.
Yeah. I mean, all we know are the prices guys went for. I mean, that's
what
the best.
This also means is when you look at, all of the Tigers prospects, and I'm looking at it going, Kevin McGonigal. All right. If Scott Harris is saying that we don't want to trade these guys, well, then they better hit. Max Clark better be a ball player. Bryce Rayner, when he's healthy, better be a ball player. Jose Briseño, Thyran Lorenzo. You go down the list of guys that Hao-Yu Lee, Chris Rodriguez. Now, Chris Rodriguez is kind of interesting. He's
17 years old.
Whatever. Yeah. Max Anderson, better be a ball player.
Yeah. Troy Melton, better be a ball player.
And if you're going that far down the list, we just talked about 10 guys. I left off Troy Melton because he's already here.
Yeah.
And I'll leave Chris Rodriguez. So 8 guys. And I'll throw in Jaden Ham, right-hand pitcher, number 10.
Yeah.
All right. These guys better produce. They better be ball players.
Well, Harris has essentially told us they will. He said if we traded these guys, they would haunt us. He said that yesterday. So that to me is the definition of falling in love with your system, though.
You're on the clock for your guys.
But you understand what this is saying.
But the percentages of 8 guys paying off.
That's just what I was going to say. I'm holding him to 100% hit rate because they'd all haunt him. He can't give up any of them. They all have to hit. That's unrealistic, and he should know that, and he does know that. That's why I'm so confused as a guy in that position with that much access to information, that much experience in multiple organizations, that this is how they conducted business at the trade deadline. Let's get to the phones. Mike in Livonia, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. John, go blue, buddy.
Go blue.
I am going to go ahead and side with John today, though. Honestly, John, listen, I get it. Maybe you don't trade your top 5 prospects, but for every prospect that that gets paraded out there as the next big thing, we traded Andrew Miller back in the day and Cameron Bateman, right, for Miguel Cabrera. I would do that trade every single day because at the end of the day, you do have to take some chance and maybe, take a look at some of these players and project that maybe some of these players are just not going to be as good as you think they will be. So you have to give up something to get something. And I'm kind of getting sick of Brad Holmes and Scott Harris when it comes to one thing only, and that is injury-prone players and reclamation project. It's like Davenport. Dude, I can't count on the guy. So can we get somebody who's healthy, who's going to produce, and I can count on him? We can say that Federer's going to fix everybody, but is he really? Because Jack Flaherty is still struggling this year. We lost Reese Olson to an injury for the rest of the season, and Jackson Jobe is gone. Alex Cobb, another project of his, has been a complete failure. So he's, listen, I got to give him his kudos. they're the best team in baseball, at least for most of the season, and they're playing a hell of a season so far.
But you're sick of them.
Tarik Skubal, no, with Tarik Skubal being on the clock that he is.
You just said you were sick of Scott Harris. And
in one aspect only, he said.
In one aspect only.
See, Mike, I'm listening to you.
And that is, in one aspect only, and that is, sometimes you just have to take a chance on something and believe in your team. And if you don't believe, I get that he believes in those prospects, but one of those prospects could have been gotten a Suarez.
Mike, you may have stumbled onto something. Does he believe in the prospects more than the major league team?
And I believe he does. And if you ask me, here's what I'm going to ask. Let's just say Arizona wanted pitchers back. You could have traded any of those catcher prospects that you have, because Dingler is the real deal and he's staying. So there's again, he talks about blocking players from coming into the league. Well, then get rid of one of those guys and get you a bona fide third baseman that's going to maybe offset you losing some of those pitchers. I just don't know. You just have to take a chance sometimes. And John, you know that better than anyone. So
yeah, and I think you put the chance that he's taking. You said at some point he's going to have to take a chance and believe in his team. I think that's what he just did. He took a chance of not making more drastic moves because he believes in his team. Right or wrong, I'm not saying it's right or wrong. Your odds aren't as good right now to win a World Series as they were on Thursday. You may be a better team, but Seattle is more better. The Yankees are more better.
A texter helped us. Even better.
Yes.
We're looking for even better. Yeah. It's 97.1.
Hey, value-driven banking begins with First Merchants Bank. When I have a question about my finances, I turn to my bank, and that's First Merchants Bank. I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and in helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchants Bank doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They take the time to learn about my life and my personal financial goals, and they work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. That's because First Merchants Bank really cares. They see me as a person, not just as a number, and they do all they can to help their customers and their communities succeed. You can count on that since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers. They live and work here, and they know and are passionate about the needs of the local community because it's their community as well, and we all work together to help our communities continue to prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, you can visit them at firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, member FDIC.
Known for wearing the baggy stuff. The baggy stuff for the young Adam Sandler started for a reason. I used to be this is not a lie. I was jacked.
You were,
so
yeah.
I was jacked. So when I had a beautiful body, so when I hide it and then surprise you at the beach when the stuff came off, it would be like the Sandman's ripped. I didn't know that. Now I go loose because it should be hidden.
Known for wearing the baggy stuff.
The baggy stuff for the young Adam Sandler.
Scott Harris, president of baseball operations. I'm really interested in that. The guys they would have had to move would have haunted us. Well, we knew they weren't giving up Clark, McGonigal, Lorenzo, Briseño. So who, even the next group of guys would haunt us?
Well, I'm guessing that, so we knew that for Suarez, they wanted pitchers. Now, I know that it wasn't always pitchers that they ended up getting because
Locklear's the first
14
baseman.
and 15 were pitchers from the Seattle farm system that they sent
but
to
the centerpiece
Diamondbacks.
was a AAA first baseman.
Right.
Yeah. Now, from Detroit's standpoint, Melton could be the guy he's referring to that's helping them as recently as this season. But the idea that Hyu Lee and Max Anderson, all of these guys will haunt us if we trade him. It sounds like a guy who's falling in love with his prospects. Because you didn't have to give up Clark and McGonigal to get Bednar or Doval, who the Yankees added, on top of Jake Bird, who you kind of liked from Colorado. They added all three of them, all beyond this year. They're not rentals. But Scott would be haunted if he gave up any of these guys. And it's why a rival exec said he didn't want to give up anything of value, which then means you didn't get anything of value. I like Finnegan, but it's Finnegan and friends. It's a lot of projects. The ticket text jokes are writing themselves. I just saw Scott Harris walking out of Goodwill, 2 suits in hand on my way to work.
Yeah. It feels like he went to Costco last night because he ended up with 6 new arms, and one of them's 41. The other, there's one that you can look at and say, we could count on Finnegan to produce.
I think you're getting better quality at Costco.
Yeah, you might.
More like a Dollar Tree, like the Dollar General. Bottom bargain prices.
Yeah, but it just felt like he went in and threw a whole lot of darts against the board and bought in bulk to see what works. And because he didn't give up much for anything.
No, I think the highest rated player they gave up in the system was a 14th player, and he was far away. The 15th player was a reliever in high A. No, they didn't want to give up anything, and they didn't get very much of anything. And we've asked you guys. I said pathetic. You can put a word on it. You can give it a grade. I gave it a D. It's not John's thing. Could be your thing. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Kevin in Garden City. You're on 97.1.
Oh, I think Kevin just hung up on us.
Perfect timing. Rob in Port Huron. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, Rob. How you doing?
Good. How about yourself?
We're hanging in there.
Yeah, my thing is everybody wants Suarez, the Suarez guy. Okay? He's having a great year.
Yep.
Well, he's having a great year in Arizona. What kind of year would he have at Comerica Park? He was with the Tigers once before, I believe. I've heard you say. Why did he leave if he was that great?
We traded him away, and he's since hit over 300 home runs in his professional career. His OPS is higher than Riley Green, more homers, less strikeouts. I'm not telling you he's the best hitter on the team. You could argue he would be.
He's had 36 home runs this year, and maybe, I don't know, 2 of those aren't out at Comerica?
The majority are at home, but I'd point out that more home runs have been hit at Comerica than where they play in Arizona. Like across baseball, more home runs have been hit at Comerica than their ballpark.
But, like you say, I've heard he's a strikeout.
So is Riley Green.
He is.
Do you not like Riley Green? Do you think he's not an instrumental part of this baseball team?
No, I do. But I think what the Tigers need is somebody that can get base hits, not home runs. Home runs are great.
Yeah, I hate homers. I'd rather have singles.
But we get people on base. We need people to bring them home.
No, I understand your point. Like the gap to gap, it plays to Comerica Park. They do like to go first to third. They're like an elite base running team first to third. Like I understand that point.
Yeah, they may be an elite base running team first to third, but you got to put bat on ball. And if you're going to strike all the time, there's no way to advance runners.
But the trade-off is if you can leave the yard with one swing of the bat. See, postseason baseball is all about...
I'm not supporting what he had said.
When you get in the playoffs, like the moments are condensed. There's only a couple big at-bats that swing a game. And if you get a single, you can start a rally. If you leave the yard, you can flip the scoreboard. Mm-hmm. And I'll even meet him here. Fine. Let's say Suarez isn't the guy. Or you prefer bullpen. John, you were famously...
Bullpen.
Arm and a bat, not bat and an arm. the big bullpen arms were dealt for reasonable prices that didn't require them to mortgage the future, and they still didn't make those deals. Steve, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, Jimmy. Colin here from Seattle. This topic's actually been brought up out here a number of years ago with Dipoto about making the playoffs versus, pushing all in on the World Series. And a lot of the argument has been you have a better chance making the playoffs 9 out of 10 years versus pushing it all in 1 or 2 years. And while I agree that Suarez, Seattle got him on a steal, and Tigers should have been more involved in that. I think the narrative that he just wants to make the playoffs and that's it is flawed. He wants to make the playoffs every year, and whether it's with the Skubal window or the McGonigal window or the, whoever they draft.
Does he want to win it?
Window, he doesn't.
Does he want to win it when he's there? And can he show his work to do that? But it's one thing to say it; it's another thing to do it.
He's only in year 3, and he has the best record over the last calendar year.
Right, but Steve, at this trade deadline, he came in with a war chest, a pipeline overflowing with prospects, the best record in baseball, his ace pitcher only under control for this year and next year. Why was this not the time to do it? Why is year 4 the time to do it, or year 5? Why is that going to change? Is I guess what I would ask. You say it's only year 3. Why is it going to change?
I can't answer that. Only Harris can answer that, obviously. But my point is, I think going on his statement, he's saying there wasn't a deal out there for me to give up, whether it's my 6th best player, prospect, 10th best prospect. He's saying, I'm in it for a long haul. I trust my process over a window.
Right, and we would all love to be in the playoffs 9 out of 10 years. But in that 9 years, how many of those do you have a great chance to win a World Series?
Right. And it felt like with a good deadline, this would have been one of those years.
Could have competed.
Yeah.
And you could still compete.
They still will compete. They're not going to cancel the season. Ticket Texter says, their word to describe the season, Yzerman-like. And see, I think that's unfair. I know why people do it. They're both conservative in terms of the moves they make. They're both Ilitch-owned properties. Yzerman is so much worse than anything Scott Harris has done.
Well,
it's not fair to do that to Scott, to lump him in with a guy who can't get out of his own way and make the playoffs.
Right. I mean, he's been here 3 years, and if we give general managers a mulligan on their first year because they're still figuring things out, trying to get their own guys, trying to, do some things, he will be in the postseason this year.
Yes.
And so he will have been in the postseason 2 out of the 3 seasons that he's been here.
Job done.
Well, it's not done until you win a World Series. And I know you're going to
say it. I want him to say it and do it.
He's going to say it.
Say it and do it. Do both.
I think the comparison between the two is that they both want to see the guys they drafted see it through.
That falling in love with your prospects could be said of both men. Texter says, Charlie Morton still playing, ? And a texter points out he was still alive the last time the Tigers won the World Series.
Where's Johnny?
Johnny Morton.
He's the OC for the Lions. Johnny Moe.
What else we got? We didn't make big splashes because all the other teams wanted our big prospects, and we're not going to sell them in a trade. Quit whining, Costa. The team is better. Shut up, fool. You love when people make fun of me. He starts smiling.
I do.
Whiny fans can call in, but they shouldn't host. Jim, you're a whiner. Let it play out, all caps. Did you send this one in?
No.
Says, I can remember when Jared Washburn was Jared Washout. Not every trade's going to work. We'll find out at the end of the season.
Yep.
One ticket texter says that, John, continue to preach. You're the level-headed person. Everyone else is screaming. Sky's not falling. We can go win this.
We can.
I'm looking at the clock, sorry. We'll get more calls next, 97.1.
Hey, Dr. B at Michigan Hair Restoration is celebrating 30 years of helping thousands of guys across Southeast Michigan regrow their hair and restore their confidence. And to celebrate, he's giving you $1,000 off any hair transplant to mark the milestone. Dr. B is a true pioneer, one of the first to use your own hair to stimulate new growth. What once seemed like science fiction is now changing lives right here in Michigan. He believes in it so much, not only has he had the procedure himself, he performed it on his own son last week. So forget about outdated methods, no stitches, no staples, no embarrassing scars, just real results with hair you can run your fingers through. He offers the most advanced treatments, including natural therapies that keep improving, and he guarantees all of them. So the sooner you go to see Dr. B, the more options you'll have. So book now at MichiganHairRestoration.com and make sure to mention 97.1 to unlock your exclusive $1,000 off before it's gone.
Right back to the phones. We'll get Heather's news in the mix. Reacting to the trade deadline, your word for the deadline, grading the deadline. Did they do enough to chase the World Series? Yesterday, Tom, you told everybody they needed to check my Twitter if they didn't do anything.
Well, as yesterday's show went on and who had already been traded in the market, you were kind of anticipating it would be very underwhelming. Yeah. And so I was just saying, the deadline was at 6. You guys out there listening, this is your little homework assignment. You need to go to Twitter, check out Costas probably sometime after 6.
Did you do it?
A potential meltdown.
I did it about 6:45.
I thought about it, but I was
you
like...
You didn't do it?
No, because,
It can be toxic, I know.
Yes, and we were finishing up dinner. I was watching the pregame show at 7, and I was sitting there at 6:30 going, 7 o'clock, I can't hear fast enough. And I didn't want to be brought down by his Twitter.
So it was about 6:30, and this is what it was. Just bumped into Scott Harris, and then there's a picture of the Dollar Tree. So the question is, what were you buying at Dollar Tree?
I wasn't.
You make it like your big buyer. You would never go to.
Yeah, dinks don't go there.
Let's get to the phones. 248-539-97. But it's apt, and it blew up because it was funny. Like, people looked at that and said, "Yeah, sounds about right." Our GM's bargain bin shopping. There's truth in the humor there.
Technically, though, like with this to a degree, again, it's not about spending here more than like willing to move assets. Like,
well, they would haunt him if he traded them. That's
yeah,
what he said.
Like the world, or go to something like the Gibraltar Trade Center or something like that back in
sure
the flea market.
Let's get to Drew. You're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey guys.
What's up?
So I was listening to the show yesterday. You know, it's trade deadline day. You know, lots of hope filling the air. What are we gonna do? We're at the top of the AL. You know, and as the trades get announced, I just my spirit just goes down a little bit every time. First it's Paul Sewald, which is like okay. Then it's Kyle Finnegan, who's not awful, but he's definitely not your impact guy that you'd want. And then, you know, getting down to 6, you're like, are the Tigers going to do anything else? And we trade for a big impact guy in 42-year-old Charlie Morton with a 5.5 ERA. And I just think that's kind of ridiculous.
Now, hold on, Drew. If you take out the month of April and July, he happens to be a very fine pitcher.
Oh, yeah. You know what? Never mind then. You know, he's going to change the Tigers. We're going to the World Series now. But I'm not saying we should trade any of our top dogs like McGonigal or Max Clark, but I think all the other guys, like the lower-end prospects, you know, it's no guarantee they're going to be like these studs, these guys who are going to impact winning. You know what is a guarantee? We are tied for first in the AL. I mean, I just feel like you don't get here that often. I feel like you have to make some sort of move. Even a Bednar, not that expensive, that could have helped out a lot. But no, let him go to the Yankees, who are also in the AL.
Yeah, the Yankees gave up their number. They're 8 and 14 prospects, and then they added.
We could have done that.
Right, we absolutely could have. We had Morosi on yesterday. He said teams are always going to call the Tigers to verify because of how strong this farm system is. Mm-hmm. Yankees not only added Bednar, they went out and added Doval from San Francisco, and then Jake Bird from Colorado, and none of them are rentals. So even if you're not doing the like Jim's all upset about the Suarez thing, there were plenty of relievers that went at reasonable prices. Brian in Heartland, you're on 97.1.
Hey guys, how's it going?
What's up?
Good.
Hey, yeah, you know, first of all, I'd say love this Tigers team. They're a blast to watch, but can't help being disappointed with the deadline. And I think, you know, it's going to be interesting this weekend playing the Phillies. And I just picture the scenario happening where tie game, we throw in Canely, they hit a bomb, and then they go up, and then all of a sudden Duran comes in and slams the door. So we get a taste of, you know, what October could look like with these teams with elite closers, where we stood pat and kind of, I know we added a couple of guys, but the level of reliever that the other, I would say, elite teams added is not it's just not comparable.
Well, yeah, the Phillies gave up quite a bit. I think it was 2 top 100 prospects, but it wasn't for a rental. I mean, their closer is going to be under team control for 3 postseason runs for them. Mm-hmm. It's very Dombrowski, right? And I would point out the Dombrowski method, while it didn't deliver a World Series here in Detroit, has won him 3 different World Series.
Yes, he's been successful.
And he's been to like 6 pennants, give or take. Like it's a pretty proven method of push some chips in, go for it, take a crack at it, and he's been rewarded handsomely for it. Let's get to Heather with the news.
A Sterling Heights man is facing felony charges after getting into an argument and using his truck to crash into another vehicle multiple times. So this man and another person got into an argument. They were at the Puff Cannabis Company in Utica.
Oh, okay.
You think maybe they'd be a little relaxed.
Yeah, chill.
And they weren't. The argument escalated on a side street, and the suspect jumped in his truck and crashed into a white van twice. In that van was the driver, the person I believe he was arguing with, and a passenger. Well, the driver of the van man who is a CPL holder fired multiple shots at this guy. And now this guy, 28 years old, was arrested, charged with assault with a dangerous weapon. And the Macomb County prosecutor says violent and reckless behavior on our roads puts everyone at risk, and his office remains committed to holding accountable those who choose to escalate arguments into criminal acts. Yep. I think we can all agree that Adam Sandler is not, a fashion icon, right?
No.
Yeah, we're not rushing out to buy his baggy T-shirt and big baggy shorts, but he rocks that look, and he has for a long time. And if you've ever wondered why he likes to dress in baggy clothes, he recently said that it started as a joke when he was young. When it comes to Happy Gilmore 2, Swifties think that Taylor may have secretly made a cameo. I mean, there's cameos by so many people in this movie, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to give away a little bit of it. I mean, it's been out now. There's a scene. It's a dream sequence. Bad Bunny imagines himself tying up Travis Kelce and then a bear, right?
With honey on his chest.
Yeah. Well, Swifties think that Taylor Swift may have been in the bear costume.
Based on what?
That's just what they think because he's the way it's attacking Travis Kelce. Adam Sandler has shot down this rumor, so it's not true. He says he didn't even ask Taylor because he didn't want to bother her. But
they just thought she was in the bear suit.
Come on.
That's so bizarre.
I know. Passengers on a recent Delta flight thought that they were going to die. They thought the plane was going down when extreme turbulence hit. The flight, which was headed to Amsterdam from Salt Lake City, made an emergency landing after service carts, people, crew members were just flying around the plane. The turbulence was so bad that passengers were convinced that, this was going to be it. They were screaming. They were terrified.
Yeah.
And 25 of them had to go to the hospital afterward to at least be checked out.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's always scary. I mean, I hate flying in general, and turbulence is always scary. But it sounds like this was
a little bit more than just turbulence.
Way more extreme than even the pilot said. It was unexpected. It wasn't something, and maybe that's why too, they weren't able to give. Because sometimes pilots will say, just be prepared. Please put on your seatbelt. We're about to hit some turbulence here.
They'll tell the flight attendants, hey, put the carts away because, and the flight attendants are going to sit down for a little bit until we get through this rough air.
So it sounds like this was unexpected. So things weren't locked in, right?
Yeah.
Locked down, and a lot of people were injured. So finally, the coroner's report on Hulk Hogan came back yesterday. As expected, he did die of a heart attack, but there was something kind of shocking in this report as well. He also had leukemia.
Yeah.
No word on when he was diagnosed, right? We don't have that answer, but he never disclosed it before. So that was kind of something a little bit more shocking in that report that nobody knew about. I mean, maybe somebody did, but we didn't as the public. Yeah, sad news.
That's too bad. Yeah.
Heather with the news. All right, as we wrap up a Friday show, we still got an hour plus. We're going to hit on some of the Lions from last night. You got Cookie Jar, a little fun Friday, some goofy questions. And some of the things Scott Harris said, I want to know if people agree with. It's 97.1.
America's favorite place to watch all your favorite sports, but especially football as we enter football season, is Stadium Swim. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino. You can catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot-tall high-definition screen. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino. It's in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. And Cookies and I are going to be out there, I believe it's August the 22nd, doing the show live from Circa Resort and Casino. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Great to hear Dan Miller's voice on the radio.
Always is.
Look, it's not the most pressing thing today, but we do need to carve some time out. A little bit of last night, Lions football. We'll do that. Cookie jar and more. The Scott Harris sound that we played for people a little earlier was where he said he doesn't really buy a Tarek Skubal window. And he said that it's his job to make the playoffs. And now some people are saying, well, it's implied that's the way to win the World Series is by making the playoffs.
Kind of how I take it as well. But he didn't say the words World Series.
I took it as a missed opportunity to solidify that is your goal, because people have every right to question it when the moves you made yesterday back up just getting in and not winning it. It's the combination, John, right? Like we had him on and he talked about, hey, the best way to win it is to be in it multiple times. So I know what he means, but then he needs to do that. He needs to put a product that's capable of winning the World Series that gives themselves the best chance to win the World Series. Do you agree with the first point, though, that the window with Skubal is an illusion?
Well, it's what he's not saying. If he comes out and says, well, Skubal's going to be here for longer than 2 years.
Well, he could have just said, I'm going to shoot down the whole premise. We're going to try to keep him. He didn't say that either.
But he's in the middle of a negotiation. So I don't know how that affects the negotiation. Are they going to use words against it? The whole Skubal thing. They have Skubal for this year and next year.
Mm-hmm.
The issue that I have with it is I don't care if he's here. I do care. At this point right now, I don't care what they're doing with him in 27, 28, 29. I want to win now. And if you're going to have a pitcher that is only going to pitch 95 pitches, is only going to get you to the sixth inning, then what are you doing now to make this team better? And I know they went out and got Finnegan. That's why I was so adamant that they needed bullpen arms. And they went with let's see how many darts we can throw. And if we get 6, do 3 of them hit? Do 4 of them hit?
Can we get Federer like a bonus or something to making this guy work overtime?
Yeah, well, he's going to be earning his pay.
Absolutely will be. I believe there's a Skubal window. I believe in windows in sports. I think that's just natural. Athletes have primes.
Sure.
They can't play forever.
So whether or not it's Skubal's here or not, it's will Skubal be pitching in 27 or 28 if he is in Detroit at the same level he's pitching now?
Right. And I mean, the biggest thing is he just might not be here. But yeah, there's windows for the Lions. I know Holmes kind of bristles at that idea, but he can't keep all of his players, especially in football, the salary cap sport, a sport that's so brutal. And 1 minute you think you're going to play forever, and then you have some nagging injuries that impact your career. There's windows in all of sports. I mean, to reject the idea that there are windows seems silly. Like as an executive of a team, I would think you'd be acutely aware of well, this is when we're going to have a lot of guys under team control. This is when we're going to have a lot of guys at cost control. This is when we're going to have the biggest ammunition to add pieces. There absolutely are windows in pro sports.
Yeah. And then you're looking at, okay, well, if he's not looking at windows and you've got team control of Riley Green, Spencer Torkelson, you go down the list of guys they have team control of, and then when they don't, that's when you're supposed to have Max Clark, McGonigal, Briseño, all of these other guys. So are they never going to extend their guys? Are always just going to be able to backfill with prospects?
Yeah, but I guess what you're describing then is like a perpetual team that gets in and doesn't win. Right, because you never stack, you just replace.
Right,
you never trade
but
those
I don't
top
think
10
that's
prospects.
the case. I think you complement with some of those guys, and at some point, there's going to be a decision on Riley Green. They already made a decision on Colt Keith.
Yeah.
So what's that decision going to be? Is he going to be a guy that hits 40 home runs this year? Next year, it's still 40, and maybe he cuts down on the strikeouts until he gets to that contract year. You extend him, and then you bring in McGonigal and Clark and all those other guys that are supposed to complement him.
Yeah, look, I don't know. I guess I just reject the premise that if they had traded some semi-promising prospects, that it would have compromised their ability to compete 3 and 4 years from now.
So, guys, I think they're operating with multiple windows. And I think window number 1 has always been about 2027. You were going to get Javi off the books, and you were going to either have Skubal or not have Skubal.
Mm-hmm.
And so while you let the young guys come up and be groomed, And so that window's still open, and I think that's priority number one. I really, really do.
I would agree, based on his actions, that they view 27 as when things are supposed to start to crystallize. But the problem is, and it's a good problem to have, they cut corners in a way. Like they skipped in line. They're ahead of schedule is how some of our callers put it. They're ahead of schedule. So are you willing to do what's necessary to capitalize on that, to stay ahead of schedule? Or it sounds like the way he approached this is gravy. Whatever happens this year. And what happens next year is gravy.
In some ways, that word's right. Maybe that's too strong, or that can be a critical word in some ways, the word gravy. Like, this is just, we're just getting this on the candy on top of the dessert or whatever. It's like, I think what's happened is he doesn't want to jeopardize priority number one, and then window number two is right now. And he's trying to supplement that without ruining the other window. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, they moved Keith to first with every intent that Spencer Torkelson wasn't going to be on this team. Well, Torkelson earned it.
Yeah.
So they allowed it, and they shifted back. And now they moved, because they were going to put Keith at first, because McGonigal is going to be in the middle of the infield there, either at short or second potentially. Jace Young was probably still in the picture. Yeah. So I think it is a little bit of a pendulum balancing act, and I don't think he'll ever let the pendulum fall on the window of 2027. Now, is that right to do? I don't know.
Yeah, I would say it's wrong. I mean, we're all entitled to our opinion. I would say right in the here and the now, while things are cooking, you should try to eat. You should try to chase that championship, because tomorrow's not promised. And I'll use a player that's not a Scott Harris guy, but yesterday the Tigers needed to make room, so they released Matt Manning. Now, they eventually worked him into a trade for a player who doesn't even have a Baseball Reference page. It was just to get something for him. Matt Manning at one point was a number 9 overall pick. He was not only a top 100 prospect, I believe he got as high as maybe in the 20s. This was a premier, pristine prospect. Ain't no good. That's just the reality. So for Scott to say it's going to haunt us, maybe. Or maybe they're going to get DFA'd by the Oregon 5 years.
See, but this is all going to come down to his talent evaluation.
Right.
Because he didn't see the talent in Matt Manning. A lot of people speculating every time they needed an arm to come up, they bring up Matt Manning. What about Matt Manning?
He just might not be very good.
Right. That's what Scott. So I would actually put a feather in Harris's cap on that a little bit.
Oh, I'm not using Manning against Scott. I'm just using him as an example of what we think these guys are going to, like. Clark, I shouldn't even say this out loud, might get DFA'd in 5 years. Like, that's just the reality of being a minor league ball player, even if you're a top 10 player in the prospect pool.
But Dave Dombrowski and the Phillies, they don't have a 2027 window right now.
Right.
They're not operating.
Tom, that's the key. You're competing with teams who aren't compromising, who aren't trying to do 2 windows.
So if the Tigers, no way in heck were the Detroit Tigers at this deadline going to trade Briseño and Melton for the reliever from the Twins.
Right.
No way.
Right.
And that would have been the equivalent of what the Phillies gave up. But the Twins were asking for more at that time, and Dombrowski stared him in the eye and said, I'm not doing it. This is my best offer. You want to get 2 top 92 prospects somewhere else?
Luck.
Go find them. And the Twins now they showed their hand after the fact that they were going to sell the farm.
Yeah. Well, and Dombrowski's Phillies are more aggressive, and you have to compete with teams that are more aggressive, which puts you at a disadvantage if you're trying to hold up and prop up 2027.
And ironically, they play each other tonight and tomorrow and Sunday, so it could be an interesting Monday.
What's it, Flaherty tonight and Skubal tomorrow?
Do we know Sunday? It was supposed to be Melton, but now he's to the bullpen.
Yeah,
which I don't mind, by the way. I think Melton, you throw 98, you're always going to watch a guy's innings as a young arm.
Morton?
He was always kind of destined for the bullpen. Yeah, it could be Morton.
Get a chance to see what
if he's like
the old guy looks like.
6 shutout innings when we come in here Monday morning.
Oh, please. You're not rooting against
I'm not rooting against the guy either. Look,
No.
I hope he finds the fountain of youth. It'd be phenomenal. Yeah, Chase.
Yeah. And they bring in Finnegan to finish it off.
The alternative is there too, though.
Sure.
Where
that's why you play the game.
Duran comes out to one of those epic. He's got the best intro. Of any relief pitcher in baseball. He comes out and he throws heat, shuts the door. You're going, damn it.
Yeah. Does the first time that he walks out, do they bring in whoever plays the trumpet in that live? I've seen that live. It is awesome.
I mean, that's worth giving up a top 100 prospect alone. Having that badass intro when he runs out onto the mound. I kid.
Yeah.
Let's talk Lions. You You want to talk Lions. As soon as I say the word and you get this big smile, it was an event last night, football back. Now, we know it's preseason football, but John, there's some things people want to talk about, and you're at the...
Let's do it.
No exception to that. Let's get to it. 97.1. Couple quick texts. This one says, Jim, you're wrong. If you don't make the playoffs, you don't have a chance to win the World Series. Everybody knows that. They were going to make the playoffs no matter what. If you want to win the World Series, you should act like it at the deadline. If you say afterwards, my job is to make the playoffs, and then we look at that, what you did, it reinforces this idea that your job is not to win the World Series, which should never be uttered. All right, we've talked a lot of Tiger baseball. We got an hour left on a Friday, and John, I think we want to lift some spirits up and not dwell on the Tigers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, the Lions weren't very uplifting last night.
I know, but the idea for you to talk football, I know, gets you in a good mood.
I'm very excited that it is August, that we are in football. I know they played July 31st, but we did get a chance to see real football players play last night. Now, how many of these guys will actually be playing when the season starts? Not many. But I'm not going to overreact on a lot of things. The fact that they turned the ball over 5 times, you're not going to win games no matter if it's preseason, postseason, regular season. You're not going to win games when you turn the ball over 5 times. That needs to be handled. And to me, that is, if I see that for more than just one game in the post or in the preseason, now I'm starting to worry a little bit about discipline at practice and attention to detail. But for one game, especially when you have a linebacker that is returning kicks to start the season or start the game.
We interviewed him. We liked him. Still like him.
Oh, yeah.
But it's like, of course, they give this guy a shot for something fun in the Hall of Fame game, and he fumbles the opening kickoff. Grant Stewart.
Yeah. That was not a great start. And the fact that they had 8 penalties. To me, that is more of what I'm looking at when I watch these guys. Now, some of it's young players. Some of it's inept play at quarterback. With the turnovers?
I think that's what people are fixating on, that I've seen anyway, right? Everybody knows it's the preseason, and not to make any grandiose statements. People are concerned. They have a backup quarterback problem.
Yeah, because I'm not going to sit here and say, well, Trey Lance, he's fixed everything. He's the next great quarterback. It's a preseason game. I'm not going to overreact to a lot of things, but when you are playing against the backups and you throw 2 interceptions in the first quarter or the first 15 minutes that you're out there, and they're bad interceptions.
Both of them.
Kyle Allen did not look good. And I'm not going to sit there and say Hendon Hooker looked any better. He just didn't have as many opportunities, but we'll see him more. I would suspect that we'll see him start against the Falcons when they play next Friday.
So Kyle Allen, it's disheartening. They give him the start, and he's the vet, and he's supposed to be better than that. The first pick is late and behind, and then the second pick is double coverage, a ball that never should have been thrown, especially not where it was thrown. Mm-hmm. That's the guy who's winning the job. Now, Hendon Hooker's gotten looks with the 2s in practice. You're right. He's going to start at least one of these preseason games. I got 3 more. But what I've seen in just flashes,
Doesn't look good.
It doesn't look good.
No.
And sometimes I feel like he wants to use that athleticism too much. And he's not Lamar. I mean, he's got mobility, but he can't get away with it exclusively.
Yeah. What I did like about what I saw last night was there were receivers that were open. And even on like some of those interceptions, if they had just gone and looked to the next option or looked off a safety and then gone back to Isaac TeSlaa, maybe there's something there. But it goes back to the quarterback. But what I liked was when I watched Lovett run his first route. I like the combination that I saw there. So to me, I'm looking at that from a play caller's perspective. And John Morton, what am I seeing? Are receivers open? Go ahead.
But can you judge a coordinator in a game like that? Like, they're running vanilla stuff. Like, they're running some tried and true concepts, right? They're not doing anything exotic or anything
but if you can't do the basics, then why would I think you could do anything more complicated?
Well, that's why I asked, because the idea is it's vanilla.
It's vanilla defense. It's vanilla offense, but you're going to see some basics of what the offense is.
Like execution technique, stuff like that?
No, not execution from the receivers. I want to see if on that play, right, you've got, and I forget who the receiver was underneath, you have him setting up the secondary so that somebody has to cover that underneath receiver, and all of a sudden he comes into a window where Kyle Allen actually hits him, and he drops the ball. All right, so like it's an incomplete pass, and then you could talk about Lovett in his hands, whatever. I'm not going to worry about that too much, but what I liked was when I see that route, and if it's Tim Reynolds underneath and it's Amon-Ra St. Brown over the top, okay, Amon-Ra St. Brown's going to catch that ball. It's a first down. Yeah. I like the fact that there were windows that were open for receivers. Quarterbacks identified those. Complete or incomplete, I don't care. It was open receivers.
You're saying the concepts work. The
route trees,
complement
the options,
one another.
Yes.
Okay.
And so I liked what I saw there. The setup was there. And now it's about follow-through. Defensively, okay, they got 2 sacks. There are some guys that played good, but again, you're watching guys that aren't necessarily, they're going to be special teamers at best.
Yeah. Going back to the quarterbacks, I said they have a backup quarterback problem. I don't know if you agree with that.
Go get Carson Wentz.
So that's the name that's been ticket texted in today. He's available. He was the backup, Kansas City, right, last year? No issue sitting behind Patrick Mahomes and being on a winner and staying ready. He makes more sense than either of these dudes.
He's been around the league long enough. He's been around enough offenses that you could bring him in, whether it's this week, next week, 3 weeks from now, and he'll get the concepts of the offense. He'll be able to go out there and execute. And all you're looking for is a guy that can, if Jared Goff sprains an ankle in the third quarter, can he hold on to a lead and get you out of a game? If he has to start a game, does he give you a chance? Now, he's not going to be as good as Goff. He's not as good as other starting quarterbacks, but does he give you a chance to win that game? Or are you going into it with Hendon Hooker going, gosh, I hope this doesn't get ugly?
There's 2 types of backup quarterbacks, right? There's the guy you're talking about who can come in and play a quarter, a half, a short week Thursday, quick turnaround. Just don't screw it up. Keep us in the fight. We understand you're not the starter. The second one is the unicorn. Nick Foles catches fire. Tom Brady's a 6-round pick. You can't ever bank on that.
No.
All you're really hoping out of your backup quarterback is give me a quarter, give me a half, give me a game. Anything beyond that is unfair, unrealistic, and you're not going to find. There aren't 32 good quarterbacks, let alone 64.
Right. Yeah. And are you able to go in with the weapons? Can we construct a game plan where, hey, it's Jahmyr Gibbs and it's, you can get 2 backs in the backfield. You can give them a little extra protection. You've got J-Mo going deep. You've got Amon-Ra St. Brown. You've got all of these guys that can do enough where if the quarterback just simply doesn't screw it up, you got a chance to win.
Stay ahead of schedule, head of the sticks.
Yeah, but with Kyle Allen and with Hendon Hooker, I don't see a guy in either of those two. And if you put them together, I don't see there's a guy that can do any of that.
So they got 3 more preseason games. When do they have to make a decision if they're going outside the org?
Well, I mean, the easiest answer to that is one you don't know. Well, you don't want him to be signed by somebody else.
Yeah. Well, that's the key is the Lions.
Taking it off the table.
No one else has played a preseason game yet, right?
Right.
Other than the Chargers, and they're very happy with Trey Lance. He actually looked pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, they're fine with where I don't even know who. Oh, they got DJ
Uiagalelei.
Yes.
As their 3rd string quarterback.
Big Cinco.
Are you comfortable giving the Lance take on the air that you gave me off the air, or you want to save that for closer to the season.
Oh yeah, well that's a long shot possibility.
That was what bold ass predictions that the midday show does.
Yes,
that was super bold. We'll save that. But you were a Lance guy to the draft. You think Harbaugh's going to give him a decent shot to?
It's a smoke and mirrors take.
Yes. Okay. What's a smoke and mirrors take mean?
It's when we get there, I will explain that to you.
One thing at a time, everything in its place. 248-539-9797. The backup quarterback problem, one of the takeaways.
Was there anything that you thought that you saw last night?
I liked Rock Ya-Sin. I liked him coming out of college, and he's bounced around a little bit, but he played with a physicality that I know this coaching staff loves. He's a guy where I kind of felt like, get him off the field. I don't need him in here anymore. I've seen enough.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to be on this roster in a depth corner role, but special teams and in a pinch, you can never have enough guys in the secondary, right? With all the sub packages, dime coverages. I liked Rock Ya-Sin.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was promising. Tisla, again, he had 2 catches on the same drive, encouraging. It's hard to judge offensive line play. I mean, I defer to you first of all, but secondarily, it's hard to judge to begin with.
Well, and Tisla, let's go back to him for a second. Did he look to you like he was an NFL wide receiver? Like he could be a number 3 on, at a compliment to Amon-Ra St. Brown and J-Mo?
Yeah, and I think it was Tirico who said it's not like the Lions needed more weapons, but
they might have found another
one. Yeah.
So I think that was interesting, and I really could see him being that guy where all of a sudden, hey, maybe you don't hear from him very much for 2-3 games, and then all of a sudden everybody's focused on Amon-Ra St. Brown, everybody's focused on J-Mo, and he has a game where he catches 4 or 5 passes for 60 yards.
Oh, I could see that.
Big first downs.
Absolutely. Again, it's such a great spot to be in as a young receiver, knowing J-Mo's going to occupy a safety, St. Brown's going to occupy at least one of probably the other team's best corner and at least shading, if not double coverage in key situations.
All I have to do is run a good route and catch the ball.
Run a good route, beat the other team's 4th best pass defender, and I might get schemed open in and of itself.
Yeah. And scheme was probably the word I was looking for earlier. I liked the scheme that I saw from John Morton.
What stood out to you guys? 248-539-9797. We also got some Alex Anzalone news.
Yes, we did. He got a little bonus.
More on that next. 97.1.
Hey, what's up, Detroit? It's your girl, Heather, and I'm always looking for ways to stay on top of my game. Well, listen, you know how much I rely on my phone for everything. That's why I got to tell you about this insane deal from Verizon that'll help you be your best self, too. We're talking a low price on the best 5G in Detroit. Seriously, whether I'm blasting my favorite tracks on the morning commute or snagging those last-minute tickets to the hottest new flick. Check this out. You can switch today and pay just $50 a month for a single line. You heard me right, $50 a month for the best 5G in Detroit when you bring your own phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. That's a no-brainer, people. Visit your nearest Detroit Verizon store today to lock in this incredible deal. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
From what I've seen,
what
in the
is
media,
the outside? Like the outside
the
view
discourse
of the
is like,
W?
why bully the person who is like not 100% responsible, but like has a huge role in growing your sport?
Dude, and it literally like pisses me off when people are like, she's not the face of the league.
Who would be?
What?
Sabrina? No.
No, there's really good, well-known people in our league. I'm not discrediting them. Like, we have a lot of badasses in our league.
Yeah.
Like, hell yeah to that. I'm all for that. But when people try to argue that she's not the face of our league, or if our league would be where we're at without her, you're dumb as shit.
Yeah.
You're literally dumb as fuck.
You guys played at Iowa.
All right, guys, cookie jar coming up at 9:35. It is a Friday. We will have some fun. There was a question about doors and wheels. It'll all make sense. They got everybody in a hot debate.
I did not think that one was going to be that debatable, but I actually think I was wrong.
There's
maybe we all were wrong.
We should explore it.
Yeah,
9:35.
We'll
And Happy Gilmore's inspired a question. The cookie jar is very topical, very goofy, and big opinions. We'll do that 9:35. Alex Anzalone, John,
got himself another $250K.
I don't think a lot of money for you and me.
Oh yeah, I don't think it was necessarily what he was looking for. He's probably looking for $2 to $3 million. But he did agree to terms with the Lions. The Lions have agreed to terms with him, so we should see Alex Anzalone go out there and play with those wonderful locks on fire, because he is playing for 31 other teams, I believe, for the 2026 season.
So your read is this is his last year as a Lion?
I think so. Even though he came out and said, I want to retire a Lion. Hey, I wanted to be drafted by the Lions. That didn't happen. It's a business. I wanted to play my entire career in one spot. That didn't happen. I got to play 10 years in one spot, but it's a rare, very rare occasion where you get to call your shots, especially at the end of your career. I was not, at that time, a guy that could dictate exactly what I wanted. And Alex Anzalone has been good here. Yeah. He's been a fan favorite, but he's not at the level where he gets to dictate how his career ends.
I had the same read. This will be his last year as a Lion, and it's just because of tough decisions. It's not because he's an unproductive player or a locker room problem. He's the opposite. He's a great locker room presence, and he has been a productive piece on this defense. The baton is being passed. This is Jack Campbell's defense, and that comes from the head coach. Alex Anzalone will be 32 next season. You're not given multi-year commitments when you have all these other guys that you have to lock up. So I think he probably got a reality check when he had meetings, or his agent had meetings with the Lions, and they didn't have to give him anything. I mean, I'm not trying to give the Lions too much credit for cutting a check for $250,000, but they didn't have to. That was them saying, we want to give you a little something.
Right, and we value you.
Yeah.
And it's the general progression. They drafted a guy in the first round that is now in year 3 to take over for Alex Anzalone. Well, it's time for him to take over for Alex Anzalone.
Yep.
And there's a lot of guys that spend a year here, a year there, 5 or 6 games here or there at the end of their career, because they could still be productive, but they're just not the guy that is the man.
If you would have had it your way, you would have spent your whole career with one team, right?
Oh, yeah. I would have loved to have retired, and I would have loved to have walked away saying, it was my decision. Was it? But it's rarely your decision.
That's the norm. What you went through is the norm. As lousy as that feeling may be, that is the norm. And then you kind of know you're signing up for it.
Yeah, and it's when you're on the business side of things, like there's way more great things about being a professional athlete or a football player than there are bad things. The business side of it, you get down and dirty, especially at the end of the career, and there's times where it just flat out, it sucks. It does. But
I think
them's the cards.
I think Dave Burkett tried to put it in like regular dude context, and he's like, this is like they gave him a 4% raise. Like you got your cost of living adjustment at the end of a...
Sure.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
Sure. Everybody would like that. It might not be what you go to your boss seeking, right? Like he went to his
a little
boss
cost of living raise. That'd be nice.
But he went to his boss looking for a little bit, and this is the most they could spare at the time. So Alex Anzalone, fan favorite, probably his last year in Detroit.
Yeah.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Okay, you guys, this is real life. This is not some superhero movie I'm about to tell you about. The Department of Energy just announced that a radioactive wasp nest was found outside of a nuclear facility in South Carolina. Okay.
Wow. And only Superman can save us.
Exactly. The Savannah River Site facility is just across the border from Augusta, Georgia, and the U.S. military made plutonium there during the Cold War.
Oh.
Okay. And on July 3rd, officials found a wasp's nest, and tests showed that the whole nest was radioactive. But they say, hey, don't worry. It was just a moderate amount of legacy radiation from the old nuclear plant.
Oh, okay.
And it doesn't mean that there's a leak. They say they treated it as nuclear waste. They sprayed it, whatnot. And they also said, hey, no worries. There were actually no wasps found in the nest, which could be good news, or it could mean
They're on the loose.
They're spreading. Yes,
these
I don't know.
mutant wasps could be flying
Yeah.
around in a city near
I
you.
think
10 feet tall.
Doc Brown from Back to the Future is looking for the plutonium wasps
Oh my gosh.
for the flux capacitor.
It doesn't sound real, that
Yes.
story, but it's real. Earlier this week, Lansing lawmakers shot down a plan to ban cell phones in schools, despite the fact that there was a lot of support from administrators, teachers, and even a lot of parents as well. But now the author of the bill thinks that there's a second chance for it. Going to rewrite the bill a little bit to include some exceptions, like emergencies. Let's say
Smart.
there's an active shooter, right? That was something he kind of said. If in case of an emergency, there would be cell phone use allowed.
How do you do it? Because I agree that is important. Do you have a spot in the classroom for the phones to be locked up, maybe?
That's what they talk. I mean, I'm guessing so. It's kind of like he's calling it the bell-to-bell ban, where like you come into school and you're going to put your phone into
Your
whatever
locker.
it is. He said a box. He wasn't saying personal locker.
Because if it's in your locker, it can't help you if there's a lockdown.
Right, because then you can't get to your locker if you're locked in your
Right.
classroom. So I'm guessing maybe, but I need to know more details of the
course.
bill, which I don't have. It sounds like you put it in a box and you get to school, you get to take your cell phone out of the box and you go home. But he did say he's going to write in this new, basically, exception for things like school emergencies, as long as the use of cell phones doesn't interfere with the school's protocol or first responders activity, which I think we all agree with.
Yes.
That part. So he's going to try it again, see if it can pass a second time. Hey, Sophie Cunningham came after Caitlin Clark haters on her new podcast, Show Me Something. And for those who don't believe Clark is the face of the WNBA, she says, you're dumb.
I don't
Double
disagree
down.
with her.
Yeah, she's right.
I mean, and nobody is saying she's the best player in the league.
No, that wasn't the argument.
That wasn't the argument.
No.
She is clearly the face of the league.
If you ask a person on the street, name one WNBA player, she would be the most popular answer.
For sure. I think that's what almost everybody would say, unless you follow it closely and you're
Like,
a
if you're a
huge fan,
big
maybe
Vegas,
somebody else.
Big
but
Vegas Ace fan, fine. You'll say Asia Wilson. But for most people, it's Caitlin Clark.
For sure, without a doubt.
Yeah, flexing your brain there.
That's right. Look at me, smart.
So last year, there was a woman in Ohio who went to a Kia dealership to buy a new car. They helped her finance it through a lending company, and she was pre-approved for a loan, got the car, right? But a month later, that company decided that they didn't want to finalize the loan. I don't know the ins and outs, so I don't know why, but the dealership went out and repossessed the car while she was at work. Obviously, she was not amused. She was not happy about this at all. So she found a way to get revenge. While she was looking into her legal options, she discovered that the dealership failed to renew the registration for their business name, which was Taylor Kia of Lima.
Yeah.
And she registered it under her own name. And she sent them a cease and desist letter, basically telling them that they couldn't use their own name because it was now registered to her.
I love this amount
That
of
is
petty.
awesome.
Amazing. However, this is going to go on, I think, for her for a while, because they decided, oh, yeah, we're going to sue you. So they did sue her. So the case is still all tied up in courts.
Oh, no, you can't sue me. I'm going to sue you.
But it sounds like some of the rulings so far have gone in her way, like leaning for her.
Yeah.
So, I mean, she's really causing this dealership. I don't know what their new name is. Like, did they have to? Anyway, she found the ultimate revenge.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's kind of brilliant.
It
I would
is,
never
isn't
even think
it?
of it.
No.
Me neither.
Pretty cool. The world's oldest baby was just born in the U.S.
Wait, what? The oldest baby?
The oldest baby.
So don't we all start at zero?
Born from an embryo that was frozen back in 1994.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's my senior year of high school.
Yeah, this kid's name, just born, Thaddeus Daniel Pierce. Don't hear that name very often.
Thaddeus.
Thaddeus. Yeah, he was born.
Thaddeus was, I believe, Randy Moss's son, right? tight end at LSU, Thaddeus Moss.
It's
Yeah.
an old name.
Yeah.
I think a Thaddeus Young NBA player.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well,
There's not a lot of
Where's
them.
Stoney
No.
when we need him?
That's not from 40 years ago. He played in the 2000s.
This kid was born last Saturday in Ohio, and his parents say they adopted the embryo from a woman who originally froze it, but no longer needed it.
Oh, okay.
And so they're using it, and it was more than 30 years old.
Did they have to go through
An adoption agency?
Yeah,
Probably. No, they didn't.
to be approved, or they just bought the embryo.
I think they just
Can
got
you
it
sell
from
these things?
I don't know how it all works. I'm sure
Well,
they were freezing it in some bank, and the woman no longer said, I don't need this.
Huh.
So released it to, I don't know how it works, right? Like,
Yeah.
You got to be careful releasing it. It can come back to haunt you.
Anyway, I got another new story. There's a new term
tool.
for people who have become super reliant on AI.
Oh,
Okay.
So this is for the people who especially use ChatGPT before they do anything, right? Like, let's go online and check. They're being called sloppers.
Okay.
So somebody gave an example online. So there's a man who went on a first date, but was surprised when the woman he went on the date with pulled out ChatGPT on her phone to ask what she should order for dinner. So she's a slopper. She didn't get a second date.
That might be the dumbest thing I've.
What, the term
ask
or
your
what she
phone-
did?
Yeah,
Both.
but yeah. ChatGPT, what should I order at this restaurant? Look at the menu.
But she wants to know what's the most highly rated menu item on. I
Okay,
agree
then,
with you,
then
John. I'm not,
ask your
but-
waiter or waitress. Hey, what do you recommend here? What
But
sounds great?
AI
Have a
knows
conversation
all.
instead of talking
And
to
it
your
will tell you
stupid
exactly
computer.
how to order it. I bet. I've never done this, but it will probably tell you order it this way. Maybe.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try it.
Whatever.
What next?
Yeah, good. Yeah. Let me know how Colin responds.
No, not when I'm at the restaurant. I'm going to try it right now.
Oh.
What
okay.
should I order when I go and just put a restaurant
Yeah.
name in there?
Should I use a spoon or a fork?
Yeah.
Let me know,
No,
ChatGPT.
Spork.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, we are going to get into the cookie jar. It's 97.1.
Hey, summer is heating up, and there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Made with real brewed tea and real vodka, Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's super easy to sip and enjoy no matter what your plans are this weekend. Look for the can with the sunset stripes. Sold at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. Hey, you guys, it's Heather. And if you've ever thought about getting a hot tub, this is your moment. I got mine from Beninati Pool and Spa, and let me tell you, it has been a game changer, right? We're getting in there in the evenings after workouts to relax, and Beninati made the entire process so easy. They helped find the perfect hot tub for me and my family because there's so many to choose from. They made that super simple. Then they delivered it, they installed it, and they've been there to help with maintenance as well. They really handled everything. Beninati Pool and Spa is in Utica. They're right next to Jimmy John's Field. Plus, they have this brand new showroom in Clinton Township that's right off M59 and I-94. And no matter which location you go to, you're going to be met with Beninati experts who will give you a personalized experience to help you find the right hot tub. And this is pretty cool. If you mention my name, they'll take $500 off your purchase just like that. Visit BeninatiPools.com or stop by Utica or Clinton Township and see why so many people, including me, love the Beninati experience.
It's one way of looking at it. That's Scott Harris explaining some of their decisions and non-decisions yesterday at the trade deadline.
Well, without him even saying it, it was very clear that there's a lot of belief in the team as it was constructed as of Wednesday.
Right, but the other way of looking at it is if you believe this team was in the thick of a World Series race, if you really believed in them, you make more impactful moves.
Right. I mean, yeah, okay, there's two sides to every coin. And yeah, if you believe in your lineup, you believe in AJ Hinch and his ability to be that wizard that we had talked about at the beginning of the season, then you have the belief that I don't want to send some of these prospects out because I believe in what I've seen, who I've brought in, and that they will someday be productive. Now,
but it felt
that
universal.
belief may not be. It's based on facts as he's seen them, but we all know the hit rate on prospects is not 100%.
That's to say, because he speaks like universally that these prospects that we have will pan out, and we just know that to be false. Nothing against his acumen, it's just the odds. Like,
right,
their top 10 prospects aren't all going to pan out. One's going to be Matt Manning. You know, I mean, and it's easier to say trade the Manning. You don't know, but part of his job is to make those tough calls, and he opted out of making those tough calls. As one rival exec said, the Tigers didn't want to give up anything of value. So they didn't get really anything of value. I like Finnegan. I want to be clear on that. But everybody else is a project. So they're betting on all these guys who are old, injured, or in AAA. That's not a great bet to make. Yeah, outside of Finnegan.
And I do like the move of putting Melton in the bullpen.
Yeah,
I think he is a guy that can get you 7 and 8.
I saw people upset that they're moving him to the pen. I do not agree with the people upset about that. This is what you do with a young arm who throws hard. In the postseason, they end up playing more of a bullpen role. That was always what was going to happen.
All right, so my initial reaction when I heard it this morning, because I sent you guys my prep, I'm like, hey, we get a chance to see Melton on Sunday Night Baseball. When I heard it this morning, I was initially disappointed just because we've seen 2 starts, one not great and one great. And I wanted to see what the third one's going to be. Now I don't get a chance to see that, but I am excited that, because what did I say I wanted? I wanted a long reliever, and by long reliever, at least 2 innings. So if Skubal can only go 6, if he's only able to throw 95 or 96 pitches, you're able to get somebody to go 7th and 8th inning to get you to Vest or to get you to Finnegan.
Paddock replaces Olsen. Morton becomes the 5 with Melton going to the pen. Look, at 41 years old, I think Morton can be a 5. It's just not a high-impact move. And the Yankees added 3 controllable bullpen arms.
Right. And when
you put them side by side, like that's who we're competing against.
Right. And if you get to the postseason and you only need 4 starters, are you then putting Morton as another 7-8 guy?
Right. But is he Bednar? Is he...
No, he's not.
Yeah. So, again, the Yankees found a way to do the thing that Harris says they couldn't, which is find those controllable relievers without mortgaging the farm. I watched the Yankees do it multiple times yesterday. I mean, the prices are the prices. They get reported by these insiders. We see them. The listeners read this stuff. They know. So it's just odd posturing, some of the things that were said. Some ticket text on the cookie jar. You guys are underestimating all the wheels on rolling chairs in those office buildings in the skyscrapers. 5.
Yeah. I know when you start thinking about all the different things that are in those offices that have one door with 5 wheels, or you have a filing cabinet that's on wheels, you have desks aren't usually on wheels, but
I think we were wrong on that.
But think about it like hotels. You go to a hotel, and how many rooms are in a hotel?
Well, you bring your suitcase to a hotel.
Yeah,
how many
and
wheels
you've got
is on
a
that?
desk chair in the hotel that's got at least 4 wheels. Because, you go in the hotel, right? You go the elevator door. Okay, check that box. You got a room door. You got a bathroom door. You got a shower door. And it's all negated by the stupid desk chair.
Guys, it's got to be wheels. You guys are missing it. It's wheels. If a room with a door has a single wheel cart or a TV on wheels, it's 4-1.
Yeah.
What about all the wheels on kids' toys, Matchbox cars?
They have doors.
They do, so it balances out.
Yeah. There's a lot
Usually
of
2 of the doors will open on some of those Matchbox cars. Then we've got buses at home that have doors that open.
I know, but then I start thinking about our garage, right? We got the garage door. We got the car doors, but the car's got the 4 wheels. And then I look at, okay, Teddy's got a little tractor. No doors, but 4 wheels.
Yeah.
We got all the bike. Every kid's got a bike.
Mm-hmm.
There's 2 wheels.
Or 4 if you got training wheels.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Or 3 if you have a trike.
Yeah.
Bicycles.
Kiss DaCosta still got his training wheels on.
Unicycles. What does that mean? So you think we got this wrong?
Do you? Yeah. Now that our listeners have pointed out some very pertinent facts that I didn't think about.
We're doing a show in the city that put the world on wheels, and we didn't say wheels. Oops.
I should have said monster truck wheels.
Like we were thinking, we just weren't thinking of everything with wheels.
Right.
There's a lot of things with wheels.
We were just thinking cars, basically.
Yeah.
Were you
But
gonna
cars
ask-
and bicycles.
Were you going to ask me about training wheels?
Well,
thought?
can you ride a bike?
Yeah, I can ride a bike.
Okay. Without training wheels?
Yes. Guys, chain restaurants that are actually good. Max and Irma's at the airport.
Well, I'll have to go next time I fly.
B-Dubs has had a resurgence. Olive Garden getting a vote. See, I'm not a fan of the Olive Garden.
No.
Not sure. I mean, a good deal maybe. Unlimited breadsticks, endless pasta. Salad.
Soup, salad, and
You know?
breadsticks.
Waste of space.
We know how you feel, John. And this says Happy Gilmore 2 is a trash movie. Have you guys seen Happy Gilmore 2?
Oh, yeah, of course. I liked it.
not
It was good. Good nostalgia.
Yeah, you just can't
Good
take
cameos.
It's not going to be like an Oscar-winning
No.
Academy Award. It's
No.
funny, goofy, stupid.
It was
I just
really
thought it was
good.
depressing at the beginning.
Well, because he
For
killed
the
his
first-
wife.
Well, okay, let's
Gator
give
hasn't
away
seen
all
the
the
movie.
stuff. Like I'm just
You
saying
see
I
it
felt
in the
like
previews.
it was. I don't
You
think
see
I
it
saw that in the previews.
Yes, he kills his wife 10 minutes in.
I did, Gator. I did not say that.
He could have played it off by saying, I was kidding. Instead, he reaffirms.
Dude, it's in the previews.
I don't watch the previews.
Well, then watch the previews. You would have seen it.
Why should I watch the previews when I want to see the movie by myself?
If the previews gave
Shut
it away,
up!
then I can give it away. Not like I told you anything else. Has nothing to do with the
Doesn't
movie.
spoil the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want me to tell you how he killed his wife?
Looking forward to 10 to 2.
That's in the preview too.
Here's a preview of your 10 to 2.
Gator, I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
No, why does
Gator-
everybody always
Gator
apologize to
kills
him?
Rieger
How about
10 minutes
apologizing
into
to
the
me?
show.
I get sick of everybody always calls in Rieger. I hate to agree with you. Like I always get everybody I work with. They're always like, my condolences. Hopefully the time goes quick for you. What about me? Nobody cares about my feelings.
Gator, your weekend's 4 hours away. Just hang in tight, buddy.
You have
No,
feelings?
Gator's going to be with me this weekend too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we're in the
You
same
spending
foursome.
the weekend together?
We're in the same foursome tomorrow for golf.
Oh. Okay.
exciting.
Where are you guys golfing?
Oh, is it?
It's the station thing with
Yeah, why aren't you guys playing?
Oh, I did not get the
Oh, BS.
invite.
Everybody's invited. We can get
no.
you in. We can get
Heather,
you in.
Did you get the invite?
Do you
No, I
guys
never
golf?
do, but I get the invite later because it's right. I live right
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
near there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Heather, we need an extra one. Would you like to come?
No, it's more like we're done. We're having drinks. You want to come up here? And it's like I always say
John,
no. I
do you
never
want
do
in?
it.
Do you want in? Come at 18 holes.
No, I mean it's the day before. No,
Rieger, he's got like 16 kids. He has.
I understand that, but the email goes out like 2 months ago.
I never got the email.
I'm sorry you haven't gotten that email. Yeah, we talked to Pete in sales, but Pete would
Yeah.
gladly.
Yeah.
I'll have to talk to Pete.
Yeah.
Costa, did you get?
How long do you
don't-
have to be
no,
here
he
to get the
doesn't golf.
email?
You don't golf.
Did I get the email?
Do you golf?
No, I don't golf.
No,
He just gave you the Eiserman. No.
I didn't get the email, and no, I don't golf. No and no.
No and no.
What do you guys got coming up?
No and no.
It's 4 hours of hell.
All right, stay tuned for that.
You know it's funny? You know it's funny?
What's funny, Rieger?
It's 4 hours of hell for me, too. Oh, boy.
That's
right. You think I want to work with this guy? I don't want to work with this guy.
Nobody believes that.
No, no one does.
Oh, you think
Not
this
at
is
all.
why I got in the radio to work with the great Gator?
Oh, boy.
Probably.
Who will be
Yeah.
left standing at 2
I can
p.m.?
see it. I can see it.
Have a great weekend, everyone.
Please. It's 97.1.
Wow, Gator left. He literally just left. He got pissed. He left. He didn't want to work with me. Good. Don't need him anyway. I'm happier. Good. Hi, everybody.
You're on thin ice.
Oh, he's here.
Already.
Damn it. I was hoping
Already
you
on thin ice.
I was driving in hoping to myself, like, I hope Gator calls in sick.
You know, when you said yesterday.
Yeah. What'd I say?
That you were going to be, what was the term? Was it relentless? Is that what you said yesterday on the golf course? No, it wasn't obnoxious.
Obnoxious, relentless,
It wasn't relentless.
Unbearable. I
Unbearable
believe.
is what
Yes,
you
yes,
said.
yes.
That's
a good
exactly
word.
what you said.
Yeah, yeah.
I was really hoping we were going to wait until Saturday for you to be unbearable, but apparently you're going to be unbearable all ready to start the show today.
Gator, I just want to try to reason with you before we get going, okay? Just hear me out for a quick second. When I give away information from a movie that you have yet to see yet that happens to be in the previews, I'm not giving you anything. It's not a spoiler. If the previews give it to you, I can give it to you. Those are the rules.
I don't think those are rules.
Those are the rules.
I mean,
so yes, Gilmore's wife dies. He kills her.
And you continue to say that. What I would say in defense is that there are some people that don't want to watch the previews because they want to be surprised by everything. Because a lot of times when bad movies come out, all they show is the good stuff to get you to watch the movie.
Well, this is not the good stuff.
I don't need to know that it's good or bad. All I see is Happy Gilmore 2, and I'm like, I like the first one. I'll go see the second one.
Yeah.
I don't need to see a preview of it. So then when you come out and tell me what's in the preview, I don't want to see it.
Movie's been out for a week. I question how badly you really want to see it then.
Well, I really don't care that much.
It's been a week? Oh, okay.
Not anymore. Thanks.
I'm just saying, if a preview gives it away, you're allowed to give it away. Not going to give away any intimate details.
I think what you would say, I think the first thing you would say is, hey, have you seen the preview? And then I would say, I have not. And then you would probably, I would hope, take a tone of, okay, well, they do say something pretty big in the preview.
But it's not big.
But it's not big because you saw the movie.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with it.
But when it's in the preview, you think it's big. So you don't say it.
I mean, listen, we're going to talk about the trade deadline and Scott Harris and the Lions yesterday, but if you would like to back me, because you know I'm right here,
I'm just saying,
it's in the preview, I don't care what movie or TV show
just
it
let
is.
me know that you're going to tell me something that you saw in the preview, okay?
Who doesn't watch previews? You see it on TV.
There are plenty of movies out there that I don't want to see the preview for because I want to be surprised when I see the movie.
The preview doesn't give you anything. It gives you
almost everything in bad movies.
No, it doesn't. Oh, you're just assuming it's a bad movie? It's a good movie.
They show you the best stuff that they have in all the previews. Am I dumb here, Kenny?
You get nothing from the previews.
Am I dumb?
Gator, I hate to do this to you, buddy, but previews are everywhere. They're on TV. They're on commercials.
Why do you hate to do this? No, why do you have to start it like that?
Because
why
I
do you have
like
to start
Gator.
it like
Gator,
that?
I consider Gator a friend. He's a good
Thank
dude.
you, Kenny. Thank you.
I think you're
That's
wrong
not what
about
you
that.
said behind his back.
I understand that they're everywhere, right? I get that they're everywhere. But I can also choose to avoid them, which is what I've done. I've chosen to avoid them. And then you come right out, bust through the door like you're the Kool-Aid man coming through the wall, like someone said, hey, Kool-Aid, and Jeff's like, oh, yeah.
Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me for a quick second. All right? You haven't seen it for a week. I don't think you're going to see it anyway. There is a time limit. Like, I'm sorry, am I supposed to wait 2 weeks or 3 weeks to talk about a movie that came out last Friday? It's a highly anticipated movie.
Yes, it's a highly anticipated movie, so you don't talk about it right now.
All I said was that he killed his wife. That's it. It is not a big part. You see it in the damn preview. Hey, how about this? Hey, Gator, the movie's about golf. Did that ruin it for you? Hey, Happy Golf's again. Did that ruin it for you?
That's actually a funny line that you just came up with there. Congratulations. That was good. That was good.
Do we really have to do this for 4 more hours?
No.
Why don't you leave? Why don't you leave?
Are you give me the get out of jail free card for the day?
Why don't you get the hell out of here? Why don't you go prepare for tomorrow?
Oh, boy. You're the one that really needs to prepare, but I'd like to have you along today for the next 4 hours if you don't mind.
Yeah, I do actually.
Bring this back full circle because really what we're here to talk about is something that's not inane like Happy Gilmore 2.
Well, very quickly, do you want to go to these calls? Because they're just proving me right. You have no business to be upset because I gave you a nugget that was in a preview, every preview.
All right, D, you're first up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, D.
Gator, I love you, man.
Yep.
But you're wrong on this one, brother. If it's in the preview, you're good to go. He's right. Rieger's right on this one, man.
I'm just saying, wouldn't it be better to start a conversation like, hey, have you guys, first of all, have you seen the movie? And I would say no. And well, have you seen the previews? And I would say no. Then don't ruin anything for me. That's all I'm saying. I don't want to know anything.
Well, no, if it's in the previews, man, it's open.
That's right.
It's there.
That's
All
right.
well,
I mean, I don't know.
You can golf with Jeff tomorrow.
Does every preview start before you see a preview on TV? They're like, if you have not seen the movie, and you're like, Gator,
no, I
please look
usually
away.
ask somebody, like, hey, did you see the preview of so-and-so or whatever? Did you see the preview of the new Naked Gun movie? Have you seen that preview?
Yeah.
You know,
yeah. It didn't give away much. I'm still going to go see the movie.
Fine. Good for you. That's great.
Really? You're this kind of guy that you can't see or know anything?
No, it's not that. It's just it's the principle of the whole thing. That's what I want to hound you on. This is the damn principle. Just don't tell me something. Mike, welcome 97 on the ticket. Hey, Mike.
Hey, good morning, guys. Rieger, way to start off hot today on a Friday.
Thank you, Mike.
So, listen.
I don't know if that's a
you
compliment.
it is not, because you're 100% wrong on this one. Like, you came in and you didn't even say, like, spoiler alert first to give anybody a chance. There has been plenty of good movies where I don't want to see the preview because I don't want anything given away. And so even if this was in the preview, you don't just throw it out there like nonchalantly.
Oh, my God.
Like without
the movie's a week old. See
spoiler
it
alert.
then. No, Mike, honestly, this is the world we're living in. Then why have a conversation about anything at all? Like, what's next?
Did
you watch the news?
But you didn't even throw out like an arbitrary, hey, guys, spoiler alert. Happy, like, I saw the movie. That's fine.
Yeah,
but, like, a common courtesy is for a week-old movie. It's not a year-old where it's like, hey, the limitations have expired. You just rolled right into it and threw it out there.
Where are these rules,
that's
Mike?
Not the way to go.
Mike, where's the rules? How long do I have to wait? We talking 6 months? We talking 6 weeks? And then I can say that Happy's wife died?
How about longer than 6 days?
It's actually 7 days.
Yeah,
Came out at midnight on a Friday.
I'll give you a couple weeks on this. That's all. Thanks, Mike. I appreciate the defense to some point. Take one more. Well, actually, this one's not about it, so we'll hang on. John, you hang on, okay? You just
hold on.
Oh, wait,
this is
we'll
always
take one
great.
more.
Hold on. Before this next person talks.
Doug from Livonia. Doug, welcome to 97 on the ticket. Hey, Doug.
Hey, how you doing, Gator? You all right?
I'm doing okay.
Well, listen. You're absolutely 100% correct, Gator.
This show.
There's some people don't want to see anything of the movie. They want to be surprised when they're watching the movie. So Rieger's wrong.
Thank you. That's all we need.
Doug just talks about me like I'm not even in the room.
No, he mentioned you by name.
Go ahead. Evan Jenkins is going to talk to us now. I'm sure he's going to be on your side too.
100%.
What a shock.
I watched that movie. When I saw it, I was like, oh my God. If I would have heard him and not seen the movie, I would have been so pissed. It's
Great.
not on the previews that are in TV.
I saw the previews. One of the first things they
on,
show
on YouTube or something along.
At her at them at the funeral. Like,
but they don't say who it's for.
So you watched a preview on YouTube. Is that what you're saying?
I watched the damn preview. I don't know where it came from.
Probably,
so if it's on
not
YouTube,
the one on TV.
So you have to kind of seek it out to see it, right?
Yeah, Rieger.
Kinda?
You need to give a
Is that
spoiler
fair?
alert, man. It's only been a week.
Okay, I'm curious. So if I would have said
because it came out on social media, because you saw something on Twitter that said, "Hey, you want to see?" By the way, what it would say is, "Here is the preview of the new Happy Gilmore movie," and then you have to click on it to further watch it.
If I
to
would
give
have
yourself
said,
the option, do I want to see this preview or not?
Gator, I
I've
can end it
chosen
here
not
for
to
him.
see it.
You want to know what's happened in Dexter so far?
Yeah, tell me. I don't care.
Yeah, you do. You would
Tell
be
me.
upset.
Why don't you say it right now? Or how about this? Make sure you say
Evan,
spoiler alert
I don't
first.
want you to ruin it for all the other good people
I
out
would
there.
never do that. I'm not that kind of
Oh,
guy.
my God.
I might be horrible, but not that kind of guy.
I mean, come on.
Hey, by the way, Happy used to be a hockey player. Did that ruin anything for you? He liked the fight. You guys are Nimrods.
I mean, Jeff, you just said yourself, how long should you wait? 6 weeks, 6 months? I mean, the first Happy Gilmore movie came out like 20 years ago. I think it's fair to say that if you haven't seen if you're seeing Happy Gilmore 2, you probably saw Happy Gilmore 1.
By the way, coming up
this
next...
is only the first win of the weekend, too, Gator.
By the way, coming up next, we're going to talk about the trade deadline. But by the way, if you don't know what happened, spoiler alert, the Tigers didn't do much. Spoiler alert, the Lions lost yesterday.
No, I think that's good. It's almost apples to apples, Jeff. That's a good comparison. I like that. Good
Spoiler
job.
alert, Iserman hasn't made a move.
Good job. You're on top of it. We'll talk about it next year, 97.1.
Spoiler alert, we're coming back.
All right, maybe we should start the show like we're supposed to start the show. Hi. Gator with you today on the Karsch and Anderson program, along with Jeff Rieger, who's in for Doug Karsch. Doug will be back on Monday's program. We got Paul Serra behind the glass. Kenny's back there as well. Kang will be back on Monday's show also. Lot to talk about today. There's an awful lot to talk about, of course, with the trade deadline yesterday, with the Tigers, what they did, what they didn't do, what other teams did. Players you thought would get moved that didn't get moved. Players you wanted to get moved here that weren't. A lot to digest there. Of course, there's a Lions game last night as well, with the first preseason game of the year kicking off the season with the Hall of Fame game. There's a lot to kind of digest with that. And then we've had nonsense with Jeff Rieger, which is, kind of appropriate. That's just what happens typically. Yesterday, I thought you were pretty good yesterday. You were fine yesterday. And then you start the show today with the movie spoiler, and you've riled people up. Well, you've riled me up. You riled Evan up. People that were leaning or on your side initially, they're starting to see the other side. Like, wait a minute.
Nobody's on my side.
Wait a minute. I have a chance to go against Rieger.
I think I'm starting to lean Gator's side at this point.
Please.
Starting to switch teams a little bit here. Sorry, Jeff.
You know what? I like
Gator made some good
hated.
points. He made some good points.
Yeah, that's
I think
cool.
he outdebated you. I'm sorry.
Well, it is his show. Of course, you're going to side with him. I understand. Gator pulls a lot of weight around here. You don't want to ruffle the feathers.
And figuratively. Yeah, big guy. A lot of weight to pull around.
Wow, you have so many people on the ticket text pissed off at me when nobody should be angry at me.
Huh. Well, I did get some ticket text here.
Yeah.
He knows his stuff, but he's like a parasite, and he just gets under your skin.
Is that towards me?
Yes, Paul has given me a
That's
heads up,
actually the nicest thing anybody's ever said. Perfect for radio.
Did you know your stuff?
Yeah.
But you're like a parasite.
Well, I didn't even listen to that. As soon as you said he knows his stuff, I stopped listening. I'm like, perfect.
That's a problem. You really need to listen. Team Gator. I was waiting to watch Happy Gilmore 2 with my nephew, and now part of the movie is spoiled for me.
Oh, my God. A very small part of the movie that was in the previews.
Jeff, a line from another Sandler movie. Everyone in this room is dumber for having listened to you. That's from Brian. Yeah.
That's from Billy Madison.
It is.
I thought he did a great job in that line. Yeah.
Hey, Gator, I feel your pain, man. It's got to be tough to have to work with Rieger for the past few days and then have to golf with the guy tomorrow. Well, it's been the last 2 days, and usually, lately working with you has been more of a pleasure.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Today, it's off to a rocky start. I think we can correct it, but yes, unfortunately,
all that matters
tomorrow,
is your opinion. I understand. What about me?
No,
what about my opinion?
I listen to all opinions.
What about me having to work with you? I like this ticket text.
Do you like having to work with me?
No.
No,
Derek
why?
in Washington. Gator, you might want to know how Happy kills his wife since you're golfing with Rieger. Hold on. Since you're golfing with Rieger this weekend, I'm just saying.
No, I don't want to know.
You might want me to tell you.
Because
I am in your foursome tomorrow.
I really don't want to know. And unless you want physical violence tomorrow, let's not call for that. Let's erase the slate, shall we? Want to start anew?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, let's talk about
trade deadline yesterday, Gator.
Yeah, let's talk about the trade deadline yesterday and the Tigers did and didn't do as things got kicked off. And literally, it's been over the last few days. We'll talk about what they've done and what they've added. All right. So what they have added at the trade deadline is late inning bullpen arm Kyle Finnegan. They added Rafael Montero and Paul Sewald to the bullpen.
Can you give me the ages of Sewald and Montero?
I don't have them in front. I think they're 34 and 33 or something respectively. Yeah.
Yes. Scott Harris seems to enjoy the older folk.
With Sewald, the problem with dealing for him is that you're not going to see him until September because he's got a shoulder strain. And
he's on the 60-day DL.
That's hoping that he's going to come back in September. Otherwise, there's not a whole lot of point in adding him to the roster. But he does have some attributes that you'd like in your bullpen, and he would be an upgrade over a couple guys in the bullpen.
Sure.
Montero, I'm not sure what to make of Montero. I mean, his season stats are not good, but what he did have a stretch of games where he was very good, but his overall body of work throughout his career is nothing impressive for a 34-year-old who's had 2 good seasons in his career at the age of 34. I don't think people are really thrilled with that. Kyle Finnegan is good.
Yeah.
Now, his ERA is elevated this year, but he's got out of 40 appearances this year, 31 of them have been scoreless.
Right, and 20 saves, and he was an all-star last year. He's taken a bit of a step back this year, but your bullpen's better for having Kyle Finnegan. Very quickly on Montero, he's a little like Carlos Hernandez. He has unreal stuff. He just can't find the strike zone.
Well, which is you're taking another flyer on a guy that has high potential because he can throw heat, but if he can't command the strike zone,
But that's all these guys are. They're hoping that some of them work out.
Well, that they can figure. Yeah, in some cases, when they try to fetter guys up, as we like to say on the show, with getting Chris Fetter, the pitching coach, to work with them. Yes, the Fetter-made staff. Some of the stuff is just simply a change of philosophy of pitches that are being called. Like, hey, you realize you're throwing way too many sliders, for example, and now they're keen on the slider and able to tee off on it, whatever the case is. That's part of what the Tigers think that they've recognized. It's just pitch sequencing that maybe that simple adjustment can help make a difference. I don't know if that's going to be the case with these guys, but give them the chance to do something. But Kyle Finnegan is very capable at the back end. Were there better options out there? Yes, there were. We'll get to that in a second. The other pitcher they added was Chris Paddock, the starting pitcher they got from the Twins, who has not had a stellar career either and had not had a stellar season. But we already got a 1-game sample size as he pitched for the Tigers on Wednesday afternoon, went 6 innings, just gave up 1 run on a home run. He was very good. Now, is that the example of getting fettered up, or is that an example of them identifying that he needs better pitch sequencing, or is that just the high end what he is, or is that a one-off start for him and he's going to revert
to the Diamondbacks who have pretty much given up?
Exactly. We don't know. But these are the 4 players that they have added to this team. Now, they did add a couple other arms, but those are minor league arms that they're going to put to the minor league system, so not worth mentioning those names.
Just so you know, 7 total acquired arms, and if you're into WAR, what do you think their 7 total acquired arms get you total WAR? I have the number.
For this season?
Yes.
1?
0.4. That's according to Baseball Reference. That's their WAR, not Fangraphs WAR. But it's a bunch of dudes, with the exception of Finnegan, that not much is expected from.
No, I don't think much is expected. I think there's more expected from Paddock because he is a guy who eats innings. He usually goes 5 or 6 innings, which is you need that from your starter.
I mean, Charlie Morton's the same way, right?
Well, that's the other. I totally forgot to mention Charlie Morton, who they added. Speaking of elder statesmen, is he 41 years old?
He is an elder. He has been sort of effective in like the middle of his season. He started off horrendous. Lately hasn't been very good, but did do like a 17-game stretch where he had a mid-3 ERA, and he's now in the rotation, and what's his name? Melton is now in the bullpen.
Is that's
official?
That's official.
They announced that yesterday.
Which is something we talked about yesterday, and that one of the moves that might go under the radar is that the Tigers could move Melton to the bullpen. I've talked about for all week.
You were on that before anybody else was.
Yeah, to me, it was an innings thing. You look at, he pitched 87 innings on the season already, and he's a minor league pitcher. I think last year he pitched 102. How many more innings was he going to pitch this year than last year? If you let's say you target the number at 125. Well, if you're going to make him a starter, it's not going to take long before he reaches 125, and then what? So pitching him out of the bullpen makes a lot more sense to me because you can maximize those innings that you want to tax the arm with. Plus, you want the guy, the swing and miss guy, the guy who's got the high velocity fastball. Troy Melton is that guy who throws 97, 98, 99 up in that range and has struck out over 100 batters in his time pitching this year. So it's well over a strikeout per inning. He could be that guy, but he's not the established guy that they could have gone out and gotten. And even Finnegan's good, but he's not great with that strikeout ratio. It's not like he's not the guy that's going to go out there and strike 2 guys out in the 9th inning.
Listen, if this does work, and it has a chance to work, a bunch of guys that they can coach up and actually develop, if this does work, they potentially could have 4 to 5 back-end dudes that actually could be quite effective in the bullpen. Now, if it doesn't work, Scott Harris is going to look like a dope.
Well, there is there is that, I suppose. Jeff's words. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text us if you'd like to get your word across that way. We're going to talk to you, the folks out there, the Tiger fans. How do you feel about the trade deadline, how it came and went? Are you satisfied with what the Tigers did? Did they do enough? Did they leave too much out there? Were they not nearly as aggressive? Other teams were very aggressive. The Tigers clearly were not. Are you okay with that strategy? We've also got some sound from Scott Harris as he spoke to the media yesterday as well. This is 97.1 The Ticket. So that's Tigers president of baseball operations. What do you call him?
The Pobo.
Pobo.
Yeah.
Scott Harris had to say yesterday, and the asking price on players was very high. It was a seller's market yesterday. Twins got a king's ransom for one of their relief pitchers.
Duran.
Yep. Bednar went for a pretty hefty price as well. But it looks like, if you look at the Bednar deal, for instance, did the Tigers have higher rated prospects? Absolutely. Could they have beaten the Yankees offer without touching the top 5 or top 7 prospects? I think they could have, but they chose not to, when there's his reasoning why.
But it's a little worrisome, I think, just because Scott Harris used the term haunting. Like, I'm looking at all the number of prospects that each competitor gave away: Red Sox, Mariners, Yankees, Blue Jays, Astros, and nobody gave away a top 4 prospect. You know, Red Sox gave up 5 and 22. Mariners gave up 9, 13, 16, and 17. Yankees gave up 8, 9, 14, and 21. So, do you love all your prospects? You know, some prospects are there to be traded. Now, you don't have to trade them this year, I guess.
No, I hear you. And you know, for somebody like me who wanted them to be more aggressive than what they were yesterday, and I think that there were other moves out there that would have been lesser moves than getting a Bednar or getting a Duran. They didn't make those moves. I mean, they did with Finnegan was the move that they made. That was their big move, and it didn't cost them a ton to go ahead and do that. But there were other players out there. You know, Maton was out there. You could have gotten him for cheap, and he went somewhere. I mean, there were several players that went for a lot cheaper. Jake Berg was a name we brought up on the show a lot from Colorado.
Yep. Yankees got him.
He went for like nothing, and you know, that's a little for. I know that when we do the show on Monday, when Doug comes back, because Doug was really big on Bird, that's going to be a disappointing one. But in the end, you ask yourself, did the team get better? They did. They've gotten a lot better, I think, in the bullpen for sure. It's more fortified. It's the top end of the bullpen I don't know is a ton improved, because I look at Finnegan and I say, I don't think he's as good as Will Vest, but he's just a notch below. But they did improve without question. But some of these other names I would have felt better about. Now, what Scott Harris is looking at with some of these other guys that went there, I mean, if you look at the Padres and what the Padres did, they gave up 10 of their top 30 prospects. They gave up 5 of their top 7 prospects. They're all in, right?
If it works, it's beautiful.
Right. If it works,
doesn't,
it's beautiful.
They get made fun of.
But here's the other thing is they're competing with the Dodgers in the National League. I think it's safe, and the Mets also. It seems like the competition in the National League would be a little steeper than it is in the American League. The American League teams improve themselves. The Yankees did for sure. They added 2 very good bullpen arms, and they added McMahon to play the infield. Toronto just added Bieber. Seattle adds a couple of hitters in Suarez and Naylor, and they added improved. Ferguson as well. They definitely improved. Houston, I mean, whatever. They're chasing it. They basically have the same team, but they lost Paredes and they added Correa.
The cheaters are back. Correa and Altuve back in the same clubhouse. That's exciting.
Sure it is. But if Correa can stay healthy. So the American League teams did some stuff, but you know, it's still. I think the Tigers are still as competitive as the rest of the teams in the American League. What San Diego did, I think, is reckless. Because if it doesn't work out, then you've set your organization back years, and the only way to get out of that mess is to trade like Tatis, and then you're going to have to replenish your farm system by getting somebody's 3 of their top 5 prospects.
But you know what? If it does work out, I don't know. If they make the World Series, if they win a World Series, that's the first time ever. Right, that the Padres will have won a World Series.
It will have been, yes.
Yes. So I guess my thing is this,
the monster risk.
And you tell me if I'm being unfair or not. And Scott Harris pretty much admitted this in a quote that will play for you maybe next segment. But I look at this trade deadline, and he could have done more, without a doubt. He decided to do it his way. He's Frank Sinatra, right? If it works, he looks like a genius, and we all have to apologize. If it doesn't work, he looks like a dope. This trade deadline, I look at what he got, a bunch of really reclamation projects, bunch of dudes who haven't worked out in the big leagues for the most part this season. I don't think he went into this with the goal of winning a World Series. I think he went into this with the goal of saving his prospects and getting what he could for dirt cheap. That's how I think he approached this. And again, if it works, because it could work, they could fix all these guys or some of these guys, the bullpen could be good, then he looks great. But I have a huge problem when you have a great team and you have a great record and you're one of the American League favorites to get to the World Series. I got a real big problem with going into the deadline like this, getting essentially a bunch of journeymen and hoping for the best. And it's a little arrogant, too, because just because it worked last year doesn't mean it's going to work this year. They're going to bring these guys in. They're going for pitching chaos number 2. They just have more starters this time around. And I just think you need more proven guys. Now, maybe I'm proven wrong, but I think he set out to just protect his prospects. I don't think he had the goal of winning a World Series.
I don't know if you're incorrect on that. I'm not going to say you are. And normally I get strongly disagree with you, but I don't disagree with you on this.
But doesn't that irritate you a little bit?
No, because here's where I'm going to. I'm certainly more open to things about like this than I think you are when it comes to.
Oh, it could work. I can see it working.
And that's fine
for sure.
And I'm not saying this is a negative. It's just you and I are different on this. I think that first of all, I don't think this is the same thing they did last year. Last year, pitching chaos was ridiculous. What they did last year, they had 2 starters, period, and then they had literally like 3 starts that they would have to use the pitching chaos method.
No, I think this is very similar though because you're going with a bunch of dudes that were forgotten about,
it's not
given up on,
because
and you're hoping they work out.
But those guys, you had to use 6 pitchers in a game to get it done. 3 out of your 5 starts. That's completely different than this year. This year, they're trusting. They still have an intact rotation to some degree.
They do. It's a little different.
I think it's a lot different just because of the way they have to go through it. But that's a whole separate argument, I guess. When it comes to the prospects that they have, I think that if you are willing to trade one of your top 5 prospects, which clearly they weren't willing to do yesterday.
Which is fine.
Yes, but if you are willing to do that, you're probably going to be more willing to do that in the offseason than you are at the trade deadline where everything's cutthroat. In the offseason, you open up to 29 other teams that can bring into the party and say, hey, are you interested in Max Clark? Are you interested in Jose Burseño or whatever? Because it's the offseason.
Yeah, but that's the problem, though. I don't want to cut you off, but that's the problem, Gator.
But if you're
because
just
right now you're trying to win a World Series. In the offseason, you're not. You're just trying to get a good team.
Here's the other thing you're forgetting. And it was a point A.J. Hinch brought up, and I thought it was a brilliant point. Have we already forgotten what they were for the first 90 games of the season, let alone the last 50 games of last year?
Yeah, they were really good.
This is the best team in baseball
Doesn't
over
mean
that
you don't
stretch.
add to it.
I'm not saying you don't add to it, but they did add to it. They didn't add as much as I wanted them to. But at the cost, because I do like the prospects, and admittedly, I'm a guy who falls in love with the prospects too much, and I admit that. I'm not willing to part with one of those guys to get a rental player. So the whole Suarez thing, I'm fine with not getting Suarez. I think I always thought that it would have kind of disrupted what lineup you're trying to figure out. But the pitching staff was the area they could really have improved on. And my problem with what happened yesterday wasn't that they passed on Bednar or that they passed on Duran. My problem was that they passed on other guys that looked like they could have worked out that would not have cost anywhere near one of your top 15 prospects. There were a bunch of pitchers out there that had certainly high upside. Taylor Rogers had a high upside. We mentioned Bird had a high upside. Phil Maton was another one that has high upside. I mean, there's a number of guys that were traded that were not traded for a ton, and the Tigers didn't get in on that. So, I mean, why is that? Do they feel like they only really need to add the one arm, which was Kyle Finnegan? That's what they're going to settle on because they thought that the asking price from Pittsburgh was too high in Bednar. Jeff Passan had a report this morning on ESPN where he said Pittsburgh was asking for Burseño.
Yes.
And they're not willing to give up Burseño. You would be. The Tigers weren't, and that's the difference in philosophy.
By the way, I'm okay with that. But like Evan Petzold from The Free put this out there. He said the Tigers didn't want to give up any prospect value at the deadline, according to a rival executive. Now, whether you believe that or not, he threw it out there, and I believe it by the way they approached. By the way they approached this. So I look at
that's
this.
Scott Harris's philosophy.
And it infuriates me a little bit. I guess you can't be a little bit infuriated. Okay, it angers me a little bit. It miffs me because I think you could have done more with more proven people, spent a little more, and give yourself a better chance to win a World Series. If they come up short, it's because they didn't do enough.
Well,
and that is an issue. I don't think he went into this with the goal of winning a World Series. I think he went into this with the goal of protecting his prospects.
Well, I do think that the other addition to this team is Melton. And what he can possibly do for the bullpen might be really, really good.
But he might not be.
It might not be. No, but that's the risk he's taking as opposed to taking the risk by trading away Melton and getting somebody else on the team. He's like, why trade Melton to get Bednar, for instance, if that's not what the asking price was. But a pitcher like that, for instance, right? Why trade Melton away when you've got Melton is what he's perhaps going to take a gamble on.
Right. You hang on to Melton. I like Melton. I think Melton's stuff could play in the bullpen for sure. It's the other moves I just don't think he did enough. And we'll see. And like one of the cuts we're going to play, we can do it next segment. He was asked about the Tarek Skubal window, talking about Scott Harris. And his answer was so interesting because he essentially said, hey, I don't care about the Tarek Skubal window. We'll do it next.
Just wait for it. Let the people hear it.
I wanted to give you a preview.
Don't ruin the preview.
You're allowed to give previews.
Don't ruin it. You can just say he talks about it, and then you don't say what he's going to say. And then undercut it.
With a successful preview, you got to give people something. You got to give something just a little bit.
Are you fully on board with me now, Kenny? I mean, you just ruined the.
I didn't ruin anything. By the way, you probably heard the cut 5 times already. We've played it a lot.
We haven't played it on this show.
I'm just saying, when you preview something, you can't just say, here's Scott Harris. You got to be like, Scott Harris said something interesting.
He just fine. He talked about the window, period. But don't explain what the window was and what his opinion was.
You need more than that. You need people to stick around through a break.
Kenny.
This is Radio 101.
I mean, did somebody die in the first 10 seconds of the cut? Or, I mean, I don't want to spoil anything.
Do you want to know how she died? I can tell you.
I got to tell you, I think Gator's right on this.
Gator might die the same week this weekend.
97.1, the ticket. Hey, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley. That's the best place to go for awesome food, a great atmosphere, and the best wings in town, by the way. They also have amazing specials for all the games that you want to go to and check out. Amazing drink specials. And how about this? Still have a chance to win that 3-night stay for up to 2 people at Circa Resort and Casino in Vegas. There's limo transportation, a Legacy Club welcome party, a Stadium Swim Cabana party, and a football season kickoff watch party at the Underhang with Circa owner Derek Stevens. It's all included. Detroit football is starting soon. So you want to book your spot on the 24-second shuttle for Detroit home games. You can save the hassles and the driving and the parking nightmares and just simply get on the shuttle bus. You can bring your own drinks on the shuttle as well for only $40. And for all Detroit baseball games at 24, they've got $4 bottles and cans of Miller Lite and Coors Light. Trivia is on Thursday nights at 8 o'clock, and they're also open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays at 24. There's not a bad seat in the house. I got flat screen, high definition TVs all throughout the place. The rooftop deck is amazing. And if you need any event catered or just a host, 24 Seconds has got you covered as well. You can have your summer party there, right there on the rooftop deck as well. And if you're looking for a great place to work, 24 Seconds is hiring food runners. Check them out. All the specials and happenings are right there at 24secondsbar.com and grab a taste of the action all yourself. My favorite place to go, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in downtown Berkeley. Scott Harris, he clearly didn't want to give up any of his top prospects. He didn't. That's his philosophy this year. He didn't want to do that. He explained earlier that we had played the cut earlier in the first hour of the show that they got a lot of guys that they like, and that the price was just going to be too high. They didn't want to give up those guys. And yes, you'll hear what he has to say about the Skubal window in just a second as well. I know that some people are going to be upset because, and it sounds like, Jeff, you're one of those people that they just didn't do enough. I'm leaning in that direction because I thought that there were other names that weren't big names that were had that could have helped out the bullpen more than, say, Rafael Montero or Paul Sewald. There were other names that were way more consistent that went for cheap prices. You know, some teams in their 20s for their prospects. But Scott Harris really likes his prospects. I can understand to a point as well because they're his guys. He just got on the job a couple years ago, and the system is littered with his guys.
Yeah.
And he wants to see those guys come through because he feels very strongly that they're going to help this team out. And yet, at the same time, this is a team that is contending to win a World Series. It has the best record in baseball if you go back to last year's All-Star break. And you don't have to go that far ago. I mean, 2 weeks ago, this team was the best team in baseball by several games. And then they had the horrible stretch, and now they won 4 games in a row, and things going back in the right direction. They're getting some guys back. Kerry Carpenter coming back to the lineup helps out. And they're getting some other
Wenzel
additions
Perez
to
has
teams.
played well. Andy Ibanez is now hitting
Ibanez
lefties
came back
again.
and he's hitting lefties. And the addition of Troy Melton, who had a really great start over the weekend. And then you had the really good start from Chris Paddock. I don't know if you can count on those things. And now Melton's going to the bullpen, which I think is very underrated and sneaky good.
We'll see
for what happens with this team.
No, but Gator, I agree with you. They're a really good baseball team, and odds are they're going to make the playoffs and win the division. And who knows, maybe some of these reclamation projects they traded for end up working out, and I won't put it past them with Chris Fetter working with them. Here's what I would say, though, and we'll play the cup momentarily. It drives me bananas when organizations talk like this will last forever, like the success is going to go on forever when we're in the moment. So maybe he's right. Maybe for the next 10 years, this team's going to be playoff bound. You're going to win 2 World Series. It's going to be a fun time at Comerica Park. Or maybe they don't make the playoffs next year or the year after that. Or maybe Kevin McGonigal and Max Clark aren't the studs we think they are. My point is, there's no guarantees in life or in baseball, so I wish you would have done more with more proven players. And the fact that he didn't, it tells me 2 things. Number 1, he loves his prospects, which is a scary thing. You can't overvalue your own. And number 2, I truly believe just because you were able to fix a bunch of guys last year doesn't mean you're going to be able to do the same thing this year. And while you're right, maybe the pen turns out to be great, it could turn out to be an utter disaster. And if that's the case, then do you even trust in your president of baseball ops?
But that's the case with anything. I mean, you know, hey, the change of scenery for Bednar could backfire, and he could be awful playing in that bandbox that is New York, because playing in New York is a hell of a lot different than playing in the spacious confines there in Pittsburgh. That could backfire on him. Toronto getting Bieber. I mean, Bieber's coming off an injury. Maybe he sucks, and that doesn't help them
I understand,
out.
but the worst thing in the world is having a ready-made product and not doing enough to make it even better. And that's what I'm saying. Like right now, if you stall in the first round of the playoffs, then it's a disaster of a season.
But I kind of feel like teams like the Yankees and Seattle, they're trying to catch up to the Tigers. And did they catch up to the Tigers? Or do you think that it sounds like you think they lapped the Tigers?
I don't know how good the Tigers pitching is going to be in the postseason.
Well, nobody knows how good anything is going to be in the postseason.
Well, that's the thing. You want to hear from Scott Harris?
Let's get to this cut so that we can stop making fun of you about
He was
spoiling
asked
stuff.
about the Skubal window. Why not try to add more while you got the best pitcher in baseball? Take a listen. But no, winning a World Series. Is it your job to win a World Series?
Well, of course it is.
Am I a jerk because that annoyed me that he said every year the postseason, but not to win a World Series?
Potentially. I think there's potential to being a jerk because to win the World Series, you got to get into the postseason. Would have been better if he had said to win a World Series? Sure, everybody would love to hear that. But maybe it was just something that, hey, I said postseason, World Series, sure. Make them interchangeable, whatever you want. I don't think the goal is just to, hey, we're happy we made the playoffs.
I got you, but what do you think about the Skubal thing?
I agree with him in this. And this is another area where I think you and I differ. Because when you talk about this window, and yes, it's really tough to win games in baseball. It's tough to win games in any sport. But I think this team is different than other teams that have failed, like with Cleveland. And there's, the 3 teams that made the playoffs last year that have no shot of making them this year?
Yeah. Seattle, Cleveland.
This Tiger team is stocked with younger players. Players are under team control. And players that are coming up through the pipeline that they really feel are going to make contributions. There aren't many players on this team that aren't going to be here next year or that won't be easily replaced in the year to come. This is I think the window for this team to win and to at least make the playoffs, if you want to go by his word, I think it's strong to quite strong for the next half dozen years.
And that's fine, but that doesn't mean you don't try the most you can every year, including this year.
This is 1 year what they don't, right? And I get that. And then you're going to be concerned about the Skubal window. He calls it an illusion, and you're hell bent on saying they're going to, because we talked before the show. You're 100%.
Skubal's gone.
Thinking that Skubal's not going to be here in 2 years.
Doesn't that quote? If Skubal was going to be here, wouldn't he have said, "Well, we want Skubal to be here"? So we don't want that window to close.
Well, I sure would. Well, because again, he doesn't think there's a window that's closing because he's built this team up to the point where they expect to be competitive. And if Skubal's not here in 2 years, I feel pretty confident they're going to go out and find themselves a pitcher that will be very good for this team. Now, Skubal's might be the best pitcher in baseball. Good luck replacing Tarek Skubal, but if you can do it in the aggregate with a couple of really good arms, then you're still maintaining your playoff status and competing for World Series. But they can get there with a whole bunch of different ways. It's just they didn't do it yesterday, and that bothers you now because it's of top of mind. This is recency bias. It just happened. They didn't go out and get the top bullpen arms or more than one that we both would have liked them to do.
I mean, that's the thing. I just wanted two proven bullpen guys. You got one.
They got one
in Finnegan, and I do think the bullpen is better than it was before the trade deadline. Is it good enough? We wait and we find out. As far as Tarek Skubal is concerned, yes, this is another thing that annoys me. There is a Skubal window. You should want to win while he's here. The fact that you just admitted that he's irreplaceable or almost irreplaceable, that means you should not go all in, but you should have been more active to try to help this team. And the fact that he didn't, that missed me a little bit.
There's a window to win with Skubal. There's a window to win without Skubal. That's his point. And who knows if Skubal's going to be part of this.
Yeah, and you should make the most out of all of those
5 years from now or not. We'll find out. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1 The Ticket. Well, there's a breaking football story that is going to take over the weekend for sure. And that is Diana Rossini has reported that Micah Parsons and the Cowboys, their relationship has deteriorated to the point where the star pass rusher is considering drastic measures, which could include a trade request or even a declaration that he is severing his relationship with the team. And Micah Parsons is probably the best pass rusher in football. Hey,
why?
Let's bring another pass rusher discussion in. Just thought I'd mention it. It's interesting. He's waiting for his extension. They haven't given it to him yet. And it seems pretty clear by what the Cowboys have said recently that they plan on lowballing him, that they're not going to pay him anywhere near what his market value is, which is north of $40 million a year. This is interesting.
Why are you doing this?
It's always kind of fun to keep poking a dragon at Lions fans that want to add that second pass rusher. Hey, how about trading for Micah Parsons? Can it make that happen?
Why don't you go over the history? Go ahead. Hey, Trey Hendrickson's going to be a Bengal. Did you realize that?
Well, I mean, he's at practice, but he still doesn't have the contract. They still want to work out a trade.
You know, Max Crosby's still with the Raiders.
Yeah.
Myles Garrett is still a Brown Gator.
Yeah, that happened. Yeah.
Odds, give me the odds. Like, I would bet you Micah Parsons suits up for the Dallas Cowboys on opening night against the Philadelphia Eagles.
Oh, I think he'll suit. There's nothing there that says he won't. It just says he's not happy with his situation, considering drastic measures, could a trade request or even declaration that he's severing his relationship with the team.
Is that a real thing?
I don't know what that even means. Severing his relationship with the team. Does that mean that you're going to walk out on the team, or does that just mean that you're not even going to talk to them anymore? Like you're going to play this year out and you're done. I don't know. But it's one to monitor because he's one of the best players in football. But yes, I think your point it's well taken. Every time that there's discussion about an edge rusher, Lions fans and us in the media, we perk up our ears. Can we make it happen? Can we make it happen? And every single time it's been shut down because that player is simply re-signed with his team.
Gator, would you give up a second, a third, and a fourth round for Micah Parsons? 2, 4, 8, 5. No.
Anyway,
any host that does that, they can't.
I just thought I'd mention the story because it's breaking and that's probably where it's going to stay there. Let's get to the phones. Lots of people want to talk about what the Tigers did or didn't do. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. John's on his cell phone. John, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, John.
Hey, good afternoon or morning or whatever time it is. The Tigers, I was not particularly happy with what they did not do. I personally think Harris should have grew a pair and made some, better choices. It seems like the only manager in this town that makes good choices is Campbell, which leads me to why I called. I watched a game last night, Hooker and Kyle Allen. Hooker's first throw was an interception, and Kyle Allen wasn't really spectacular. So I'm just wondering your guys' opinion on how you feel about the backup quarterback. God forbid anything happen to Goff if he goes down.
Well, I'll tell you what. We're gonna get. I'll answer the question now. We're gonna get into Lions discussion a little bit later. Hooker's first throw was not an interception. He did throw an interception deep downfield. The ball was ripped out of the hands of the receiver, Lovett, who should have caught the ball. It was a beautifully thrown football. Should have caught it. That being said, neither quarterback looked good yesterday, playing with nothing but backups to work with. But that's kind of who they're working out with in training camp anyway. So what last night showed me, just in a quick synopsis, is that San Diego's backups look better than the Lions' backups. I don't glean too much out of it. It was disappointing for sure. I'm a huge Hendon Hooker guy. And he wasn't working with the second team. He was working with the third and fourth team. Next game, I expect that's going to flip, and then Hendon Hooker gets to work with the second team, and then Kyle Allen goes and works with the other team. But Kyle Allen working and playing the whole first half looked awful, just absolutely awful.
Well, considering Trey Lance looked so good
for the
Chargers, it made him look even worse. Yeah. But I'll tell you this. Out of all the things that you're worried about with the Lions, whether it's new coaches, whether it's the defense, the offense, the offensive line, the schedule, backup quarterback, I don't have the capability to care. Like, they're going to have a backup quarterback if it's Hendon Hooker, if it's somebody else. And you know what? If Jared Goff goes down, you're screwed. It's that simple.
It
for
is
the
that
most
simple.
part. So, like, I don't spend too much time. I understand everybody loves to talk about the backup, but it's not like the backup in Detroit is ever going to have a chance to win out over Jared
Let's
Goff.
not start jinxing things yet, Mr. Jinx a lot. But
I don't believe in the jinx.
point is well made that if Jared Goff gets hurt, it's going to be a rough sale for the Lions, as it would for the Chiefs if they lost Patrick Mahomes. Baltimore, if they lost Lamar Jackson, if Jalen Hurts goes down in Philadelphia, any team loses their quarterback, it's going to be a tough go. And the Lions are no different than that. But they have said that they like Hendon Hooker's development in practice when he gets his opportunities. Last night it looked bad, but look who he was working with last night. You know, he stayed in the pocket for a long time trying to make plays happen, moving around the pocket, still trying to make something happen, and then eventually didn't. He didn't look good. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. He didn't look good, but that was, that's what you saw last night. It's we'll get into a bigger Lions discussion a little bit later on.
By the way, Micah Parsons was sighted at Detroit Metro Airport.
Stop that.
His Uber driver just texted in. He's taking him to Allen Park.
Stop. We did get some ticket texts, legitimate ticket texts. Let me sum up the trade deadline. Teams that want to make a legit World Series run made moves necessary to get better. Harris went shopping at the clearance department. Their playoff run is going to go as well as the Lions did last year.
That is true. Don't you feel that way?
What is true?
Like Scott Harris felt like he went to Dollar General while the Seattle Mariners went to, I don't know, a better store, Costco. You know what I mean? Like, I feel that Scott Harris, no doubt, did his research and his scouts did his research on the majority of guys they brought in. I just think it's such a big ask that these guys work out in the biggest games of the season. That's why I kind of feel you punted the deadline. I think you think it's going to work, but odds that this actually works and the Tigers win a World Series are minuscule. And it's kind of disappointing because the window's right now.
Minuscule.
I think it's minuscule.
Minuscule?
Yes.
So you think like less than 1%?
I don't think they're going to win the World Series, no.
But less than 1% they win the World Series? That's minuscule.
Is that the definition of minuscule?
Oh, minuscule is like next to nothing. So
about 1 to 10%.
You want 10%? You got a 10%
I wanted
chance.
more at the deadline. I wanted more proven guys out of the bullpen, yeah.
What do you think their chances are of getting to the World Series, winning the American League?
I think the chances are pretty good, but I don't know if they're as good as they would have been if they were more active with proven players.
Are they better now than what they were a week ago?
Or I don't know that answer. I really don't. Like, okay, Finnegan, I think, helps the bullpen. Does that make you better? Maybe. Okay, so a little better. I don't know that the rotation's better. Does Melton help the bullpen? I have no idea yet. We'll find out. I like the idea of him. The rotation as a whole, not great right now, Gator. Casey Mize can't throw a ball to save his life. His last outing was less than 2 innings.
His last 3 outings have been bad. The first 15 or 17 outings, whatever he had, were really good.
You're counting on 2/5 of your rotation in Morton and Paddock, guys rocking 5 ERAs.
Well, that part does concern me. I'm not going to lie about that.
Okay,
that part concerns me. But
I don't
the
think
rest
you
of the
did
team,
enough to improve your team.
I guess the rest of the team looks like it's the same thing we've been going with for the most part. But the rotation that's a concern. I guess the way I look at it is that the other teams in the American League, I'm not concerned about the National League. I'm concerned about the American
League. That's fair.
The other teams in the American League that are chasing the Tigers that improve themselves, and I think most of them did. I don't think Toronto did, and Toronto's the one that was like the Tigers' peer. So Toronto didn't add a ton. They had a starting pitcher. But the other teams that are chasing them, yes, they improved, but I don't know if they lapped the Tigers with their improvement. I think all they did was they tightened it up. I am with you. I am disappointed that they didn't add more in the bullpen, and it wouldn't have cost them any of their top 10 prospects. They could have gotten these guys, because the other guys that went to other teams, good players like Jake Bird, for instance, did not go for a top 10 prospect in an organization. So could they have added Jake Bird? Would I have felt great if it was Jake Bird and Kyle Finnegan? I'd feel great about it. But they didn't do that.
Everybody focuses on losing 12 of 13. But it was actually worse than that. The last 50 games, they have pretty much a 500. I believe it's a little below 500 record.
It was below 500 because of the 12 of 13. It was like 6 games above 500.
Even before that, the last 40 games before that was 20 and 20. My point is, there was a chance to get better. I don't think they got a ton better, and I think that could come back to bite them.
248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Scott Harris, who I feel like he's just listening to things that I say. Damn it.
Oh, you and Scott Harris are the same guy?
We think a lot alike.
Do you?
In some ways. In some ways. That was one way. I've always been of the mind, why everybody screaming for a right-handed bat? They're doing fine against left-handed pitching. And that's always been my thought. Like, I don't, and it's the same thing when people go look righty, lefty. So I don't care. Just care about getting outs if you're a pitcher, and I care about getting on base if you're a hitter. I don't care who it's against.
Eugenio Suarez, just to throw the name out there that everybody wanted, he would have the best OPS on your team right now. I'm just pointing out. So you can always use another right-handed bat. I actually think you probably need another bat simply because righty or lefty, at the end of the day, call me crazy, I don't know that I trust Jahmai Jones or Zach McKinstry or Parker Meadows in big-time at-bats. You know what I mean?
I understand. I totally understand that. And I'm kind of with you on that. I'm waiting to see, for every moment you're waiting to see somebody falter because you thought that what they've done in the first half of the season or the first 100 games of the season is a little out of character, like a Zach McKinstry.
Yeah.
And I agree with that. I expect him to start to come down to earth. In the meantime, he's still playing at a really high level.
I agree.
And I'm surprised that he's done it because his major league track record is not good. His AAA track record is very good. That's why you thought that he had something there. But no, I don't expect him to be lights out great. I don't know if I expect Wenceel Perez to be as good as he has been. But being a switch hitter, he's got more of that opportunity. Jahmai Jones, no, I don't. But I'll give you one name of a guy who I'm waiting to have another opportunity with this team who I think has something.
Can I guess the guy?
Yeah.
Jahan.
Yes.
Justin Henry Malloy. I agree. He works a great at-bat.
There's no reason. I mean, the only reason that he's not back in the major leagues right now is because there's no room for him with the Tigers right now. But if the Tigers decided that they wanted to, bring Jahan up because he is killing it at AAA. His OPS is in the 900s. He's doing everything asked of him, and he's doing it well. The only thing he doesn't have is position versatility. So, it's to have a bat like that on the bench that you can bring in because he'd be like the last guy on the roster. Would that be a better option than Jahmai Jones? Jahmai Jones is earning it right now. And until he proves that he's not, until he goes into that elongated slump, he's going to be on his team. But I agree with you. It's one of those guys, I just don't see it. Parker Meadows he showed signs before he went on the IL again that he was breaking out of. He was starting to hit the ball harder, even though it was at people. But then he started finding holes and had a couple of extra base hits. And I'm like, okay, great, let's go like he did last year. But he's oft injured, and I get frustrated with that because when you buy into him, he lets you down and gets hurt again. But they did open up a spot for versatility where if they wanted to add Suarez, they could have done it.
Well, they could have. I don't know that they wanted an everyday third baseman. I think they love the flexibility. They're always talking about the flexibility, but it's interesting because Suarez would have helped, I think for sure. Jahan doesn't really play a defensive position, so that's probably what's screwing him just a little bit.
Screwing him, yeah.
Like Trey Sweeney already got sent down. This offense looks a ton better with Kerry Carpenter. Here's what I think they thought. They thought Carpenter's back, elongates the lineup. We're okay in the pen. We're okay with the rotation. There's no reason to go crazy. Now, I want to ask you this. You need to determine this right now before we go to the calls. What's success for this team? Like, for the next 2 months, we're going to be wondering, did he do enough? We're always going to go back to the deadline.
Success for this team is...
Yeah, what do they have to do for...
I'm going to answer.
Well, let me give you the parameters. What do they have to do for fans not to be able to say he didn't do enough? Where do they have to make it to?
ALCS.
Okay. So if they make it to the ALCS, you're not allowed to say Scott Harris punted the deadline. And if they don't, then you're allowed to say probably should have done more.
Yeah, I think I think you're going to have plenty of
good with that.
Looking back and saying woulda, coulda, shoulda. 100%.
I'm good with that.
Yeah. Dwayne's next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Dwayne.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Hey, Dwayne.
Hey, so looking at what Scott Harris did, a couple points. One, AJ must have a really big hand in what he goes to get because we bring in a lot of guys that he had when he was at Houston, Charlie Morton and the other reliever from, I think, Washington, that he knows them and wants them to be in an organization. Secondly, I like the fact that what Harris did, he brought in a bunch of guys that we can throw in a blender to see who comes out that can throw the baseball that can give him a lot more options in the bullpen. But the one thing that disappointed me, because I think Seattle, whoever Suarez, Arizona got their number 9 prospect for Suarez.
Right.
Who is our number 9 prospect?
Well, the equivalent would have been like Max Anderson if that interested Seattle, because that's kind of a similar comp. Two guys. The difference was Locklear was playing at a very high at AAA level. He was killing it. His OPS was like 943. Had over 80 RBIs, had 18 home runs. He was killing it. Max Anderson is doing the same thing, but Max Anderson is doing it at AA.
Okay, so here's
in different positions.
Here's my take on it. We the organization, I think they have tremendous value in their prospects. Okay, but they're prospects, and how many prospects make it to the major league level that have successful careers?
No, you're right about that. And here's I understand what you're saying, Dwayne, but here's the counter to that is that if you're going to say that 1 in 3 prospects make it, just to throw a number out there, then isn't that kind of why they hang on to these guys? Because they don't know which one is going to make it and which ones aren't going to make it.
Dwayne,
they're hang on to see who does.
Dwayne, they're also thinking they don't got to get rid of them right now. Unless it made perfect sense for them, they don't have to, and they can get rid of them later to make a deadline deal or a deal later on. But, Dwayne, what I would tell you, man, is if they wanted Suarez, they could have got Suarez. They could have got anybody they wanted. Morosi went on the morning show yesterday and said teams are always circling back with the Tigers because they have such a rich farm system before they make a deal. As in, they want to give the Tigers a chance to give up some of their prospects for that player. So they could have got Suarez. They chose not to.
I agree with that. My point is this. At some point in time in Scott Harris's career as a GM, he's going to have to decide when is it time for us to win a World Series.
Without a question.
Because I don't believe with the roster that we have, they're World Series capable to win.
No, I agree with it, Dwayne. I think you're spot on. At some point as a GM or a president of baseball operations, he's going to have to do that and make that decision. He chose that this was not the year that he was going to do that. They can make the bigger moves. If you're going to give up your big prospects, do that in the offseason if you're going to do that. I mean, yes, it seems appropriate to do a trade deadline if that player is available. Right, but it's not like, when they traded Maben and Miller to get Miguel Cabrera, they got Miguel Cabrera, right? If you're going to trade Max Clark or McGonigal or Rayner, one of those top prospects they have, that player wasn't available in this cycle.
Think about what he just said, though. And I agree with him. This team is not good enough, I don't think, to win the World Series, and I think other teams may have lapped them. We'll find out. Think about what he said, though. He's going to have to make a decision when he thinks he can win a World Series. You are the best team in the American League record-wise. You have won all these games from last deadline to this deadline. Why wouldn't this be that time to make that decision to so-called try? And the other thing, too, is when you say he's going to have to make that decision to win a World Series, that means he actively made a decision not to try to win the World Series this year.
These are words that the caller put in, right?
Yeah, but you agreed with him.
I agree that they could have done more, but if Scott Harris didn't do more, his reasons were he didn't want to give up his prospects, and the other reason is a big one. He thinks his team is capable of winning a World Series. All right? So if that's what he thinks, if that's what AJ Hinch thinks, if that's what that team thinks, then that's the mindset they're going in playing the rest of the season. Because you gave them a minuscule chance to win the World Series, that doesn't matter to them. I think
would have been bigger if they made more moves.
I think, you can improve your chances to win it. And again, I've agreed with you. I wish they had done more to add another bullpen arm. It didn't have to be Bednar. It could have been one of these other bullpen arms that went for a much cheaper price. But in the end, I still think this is the best team in the American League, and that they're going to be incredibly competitive if they get to a World Series, the matchup against the Dodgers or the Mets or the Padres or whoever it is. Yeah, I give them a chance to win it.
I mean, you get there for sure. You got to get there first.
Well, of course you got to get there first. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Lots of people are sounding off on what's gone on with the trade deadline. The Tigers making some moves yesterday. But really the big takeaway is they added Kyle Finnegan, who had closed games with Washington, had 20 saves this season. If you look at his overall ERA, it's not impressive, over 4. However, he had gone 31 of his 40 outings were scoreless. So he had literally I think there were 3 or 4 outings where he gave up 3 runs or more, that's terrible, but it's only 3 or 4 of them. And that's what balloons up the ERA when it all comes down to it. So I think it's a quality addition to this team, someone who's might be on par with a Will Vest in terms of what you can expect out of him with some consistency there. They also added Rafael Montero, kind of I don't know if I'm too jazzed about the Montero addition. I think it's just another bullpen arm that they have that might be an improvement over one of the bottom end bullpen arms that they had. They had Paul Sewald, who is someone who's on the injured list and won't be eligible to come off of that until like September. He's got a shoulder strain issue. And they added starting pitcher Chris Paddock, who they used on Wednesday's game, and he pitched awfully well, which was not what he's typically been doing this year or lately in his career, but great for the Tigers on Wednesday, helped them get the win. But there were
Charlie Morton,
and another. Yeah, I keep forgetting that addition that they made.
He's old,
41 years old. Eats up a lot of innings. He went through a long stretch this year where he was pretty good, but in the end, I'm not really sure what you're getting out of him.
So, Gator, it's interesting because I said yesterday, and I think I was right, one of the few times in my life that I was right, but after they signed Finnegan, I told you they're done. Now, they weren't done as far as making trades because they got a Charlie Morton. But they were done as far as getting like the big names that truly could walk right into your pen and help you or walk right into your rotation.
Yeah, like I thought that they were going to add someone like a Jake Bird. I thought that would have been a good addition.
So when you look at a Bird or you look at a Bednar or you look at a Ferguson or look at any of these relievers, none of your competition gave up a top 4 prospect for him, with the exception of the Phillies, who are in the National League. They gave up 4 and 6 to get Duran, right? So I guess my point is, all I wanted was one more high leverage, high end whiff guy. Like if they could have got Bednar.
That's what they said. I'm sorry. That's what they said they were going to target.
Yeah.
And that's not what they ended up with.
Like if they could have got Bednar and he didn't go what you thought he might go for. Like it's funny, the Yankees didn't give up a top 7 prospect. For any of the guys they got, they gave up 8, 9, 14, and 21 for Bednar, Bird, and McMahon. So you wonder what the Tigers would have to give up for Bednar. Now, I know what you're saying about the fact that maybe they would have to give up Brusenia for Bednar. You probably don't make that move.
Yeah.
But my goodness, if you get a Bednar and you already had the Finnegan and then you already have Vest and Holton, damn, your pen looks good.
Yeah, it does look good. And I would have preferred that they had made a move to get someone else, and give up another top 20 prospect to go get Jake Bird. That would look great. But if the Tigers if Scott Harris looked at it this way and said, okay, we've got Finnegan, the price on Bednar is too high, we're not going to give up Briseño. That's just not happening. And the price on some of these other pitchers is higher than we'd love to do, but maybe we could still do this. Or do we just go with, how about we add another arm to the rotation and move Troy Melton into the bullpen, and we're going to count on Melton to be this guy who can get the swing and miss, get the late strikeout because he's got a really good strikeout to innings pitch ratio and a low ERA to boot. And we can also maximize his innings because now we're taking him out of the rotation where we don't have to worry about eating up too many of the innings because he's a rookie. That maybe this makes more sense. I think that's what I can buy into. That, okay, fine. If you're not going to do that, but it's a big risk because now Melton better be good out of the bullpen.
Well, we don't even know that he's good as a starter at the major league level. He had one god-awful start. To be fair, it was his major league debut, and he was good in the 3 innings after giving up the grand slam to Pittsburgh. And then the last start was against Arizona. I need to see another one.
I hear you, and it was a great start.
It was a great start. It was a great start. But like they're going to use him like they used Jackson Jobe last year, out of the bullpen. They called him up, limit his innings, and hopefully he works. I guess I just choose trustworthy guys that have been there over guys that haven't been there. And if you don't make the playoff, or you're going to make the playoffs, but if you don't make the World Series and it's because of that bullpen, it's going to be a shame.
It will be. It will be, and that you and I agree on. And I think the premise anyway, I would agree on. Yes, I wanted another bullpen arm add to this team. If the fallback plan is, if Melton is the fallback plan, okay, I can buy into it, but it's got to work. It's got to work. Jordan is in Detroit. Welcome, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Jordan.
Hey, fellas, how are we doing today?
All right.
What's up, Jordan?
Hey, I was actually just going to bring up a point that I think is affecting almost all the Tigers fans and just our city in general. As far as trade deadline stuff goes, it's kind of a comparison. All of our sports right now, in multiple sports, I should say, not everyone, but every off season, every trade deadline, we've been kind of pushing because all of our teams, most of them, have hit that point where we think they're ready to go all in and make that push. Well, I think it factors in that we go through this in multiple seasons from multiple teams, and now we have it again where we're saying, hey, we have everything we need to make the trade. We choose not to. We make minor moves. And so now it's not just the Tigers that we're disappointed in. It's all of our sports, but we end up, whichever the topic we're talking about is the one that gets most of the heat.
Jordan, I'm with you. I agree. Now, you don't make a big trade just to say you made a big trade, but the majority of the guys that we're talking about that they didn't trade for, like let's take Bednar, for instance, we're led to believe by all the people in the know that the Tigers were hot on the trail of Bednar. So they wanted him. Same thing with Bregman, right? If Bregman actually would have got traded at the deadline, we know the Tigers wanted him because they tried to give him $171 million to begin with, right? And it just didn't work out. So it would be nice one time to make that trade for a guy you know you want that's considered a guy that can you plug in and have success.
Well, I think it hurts more in baseball because there's no salary cap in baseball. In the other sports, you're confined to the restrictions of what the cap allows you to do. It seems, I would say that the Pistons have done a really nice job of rebuilding this team.
For sure.
I think the Lions did an outstanding job of doing what they've done. And even at the trade deadline last year, they added at the trade deadline last year. Yeah. They got Zadarius Smith. But in the offseason, they went out and they got a cornerback to replace the cornerback they lost, which was a big addition. But, you can like or dislike what Brad Holmes is doing. I think Brad Holmes has done a hell of a job, and I'm going to follow his plan until it's not good enough. I'd like them to be a little more aggressive at times for the Lions, but I also know where the money's going to go, and it's tough when you've got the salary cap and you've rewarded your players with big contract after big contract after big contract after big contract and soon to be massive contract. It's you're watching them operate under the guise of we're going to draft our team and go with our team that we draft and fill in the holes as we can without going overboard with free agent spending because we can't do that.
You left one out.
Well, I was getting to it. With the Red Wings,
there you go.
The problem with the Red Wings in free agency is that the top free agents want to go to winning organizations, and right now the Red Wings are not a winning organization.
What about trades, Gator?
Trades are harder to come by too because you have to have another team that's willing to trade for your guys, and who knows what's even been asked for. I have no idea what was asked for, but yes, we're all getting frustrated with the Red Wings, myself included. And it feels like every year you're like, oh, this is an important offseason. This is an important offseason. I think the Red Wings are better than they were because of the moves they made in the offseason, but they didn't make the big splash. Still waiting for it. I don't know if it's going to happen.
You put your self-imposed Steve Yzerman trade deadline. It was last week. It expired.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
call him up.
Now my disappointment has settled
what the hell's
in.
going on.
We'll see if they can change that before the season starts.
100-year anniversary. Come on.
Yeah. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text. Got a lot of text to get to. A lot of calls on hold. We will get to you next. We'll bring up some Lions coming up in the 1 o'clock hour, but it's going to be a lot of reaction to what the Tigers did and didn't do at the trade deadline. Do you think this team is better now than they were a week ago? And that's one question. But the other question you got to ask yourself is, how much better are the other contending teams in the American League now than they were a week ago? Is everything bunched together? Are the Tigers still at the top of that group? We'll talk about it with you next year. 97.1, The Ticket. That's Scott Harris talking about the trade deadline yesterday. And I understand not wanting to part with your top prospects, but they didn't have to part with their top prospects to land other bullpen arms that could have been really good additions to this team. I mean, they could have, based on what other teams gave up to get guys like Jake Bird and others, you didn't have to dip into your top 15 prospect well. You could have gotten something done with something beyond that. But what I gleaned from that is that they got the guy in Finnegan, and then they added Morton at the end, a starting pitcher, and now they're going to move Melton into the bullpen, and they're expecting Melton to be that guy. It's a gamble because Melton's pitched all of 10 innings in the major leagues?
Yeah, something like that, 12, I think. Gator, they're trying to revamp their entire pen on the fly, and they do have the luxury of a 9-game lead. So if they lose some games because of the pen, trying to figure out who can do it and who can't, then it is what it is. It's not that big of a deal. You're not going to lose out in the division. But every other contending team has now their bullpen set, as long as they don't get injured, and their starting rotation set. The Tigers have their rotation set, but we're not quite sure about the pieces as far as how good they really are, Paddock and Morton. And they don't have their bullpen set. We know Finnegan's set. We know Vest is set. We know Holton is set. And then we'll see if other guys
can get back on track.
Yes, exactly. So
Herter and Hannafy are two guys they count on. Herter was really good his last time out. Hannafy is fine.
Both those guys have taken a step back this year compared to last year.
Yeah, so they've had their moments. But yes.
I'm just saying the bullpen is a big question mark. The bullpen was a question mark before the deadline. It's even more of a question mark now. But yes, they added Finnegan. So I just think when you're trying to win a World Series, you would have been better off added proven pieces. They chose this way. It's cheaper. And I give this to you. If this works, Scott Harris is a freaking genius. And I'll never question him again. Well, until the next time.
Cheaper in the aspect that in that they didn't give up their big prospects.
And they give up damn near anything.
Well, right, but I'm saying when you say cheaper, you understand what it is. It's not cheaper in terms of what you had to give prospects. Up. Not money. It's a prospect part. 248-539-9797. The telephone number. Paul's in Clinton Township. Paul, welcome 97 on the ticket.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Paulie, hello.
First, let me preface my comments. I am also disappointed that more did not happen. Okay? So I am not here to say, hey, this was a beautiful deadline and all is good. Okay? That said, though, I think so many people, I mean, including you, Jeff, I mean, you're kind of, prone to hyperbole. I mean, you called Melton's first start god-awful when if you actually watched the game, it was probably 2 or 3 pitches that made the difference in the game.
Hey, Paulie, real quick, let me push back. He gave up 6 runs in the first 3 innings, and I know you want to cling on to the last 3 innings when he was pretty good. It was his major league debut. I said that as well. Wasn't very good. He was great in his last outing against Arizona. We'll see what he does next time. Although it seems like it's going to be out of the pen.
It was only pushback on god awful. But listen, that's we're going off the rails of what I actually called about. A lot of people are calling up and they're discussing and trying to come up with an equivalent and saying, hey, this team traded their 9th best prospect. What was the Tigers' 9th best prospect? And in reality, that is not how it goes. You have to go by where that actual prospect is ranked according to Major League Baseball or the various sites that these GMs
Sure, no,
use.
You're right, Paul. You're right with that. And I think that it's easier to do the comp with what Minnesota got in return for Duran. Because the prospects they got are in line in the top 100 with what the Tigers could have done if the Tigers wanted to do, which I would have thought was way too much for the Tigers to give up. But, all props to Philadelphia for doing what they wanted to do. But I understand what you're saying with looking at the Tigers' 9th rated prospect is different than somebody else's 9th rated prospect. I understand.
And it does matter who the other team wants. But, Paul, would you agree that the farm system for the Tigers is so healthy and so good that they could have made any trade they wanted? Like, they could have got Suarez or Bednar or whoever if they wanted. They simply didn't want to do it. I don't know if it was an asking price thing. They didn't want to get rid of their prospects, and rival executives say so.
Okay, I would push back a little bit on that because we specifically, just because we can sit there and pull up a list and say, okay, the equivalent to what the Mariners got for Suarez is this, that doesn't mean that that's what the Diamondbacks asked from us.
No.
They may have asked for different players.
Of course.
But we're like, no, we're not going to do that. So I think there's a false equivalency to some of the talk.
To a point there, Paul, and your point's been made.
Let me say this, though. Yeah. I don't want to get – I want to say this, okay? I am not telling you it was a great deadline. I will say this. Charlie Morton, break his season up. He's 7-1 with a mid-threes ERA during his last, 10, 12 starts. So he had an absolutely horrific start to his year.
He did.
Right now you're getting a guy that is 7-1 with a mid-threes ERA, adding him to your rotation right now. Will he continue? I don't know, but that's what he's currently doing.
Yeah, no, let's hope that works out. And thanks for the call, Paul. Hopefully that works out for them with the end of the rotation.
Can I just give you this, though? I hate when people do this, though. I know you want to make it look good. And Charlie Morton, whatever, he's 41 years old. You got to hope he stays healthy. But I've seen these 17 starts and a mid-3 ERA. How about recency bias? Do we like what he's done recently? Over his last 18 innings, 3 starts, a 6.5 ERA. So, he's up, he's down, he's 41.
No, I get it, but
he's not a guy I don't think you can trust.
I can't look at a 3-game stretch and say that's okay. That's who he
is.
It's
a 5-game stretch. It's the entire month of July.
You said you said there was 3 starts in 18 innings. So whatever.
He was 2-1. I was looking at his decision.
Yeah. Because if I'm going to do that, then I'm going to say Casey Mize has no shot of being anything because his last 3 starts have been terrible, and yet the previous 17 starts were great for him this year.
Mize is 27. This guy's 41.
No, I don't know why you keep pushing back. I'm not thrilled with Morton is on his team. It is what it is. It's an end of the rotation guy that's going to eat up innings that you probably don't have a ton of confidence in is going to get you over the top. And I don't like that when it's piled on top of getting Paddock, which is kind of the same thing. Guys haven't had good seasons this year. Yes, they've each had stretches where they were good, but their overall body of work doesn't reflect it. That, to me, is the bigger concern over anything else. I think the bullpen has been I think they've added to the bullpen significantly if they're putting Melton into the bullpen, which they are, to go with Finnegan. And then you're hoping you're taking a flyer on Montero that he can get fettered up and they can be better. I don't like that approach because it's failed a lot more times than it's worked with the Tigers.
That is true.
Hernandez and other pitchers have gone that route.
Kenta.
Yeah, I don't even think of him, but it hasn't worked out there. And there are still other players that we're waiting to see. Who knows what's going to happen if Alex Cobb comes back to pitch? I don't know. If Alex Lang comes back to pitch, I don't know. If they promote other players from Toledo, some of the bullpen arms that have done really well there, can they add to this team? It's a lot of unknowns that I'd feel a hell of a lot better about if they simply just traded their number 18 prospect and gotten Jake Bird.
Do you believe it, by the way? Do you think that if you just throw enough guys at a certain spot that eventually you're going to find the guy that you can finish the season with?
No.
There's going to be so many roster moves. There's going to be so many guys going up and down to try to figure this all out. And if it works, beautiful. I just think it's a little arrogant by the front office to think this is the best way to go to try to win a World Series.
I don't know if it's arrogant. I think it's a belief that they have. I don't think it's arrogance. I think that they were honest about they didn't want to give up the prospects to get these big names.
Gator, they're trying to do something that nobody else in baseball is trying to do. Everybody else in baseball said, we want a guy, he's proven, let's get him on our team.
This is the Tigers, best team in baseball.
The Tigers are like, let's get a bunch of reclamation dudes that have 5 ERAs and are older and we can fix them. That's a tad arrogant. If it works, they're smart. If it doesn't, then they're open to be criticized.
It's saying they're trying to see if they can get something out of them. If they can't, where are they? Still the best team in the American League. And they're going to be competing for a World Series, hopefully. They're definitely competing in the playoffs. This is a team that's going to make the playoffs. The question is, did they do enough to stay above everybody else? 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. More of your texts and calls as we continue here on 97.1 The Ticket. So it is the day after the trade deadline. Tigers made their additions in this past week, adding a couple of starting pitchers that will go to the rotation. We've seen one of them already in Chris Paddock. We'll see how Charlie Morton does for this team when he goes to the rotation. They've added a couple of bullpen arms, the bigger one being Kyle Finnegan, who would close games out with the Nationals at 20 saves. A lot to like with Kyle Finnegan. There's some not to like, but there's a lot to like with him. But what the Tigers didn't do was go out and get that really proven arm. There were a bunch of bullpen arms out there that had ERAs well below 3 that were available that they didn't go out and get. Scott Harris did not want to give up his big prospects to go net one of those guys. There were heavy prices to be paid. Philadelphia gave up a lot to get Duran and out of Minnesota. They gave up an awful lot to do that. Yankees gave up a little bit to get Bednar. Could the Tigers have topped that? I think they could have. They chose not to. The rumor is that Pittsburgh, at least according to Jeff Passan, Pittsburgh kept asking for Josue Briseño, and that's the Tigers' number 4 prospect in the organization, and they're unwilling to move him. I tend to think he's probably an untouchable for the Tigers at this point, much like I think the top 5 guys that they have are probably untouchables in their mind. Whether that's right or wrong, that's how they view it, and now you go into it. So you have to ask yourself, are the Tigers better than they were a week ago? And how does that jibe with the rest of the American League and the teams that are contending? Are those teams better than they were a week ago? And then you have to look at it overall and say, where does everybody stack up? And I think things got a lot tighter in the American League, but I don't think anybody has put any distance between themselves and the rest of the field. I think it's all going to be interesting when it comes down to the Tigers, Toronto. I think Seattle's a team to watch out west because they did add a lot. We'll see if that's too much. Do they add too much? Is the mix not going to be right? They win last night?
They did 6-0 over the Rangers, who they're a game up on for the final wild card. That's the crazy thing about Seattle. Like, Seattle can blow up the opinion that you got to go big at the deadline pretty easily. If they scuffle and miss the postseason and they traded for Suarez a rental and they went out and they got Naylor, who is a rental as well, I believe, then it's proof. Scott Harris, exactly what he was talking about yesterday. But it could go the other way too. Like, who knows? If the Tigers miss out on the top 2 seeds in the American League, there's a real chance that they play Seattle in a wild card series, which would be 3 games all at Comerica Park, and you're going against Suarez. Now, if that's not drama, I don't know what is. And if that were to happen, I mean, this kind of, like, I feel we're at the point, Gator, where we all want the Tigers to win, but we all are interested to see which side is right.
Yeah,
the people that wanted to go crazy all in at the deadline, or the people that are totally fine with what they did. So a lot of things are going to be settled in the next couple months.
We'll either say when all is said and done, they did enough or they didn't do enough. And the baseline on that for me is the American League Championship Series. Do they get to play in the ALCS? If they do, I think they did enough. If they didn't get there, then I don't think they did enough. Now, you could also make the same argument that if they don't win the World Series, that they didn't do enough, but I think you got to take steps, and last year's step of making the playoffs completely out of the blue is there. This year, they played awfully good. A lot of people think some of this is done with mirrors. They did it differently last year with pitching chaos. That's why it was completely out of the blue. This year, it's more settled with the rotation that they have, but they added some other key pieces to this team prior to the season, and they've had some shifting going on with this team. That they could have done more at the deadline, and they chose not to. So, bottom line is, get to the ALCS.
I got to be honest. I'm thinking about it. As of now, they're a top 2 seed in the AL. So, to reach your guideline of if they did enough, they only have to win 1 5-game series. That's it.
And
you think they've done enough. Okay. That's your line of determination. I'm good with it.
Yeah, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, and we'll call it out at the end of the season. We'll say, well, they got to improve here, here, and here. Let's see what they do in free agency, and they've got trade possibilities in the offseason, and, they'll do a deep dive into what they have to do to make this team better.
I know you're going to go to the phones, and we got a lot of people to talk to, but I can't help but to get past. You asked the question, and I keep thinking about it. Are they better than they were at the start of the deadline? And yeah, they added a lot of pieces.
I said last week just because I wanted to include a couple of the other guys.
I got you, but I got to be honest, man. Like, the more I think about it, they could be better, maybe. but I don't know that I can say it yet because there's so many moving
take
parts
a stand.
now. In the
Are they
bullpen.
or are they not? Because it's okay to be wrong. I'm just saying, right now, do you think yes
As
or no?
of now, no, simply because of the disarray in the bullpen. And
I think the bullpen's more sorted out.
I disagree. Finnegan should
Than what it
be
was a
a
week
nice
ago?
addition. I don't know that Melton will work out. You got a bunch of question marks as opposed to proven commodities.
But Finnegan's not a question mark.
He's not. He's the only one that's not, though. So Holton, I'm still not sold on. He's been better of late, but I'm still not sold on.
I'm just judging it by
Will Vest-
I'm talking about last week. Is this team better now than we were a week ago?
Understood, and I'm not ready to say yes. And not to mention, I think your rotation might not be better either.
Nathan's in Warren. Welcome to 97 on the ticket. Hey, Nathan.
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
Hey.
Scott Harris. I think that this was Scott Harris taking care of Scott Harris. Honestly, I think this was a job security thing that he did. If you think bigger picture, if he makes a move here, makes a bigger move to acquire someone that doesn't work out, or he trades prospects, what does that mean for Scott Harris? That means the clock starts on Scott Harris. The clock starts on you have to show us success. If he can kick the can down the road and he can say, hey man, our prospects aren't here yet. We're not quite there yet. He can just bank on the fact that, hey, we're already making the playoffs. We're doing good. We're showing success. He's covering himself. This is job security for him. That's my opinion of Scott Harris. That's what I think.
You think he's covering himself because he wants to wait and see what his guys are?
Right.
Rather than take the risk of trading.
But Nathan, he's in no jeopardy of getting fired. Like, he's made the playoffs. We think he's going to make it this year. So in his first 3 years, he will have made the playoffs 2 of 3 years, something Al Avila didn't do in 10 years. So I don't think he's in jeopardy of getting fired. What you're saying is, and if you're right, that would be awful, that he wanted to make moves, but he's afraid if he makes move, he'll officially be on that proverbial clock and he'll be judged sooner. I don't buy it. I don't buy that.
Absolutely. And something that the Gator said the last couple of days, it's just really been stuck in my craw, and it's just Gator,
let it out, man.
Man, I love you, bro. I don't know if you're contractually obligated to never have a strong negative opinion about any Detroit team.
I don't know what you had. What part of I'm not happy with what they did at the deadline. You don't hear when I say that. All right. I wish they did more. I wish they did more.
Say Scott Harris should be fired. Just say it.
Why would I be negative about a team that made the playoffs last year when I totally didn't expect it? And all they've done since then is win baseball games. I got spooked earlier this week when after they had won their first couple games or whatever, right? Because they had lost the 12 out of 13 or whatever the stretch was. I got spooked into thinking, all right, this team's got big issues because look at that. And instead of looking at the bigger body of work of the last 170 games or whatever and realizing this is a very good baseball team. What?
You'd be proud of me. During the losing skid, I was on these airwaves, Gator, telling people it was going to be fine and begging the organization to buy.
Something tells me you probably also said some other things.
Well, I would never say. What other things are you talking about?
I don't know.
That losing skid was unbelievable, but it happens to everybody. And
it happens to everybody, but nobody sees it because they just look at what the Tigers are doing.
But it's always worse in the moment, too. When you're going through it,
of course,
it feels like it's never going to end.
Right.
And now,
I wish they added more. And I kept saying all along what I wanted this team to do. If you listened to the show weeks ago, when I prioritize things, I prioritize number one, bullpen arm, high-end bullpen arm. Number two, another bullpen arm. Number three, a starting pitcher. And number four, if you needed to, if there was the right deal out there, go ahead and add a bat. But I didn't think that was a big priority. Then I got spooked a little bit, and I warmed up to the Suarez talk, and I thought, coupled with the injury to Meadows, they could afford to maneuver around, and maybe adding Suarez made sense. But it didn't change the top two priorities, which was bullpen one, bullpen two.
That guy just called you a slappy, Gator.
Whatever. I know what I am, which is not that. I'm sorry, I'm pragmatic and I think things out, and I'm not going to fly off the handle, but I'm not thrilled with what they did yesterday. I think that's on the record. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Lots of ticket texts have come in. Atlanta fans are really happy that Montero is gone. That's not a good sign.
Well, what do they care? They stink.
Wow. Harris is following the Iser plan. Just wait for the kids.
No, let's be honest. Don't
different
compare
situations.
Scott Harris to Steve Yzerman. In year 2, Harris was in the playoffs. In year 3, he's got the best team in the American League. In year 7, Stevie is not. So let's not do that.
No, both inherited different kinds of messes, but it's not fair to say that because, as you pointed out, they've already made the playoffs and one of the best teams in baseball right now. You might not expect anything from these acquired pitchers, but the Tigers absolutely have high expectations. Hopefully they're correct. Yeah, I mean, it's a high risk, high reward situation here with the guys they acquired.
It's low risk.
Well, I mean, it's high risk if it doesn't work out. I mean, if these guys aren't going to pitch well enough to keep you advancing, then it didn't work out. I guess to your point, it might be more low risk, but
I mean, they didn't give up anything for them. So if they don't work out, then I guess you don't win the World Series.
The risk is the trust of the fan base,
right? The risk is that you don't win when it matters the most. Trusting these guys,
I genuinely don't think that they're better now than Wednesday. Olsen to Paddock is a downgrade. Melton to Morton is a downgrade. I don't know about that.
Well, you don't know that yet.
Montero makes your bullpen worse. Sewald is dead, and Finnegan is a marginal upgrade at best. Finnegan's a much better than marginal upgrade.
Well, he's better than Canley right now, right? So if you just want to compare him to Tommy Canley, who unfortunately has lost it, hopefully he gets it back. He's much better than Tommy Canley. And anybody you can trust in the biggest moments of the game, and Finnegan has been trusted in that, I think helps your bullpen. But he makes a good point about the starting rotation. Reese Olson got injured. You brought in Paddock. He looked great against Arizona. We'll wait and see. And then you bring in the 41-year-old journeyman Morton. So I don't think the rotation's better.
No, I wish that they had gone out and made an effort to get a different kind of starting pitcher, because there were lots of guys that were out there and available. And if it would have cost you with number 14 prospect in the organization, whatever, I would prefer that. But Melton's guys go into the bullpen. So when I look at Melton, do Melton and Finnegan make this bullpen better? And I think they do. Am I taking a leap? Of course I am. But you have to go one leap one way or the other way. You can't just say, well, I have to wait and see. It's how you feel right now.
I'm going to make a quick observation about you. I don't work with you often. I've known you for a very long time. I think you love Melton. You are a big Melton fan.
No, I'm
not saying it's a bad thing.
No. I would admit if I were. I'm not. I'm encouraged by what he is.
A lot of trust in that kid from you. I'm getting.
Yeah, because I think to pitch out of the bullpen, I don't think you're asking too much. To ask a guy to go out there and pitch 6 or 7 innings at a time, that's a different ask.
See, I disagree. To ask a guy to come in against the team's 3, 4, 5 hitter in the 7th inning when he got a couple ducks on the pond and 2 outs.
I don't think that's what they're asking him to do, but that's, you're making it very specific to come in and face those guys. Like that's the reason they we want you to be that guy. I think he's a guy to go. I don't think he's a guy that goes in where he's the number one leverage pitcher to do it.
No, he's not number one. Will Vest is number one.
And
Finnegan is right up there, too.
Finnegan is right there,
I think
it's a big drop.
They're thinking 3 or 4. I think Holton's in that mix. I think they think Melton's in that mix, too.
To answer your question, I like Melton. Do I love him? No, I don't love him. I've seen him. I've barely seen him pitch. I like I trust that he's a guy that I think could be a big piece for the bullpen this year. Next year, I hope he's a rotational piece or somebody that's considered for that, because I like starting pitchers more than I like bullpen arms. You have the best record in the American League, and your answer at the deadline is 1 decent starter and reliever, 1 injured reliever, and 1 terrible starter and reliever. Scott Harris is a joke. It's an unnamed texter. What was with the laugh there?
It's just funny text. I mean, he's not a joke. He's done a tremendous job, but I kind of agree with him as far as what you got and what your answer was. I gave this stat before. I'll give it to you again. Tigers acquired 7 arms throughout the course of the trade deadline, and they have a combined 0.4 B WAR. That's Baseball Reference's pitching WAR. So the guys you got, for the most part, not that great. Journeyman, not having a great season. You keep bringing up Montero. And they got a lot of dudes like Montero, 5 ERA.
I keep bringing up
you brought
Montero.
him up a bunch of times. You don't like that move.
And
he's a guy.
Then say it that way.
Well,
I don't like Montero.
He's got a guy he's got good stuff, but I don't know that you can fix him. They got a bunch of dudes they hope they can fix.
I know they've tried, and that's why I don't like this method, because they've tried it all throughout. But no, I must be bought and paid for by the organization. But no, like adding guys like Brebbia and Hernandez.
That didn't work.
Yeah, and I feel like Montero's in the same ilk. I'm not thrilled with it. I hope he proves me wrong. Don't expect that he will. Anthony's in Port Huron. Anthony, welcome to 97 on the ticket.
Hi guys, how you doing?
All right.
Hey, I'm all right with what Harris did or didn't do, because we soon forget. Whenever we talk about 1987 and the Tigers did win the American League East, that in order to get Doyle Alexander, we sent John Smoltz to Atlanta. And although they were coming off the 84
I don't think we
championship,
forget it.
some people seem to have forgotten. And so my point is this. I would rather the Tigers be a team where you're sitting on the edge of your seat and you know, they're in contention. And they have an opportunity to, you know, if you're in the playoffs, than to go back to where we were 3 or 4 or 5 years ago when there was absolutely no hope of winning anything at all. And so if you dump your best young talent in the minors, nobody knows what they're going to be. But we know this. Suarez was only going to be here for a couple of months. They weren't going to empty the bank for him. And then if you empty the farm system in the process, then where you are when you're looking for that replacement for Suarez? I'd rather see the potential get an opportunity to come up and do whatever it is they can or cannot do than to know that you're going back into the darkness because you did empty out the farm system. What we do have, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I mean, going back to the 87 thing, I mean, the difference is that John Smoltz was not the Tigers' top-rated prospect at the time.
No.
Not by a long shot. He ended up being a Hall of Fame pitcher, which nobody knew that was going to be the case when they traded to get Doyle Alexander.
Yeah, but Anthony, I want to hit on something you just said, if I can. You said you don't want to just give away your farm system and go back into the darkness. What it would have cost to get Eugenio Suarez, if that was the guy you wanted, that's not going to put you back in the darkness. You're not giving up a top 7, 8, 9 prospect for a guy like Suarez. So,
well, that's what Seattle gave up.
But Seattle gave up 3 minor league prospects.
Yeah.
3.
9, 16, and 17 in their system. For one guy that could help them win a World Series, Anthony.
But my point is this. Even if you win a World Series with Suarez, that ups his value in the offseason to the point where you're not going to retain him anyway.
Yeah, but you have a World Series.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
All right. I mean,
and you don't even know you want to retain him.
You're playing for a World Series because they're not easy to win. The Tigers haven't won one since 1984.
How old were you?
I was 14 years old.
I was 9.
All right, so it's been.
Thought it was going to happen every year.
Now,
right back then.
Would I make that Smoltz trade again today? I mean, if you knew that the guy was going to be a Hall of Famer, of course you don't. But don't forget that Doyle Alexander was like undefeated down the stretch, helped the Tigers get to the playoffs, and then they ran into the buzzsaw that was Minnesota, and Minnesota ended up winning the World Series in '87. But let's, understand that wouldn't be the case this time around. If the Tigers are going to trade one of their top prospects, it's going to be to land a guy that would be here for years, not a guy that's going to be a rental. Okay. Now, could they have gotten Suarez? Yeah, I think they could have gotten Suarez.
But it wouldn't be for a so-called top prospect. It would be for a decent prospect.
Well, but the Tigers have a really good farm system.
Understood, which means they can get rid of 1 or 2 for a guy like Suarez. But very quickly, Gator, I need to ask you.
Not for a rental, but
you've done radio for a very long time. Are you ever amazed at the amount of people that call up and tell you that the Tigers traded Doyle Alexander for John Smoltz and John Smoltz became a Hall of Famer? Like, you don't know that? Like, everybody that calls up.
It doesn't matter.
248-5.
Yeah, but who cares? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1 The Ticket. at Scott Harris, president of baseball operations with the Tigers, I think one thing that is abundantly clear after this, and you can agree with it or disagree with it, but I think this is how he feels about it. They love what they have internally. They love what they have on this team currently. The players that they added, they think there's high upside to that if they can reach that potential, which is a big if in my mind. But they also feel very strongly of the players that they have at the AAA level that can contribute down the stretch, and particularly pitchers, not hitters necessarily, but pitchers that they have in their system that they think will really help this team out. And they like the direction that Tyler Holton is made over his last 15 outings or whatever. He's been so much better with his ERA is actually below 1 during a long stretch here. That other players have started to trend up, even while Canely is trending down. And while some other starting pitchers are trending down lately, smaller sample sizes there. But they love what they have internally, Jeff. There's no question about that. And they specifically do not want to part with their top prospects, which are not the guys, by the way, they'll be coming up from the minors. Those aren't their top prospects. The ones that'll be coming up in August or September, their top prospects are really at AA right now.
Last 18 games, in case you're wondering, Tyler Holton a 2.5 or 2.05 ERA. 18 strikeouts to just 1 walk. That's 18 outings. Pretty damn good.
Well, his last 15 outings, it looks even better with a .96 earned run average. That's what he's done over his last 15 outings.
Yeah. Listen, he's been better for sure. And he never lost velocity to begin with. So we'll see. The bullpen has the ability to be really dominant if these guys actually work out. You made the comment earlier that you're more impressed or you like starters more than bullpen guys. I like guys that can come in and extinguish a fire. And I know you got 2 of them, you think, in the new guy you just picked up, and then, of course, Will Vest. You need more than 2 to win a World Series or at least to have playoff success.
Well, the one that's in here's an intriguing one.
Finnegan. That's the name. Sorry.
Yeah, Finnegan, who the guy I think is pretty consistent, like what he is. The one that's kind of intriguing to me is Paul Sewald. He's the guy that's on the IL right now and won't return until September. But what he is a guy who's a pretty good strikeout pitcher. He's got a good strikeout rate in his career, 468 strikeouts in 391 innings. He's a guy who can get that swing and miss, maybe not at the high rate like some of the other guys that were out there would, which I would have preferred, but he's intriguing nonetheless. If he comes back and can get back to form, which is the problem is that there's so many ifs with the guys that they have.
That's the thing.
If, which is why I wish that they would have gone after the proven commodity, the guys that are not but they're doing it now.
No, but Gator,
that's the problem I have.
Everybody you're competing with in the American League, the Red Sox didn't do much. The Mariners, they got 3 guys that are not ifs. They're good players. The Yankees got 3 guys, not ifs, good players. The Blue Jays got an if in Shane Bieber, but he's back from Tommy John. He just pitched in the minors. That's not really a big if. Like, he's got talent. The Astros got 2 guys, infielders, that are not ifs, Correa and Urias. You know what I mean? So the Tigers are basing this entire run in the postseason off of a bunch of dudes that are reclamation projects that they're banking on they can fix. Well, and that makes me nervous.
I don't think that's true. I think what they're banking on is the team that they have right now, even the team they had prior to going into this deadline, that they think that team is a very good team and will compete. And then on top of that, they're hoping that these guys that they bring in, or maybe not hope, maybe for them, they're expecting these guys they brought in will help to improve this team.
But you would agree, before the deadline, bullpen's kind of going in the tank. They were 21st in baseball.
Yeah,
in July, they were awful.
That's why I said one bullpen arms.
So they had to make the bullpen better, obviously. So I guess they're a good team, but if the bullpen stinks, they're not going to go very far. So the solution,
which is the same for every team in baseball.
But the solution for what they did at the deadline is bring in guys that, let's be honest, this year have kind of stunk, with the exception of Finnegan, and they're hoping to make them not stink. Well, that is very risky. I hope it works.
You know, maybe I sloughed this off too early when it was mentioned. I think that you had brought this up about the whole pitching chaos thing that worked for them last year. They had to do it out of necessity last year because they just didn't have enough starters.
Yeah, for sure.
This year they have enough starters where they don't have to do that, and yet the mix of players that they have doesn't exclude them from doing it again this year. Just they don't have to do it with the frequency that they did last year. Like maybe, just maybe, that one rotational starter, maybe even two rotational starts, they can use with a form of pitching chaos that would resemble what they did last year, but doesn't have to duplicate what they did last year with 5 or 6 pitchers finishing a game, because they have so many guys on their roster at this point that are fresh arms to them. Maybe we'll see some of that. I don't know. I don't love it. I like a more conventional approach, and it doesn't seem like that's what they're going to do. I have big concerns about them having done enough, but you can look at an upside and see, well, there's potential. Yes, there's potential. There's also potential to be bad. Steve's in Harrison Township. Steve, welcome to 97 Won the Ticket. Hey, Steve.
Hello, Steve.
Hi, how you doing?
Good.
Wonderful.
Listen to my logic. They've got a 9-game lead, right?
Yeah.
If you look at their schedule, they're going to win the division. They are.
Yeah.
They went after 3 or 4 pitchers. Bullpen, they needed some. But what happened with the right-handed bat is what they need. When you go to the playoffs, you're going to use some of your starters for bullpen pieces. You only need 3 or 4 man rotation. Why didn't they get a right-handed stick? They only have Torkelson and maybe Baez and Torres. That's it. I don't
Steve,
think that's enough.
Scott Harris said they didn't need one. We played the cut earlier. He said they didn't need one. He thinks they mash left-handed pitching, with the exception of that 12 of 13 losing skid. So he didn't get one, and he thought it was too expensive.
That is.
I'm with you.
Well, there's other parts of there's another big. Well, hang on, Steve. There's another big part of the whole thing with the whole right-handed bat thing is, which bat exactly are you going to go get, and how does that disrupt what your lineup is? Now, if it's a flat-out upgrade, then I'm all for going out and getting flat-out upgrades. But this is a team that actually hits right-handed pitching pretty well.
Right-handed pitching,
left-handed pitching.
Left-handed pitching?
Yes, left-handed pitching. They hit left-handed pitching at 265.
I don't know. I mean, if you look at some of the top teams that they've pitched lefties against, I think they've had trouble.
They hit 265 against lefties. They hit 244 against righties.
No, but Steve, I hear you simply because...
Sorry to bring stats and facts into it, but that's the truth.
No, but the deadline's all about getting better, and the deadline's about making those finishing touches on a team that try to make a World Series run. And I still believe they needed a proven bat that maybe they can count on if you can't count on a Baez or a McKinstry or a Jahmai Jones. So I agree. I think a bat would have been great. They decided not to. We'll see if it works.
What priority was that on your list, though?
Bullpen was number 1.
What would be number 2?
Probably another arm, so it's probably number 3.
Okay.
Doesn't mean you can't do it, though.
Would starting pitching be ahead of a bat?
Probably.
So it'd be like you're like me.
But the starting pitcher they went after.
But adding a bat is like way down the list.
Yeah, but it's
easier said than done to go ahead. Like
I guess my question is,
I warmed up to the whole Suarez thing, but if it wasn't going to be Suarez, then who was it going to be?
No, and I hear you, but my question is, we often don't know if they were really interested in guys, right? Bob Nightingale said they wanted to sign Suarez before he left town. Remember?
Yeah.
I mean, I heard it on your show.
Nightingale said a lot of things, but yes.
Fair enough. So we're fair to assume they had interest in Eugenio Suarez? Is that fair?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so they could have got the deal done if they so chose. They decided not to. So when you ask, like, what do you need more? You have enough to get everything, whether it's a couple of arms in the pen, starter, and a bat that could have helped you. So, yeah, they need a lot, I feel.
Well, what they went into it was like, yeah, we'd like to have him, but we're not willing to part with this. Can we get him if we part with this? And Arizona's like, no, absolutely not. That's not going to happen.
I mean,
and
apparently they don't want to part
with
much.
it, and so be it. I mean, could they have gotten it done if they had offered Max Anderson and a couple other players that of lesser ranking? Maybe they could have gotten it done, but you don't know what Arizona asked for. And you don't know position-wise if what they got, and what they got back in Locklear is a guy who can play right away. And Max Anderson's a double-A. So who knows what, I don't know what Arizona wanted. Would I have liked Suarez? It would have been interesting to add Suarez to this team.
Would have been great.
Because, well, I mean, if he performs like he's done to this point, it would be great, sure. I don't know if I would expect that the rest of the way, and I wouldn't. But would he be better than the other options they have right now? That's what you have to weigh.
Well,
and yeah, I'd lean towards I would have gone after him to a point.
Who do you trust more down the stretch? Some of the guys we just mentioned, or a Eugenio Suarez?
Which
Probably
guys
Suarez.
that you mentioned?
Whether it's a Zach McKinstry or a Jahmai Jones or a Javi Baez, proven at bats that in big time situations.
But Jahmai Jones
isn't
going to be like that's not.
He's part of the roster right now.
Yeah, but you have to look at if you're going to get Suarez, he's going to start at third base.
Yeah.
So now you're comparing him to the other third baseman you have on his team. So
no, I'm just comparing him to a guy that can give you a productive at bat.
But you
Absolutely, you can. Why can't you?
Well, I'm about to explain to you. You can't do that because you have to factor where he goes in the lineup.
Gator,
you can't just say, "Oh, well, I'd rather have him than Jahmai Jones." No kidding. What you have to do is you have to figure out if I put him in the lineup, what else am I doing to accommodate putting him in the lineup? Which means you've got to juggle everything else around.
But you're not listening. You're not listening because I'm talking about a guy like Zach McKinstry. Who would I trust more?
Right.
Okay? Zach McKinstry or a Eugenio Suarez? The answer is Suarez when it means more, at least to me, okay? So all these guys that you mentioned are constantly playing different positions anyway. So if you put in a Suarez, that means you have to deal with one less Jones or McKinstry or Baez when the games matter most. So what don't you understand about that?
Because you're bringing up names that don't – you're putting a Jahmai Jones in the mix with – Colt Keith and Zach McKinstry doesn't make sense. You have to talk about the guys that would be replacing. It is Zach McKinstry. It is Colt Keith. And again, I was warming up to it. You could figure out a way to make that work, but there's a big expense to that and there's a big risk of doing that.
You're adding a proven at bat. And you're having to see less from a bat that isn't as proven. I'm not quite sure how else I can say it.
Yeah, well, I guess the guys that are playing right now are doing pretty well right now. But you're talking about a track record, and I understand that. And that's, again, I warmed up to it. I didn't like the idea of having to give up a top 5 prospect to get him. Now, Seattle didn't do that. Seattle gave up 3 prospects. They did 3 top 20 prospects or whatever it was. Would I have given up 3 top 20 prospects for him? Depends on which ones they were. I would have been willing probably to give up Max Anderson to get him, which would have been a top 10 prospect. But I don't know what Arizona wanted. You don't know what Arizona was asking for. Nobody does other than Scott Harris. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. That's Scott Harris talking about the right-handed bat situation, and it's always something I've kind of rallied around as well. The team hits righties at a really good clip. It's actually 20 points better than what they do against lefties. Now, getting back to your point about Suarez, would Suarez be the better bat? 100% I agree with you. Yes, he would have been a better bat in a situation. What I look at, though, is seeing how it disrupts the rest of the lineup. And again, I would have been willing to do that because I think there were ways, particularly with the Parker Meadows injury, it could have really made things interesting because you could have made Javi Baez your full-time center fielder. You could have moved McKinstry to get most of his reps playing would be at shortstop. And that kind of appeases that. And then you've got a situation with, okay, what do I do with Colt Keith? Where does he get his at-bats? Is he the guy that gets squeezed out? I mean, you could work him in a platoon of some kind with Gleyber Torres at second base and also with Kerry Carpenter as DH
as well.
There are some at-bats. There's a way to find the at-bats. I do think that even in that scenario, you're going to find out that you're giving less at-bats to Colt Keith, and maybe that's fine. Because if you're the majority of those at-bats go to Suarez, would make the offense better. I don't think there's any question of that. The argument comes into what were you willing to give up? Because if they had added Suarez and he were a Tiger today getting ready to face off against the Phillies tonight, we'd love it. No question, we'd love it. And we'd forget about the prospects in a minute because who cares? We care about this run to the World Series. And that's not where they're at right now. They didn't get him. That was really the only bat in the on the market that made sense. I don't think the Tigers are going to add another outfielder. I think even you said yesterday that Tigers outfield is kind of stocked.
It is very good too.
Yeah, so there's no need to add an outfielder. There really wasn't another bat out there that made sense other than adding, say, a third baseman. And Suarez was that guy who could have been a good fit. They didn't want to give up what the asking price was. It's clear. And Scott Harris is going to have to live with that. And at the end of the season, not only is he going to have to live with that, he's going to have to live with the fact that they didn't go out and get, say, bigger and better bullpen arms if they don't make it to the ALCS.
Or maybe he looks fantastic and it all works out.
Might.
And there's a possibility. Last year it did work out. They have the ability to develop guys. So I can't wait to see it play out. I'm glad they're playing tonight. Tough competition. And then August gets super easy as far as a lot of divisional games. And the other thing, too, is for all the people that were once concerned about coughing up the division when they were going through their losing skid and Cleveland was red hot. So the Minnesota Twins folded up shop. The Guardians lost Class A. Pretty much they're not expected to do
much. Seawald.
And well, there you go. And yeah, I mean, you maybe need to worry about the Royals, but the division is yours. Like, you have some time to figure this stuff out.
I think the division always was theirs.
Yes.
But yes, now Minnesota's even weaker. So, those games against the Twins, which may have looked a little tougher at times, maybe not so much, losing as they've lost the bullpen arms and Carlos Correa. But who knows? With
Good
Carlos
to see Correa back in Houston.
Is it?
Yeah. Happy for that young man.
That young man.
Isn't that funny? He had a no trade. He said he's not going to go. And then, oh, yeah, he went.
Yeah, I think it was that a Nightingale tweet, too. It said they're absolutely not going to happen. Now it's off.
Yeah.
And then what
back
happened?
on.
So some people say lots of things. Some ticket text. In his 3 trade deadlines, Scott Harris has botched 2 of them. He cannot handle the deadline. I don't know if he should be in charge to handle the deadline from here on forward. Well, the first year was
Erod.
Eduardo Rodriguez had a deal done, and at the last minute, Erod said, no, it's not going to happen. I can't do that. What? Okay. Was that a mistake because it should have had a backup plan? I think we all agree that, that probably should have had a backup plan. Last year, no one's going to argue good trade deadline. This year, would you call this year a botching of it? You can't call it a botch until the end, I guess, when the results are in. But, what does your gut tell you right now? My gut tells me right now that I was disappointed.
It feels like you didn't do enough.
Thing.
That's all.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know if that's a botching. I think they could have done more. Did they fail to live up to the expectation? Yeah, I think in a sense they did. So prove us all wrong.
They have, by the way, that's the crazy thing. They have. At every turn, everything we thought was right about this team, they've proven us wrong. We thought they were dead last year, 0.02% chance to make it. They proved us wrong. I thought they should have traded Skubal last year. 8 games out of the wild card at the deadline. They proved this wrong.
You weren't alone.
This year, Ryan Kreidler was your starting center fielder. They had all kinds of injuries. At one point, we thought, Torque? Mize? They proved us wrong. So maybe they prove us wrong again. There's a great chance they do.
Well, I mean, proving me wrong would be getting to the ALCS, because that's the expectation I have right now. I think this is a very good team going into the trade deadline, and they could have done more, and they didn't. The most pissed off guy in the clubhouse today is Skubal. They did absolutely nothing offensively to help put runs on the board for him or any of the 37 pitchers that they acquired yesterday. Runs are at a premium during the playoffs, and you now have to hope that this offense gets their act together in October. That's from Matt.
So I agree 100%. I would love to know if Tarek Skubal was okay with this approach. And he's probably going to leave, and they're probably not going to pay him what he wants. But I would love to know if Skubal is a little irked that they didn't do more to help his time in Detroit.
Well, this offense was one of the top offenses in baseball until, 15 days ago when they started to have that bad stretch. When they got Kerry Carpenter's back on his team, he missed out on that entire stretch. So that definitely helps the offense there. Could they have helped the offense by adding Suarez? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that could have helped out tremendously. John, you're next up at 97 on the ticket. Hey, John.
Hey, guys. How we doing?
What's up, Johnny?
Hey, cannot lie. If you're a Tigers fan and you were happy with this trade deadline, you're just not a Tigers fan. I mean, I have one question for you guys. Who has the best farm system in all of MLB? Can you answer that?
Well, the Tigers are among the best.
Oh, okay, yeah. And you're telling me Scott Harris couldn't have acquired a solid, closer or starter or anything? You see the Yankees, they got David Bednar, Camilo Doval, and Jake Bird, and we have the best farm system. This guy's scared to make moves. I don't get it. Does he not realize that Skubal's gone after this year?
Probably next year.
Well, it's not this year. He's got another year with the Tigers at least. But yeah,
unless they trade him. But no, John, I'm with you, man. I'm with you. I feel you. I think a lot of Detroit feels you right now too. Now, I don't know if everybody's as angry as you are, but a couple more proven players would have been nice.
Yeah, I mean, would I have been a little bit more liberal in dealing the prospects than Scott Harris? Absolutely, I would have been. Would I have been enough to dip into the top 5? Not likely, unless I'm going to be guaranteed to have somebody that's going to be here for years. I think you reserve those players for moves like that. I don't think you move those guys for rental players. But Bednar would have been here for this year and all of next year.
And I don't think it would have cost you as much as Bruce Sanya. You know what I mean?
Well, that's the report, though. I mean, that's what Passan says. That's what they asked for.
But then what the Yankees gave up was not as much.
No, it wasn't.
So you do wonder if Scott just left the chat once he heard that.
Well, and right. Did he leave the chat? And is that when they went out and got Kyle Finnegan and then said, well, we're out of Bednar, so we're going to get Finnegan. They got Finnegan. And then does that totally take him out of the running for anybody else? They did go out and acquire another AAA arm that might make a run at this team in September. Who knows? Again, not thrilled.
I do got a question for you.
Hold off on that question.
Okay.
I'll be excited to hear what the question is. And take more of your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. This is 97.1 The Ticket. Welcome back to 97 The Ticket, the Carson Anderson program. Gator and Jeff Rieger with it today. Doug will be back on Monday's show.
Gator.
You had a question for him before the
Well,
break.
I got a question and I have a comment, okay? Number one, somebody's texting in, and I guess I don't know the answer. It says, what about Melton? He was supposed to start on, Friday? Today, right?
I thought it was Sunday.
Or was it Sunday, and now he's getting moved to the pen? So does that mean Morton's going to start Sunday? Is that official yet? I have not seen that.
I don't know if it's official. I think it's logical to think that, but I don't know if it's official.
All right, number two. I just heard the Fine Dustin Fiocco update. You know how you got that list? I listen to you guys all the time, and you got the list of things you hate. And Kane's like, did it make the list? And then they play the drop. He just made the list.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Can I add something to my list? I don't hate anything. I don't have a list of things I hate, I don't think. But the one thing I despise, Fiocco just said. He said why am I drawing a blank? The big dumper, Cal Raleigh.
Yeah.
Yeah, he hit his 42nd homer. He's on the pace of Aaron Judge. And Fiocco said he's on the pace to break the American League home run record. There's no such thing. There is no such thing. People say the American League home run record because they don't want to say that Barry Bonds has the all-time single-season home run record because he juiced. There's no such thing, and everybody just gloms onto it because they love Aaron Judge or they hate Barry Bonds, but we have to stop. There's no such thing. They don't do that in baseball. It's a record for the entire league. Now, if you win the Triple Crown, yes, you win the Triple Crown, but you win it for baseball. Like, if you win the AL MVP and NL MVP, but there's no American League and National League record book. It's all the same.
I tend to agree with you, and yet why do they have separate MVPs, separate Cy Youngs?
Yeah, but those are for awards. We're talking about records.
You're right.
We're talking about a record.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to think back to before they had the chase. Like, everybody was chasing Roger Maris, and it was to have the not the American League or National League home runner. It was a home run record.
It's single season wins record, single season ERA
just
leaders.
like it is, even if you go with the all time home run record, not just single season home run record.
Right.
That's what it is.
It's for baseball. It's not just for American League or National League. So can we stop? Can you talk to your people and get that to stop? It drives me crazy. It's not a real thing.
You talk to more of those people than I do.
You know, they're probably going to know you more, Jeff, if he falls short and they say he set the American League West record for home runs in a season.
Exactly.
There's potential for that.
I mean, if you want to say he set the Seattle Mariners record, that's fine. But there's no such thing as the AL home run record.
And how baseball is now, because you're playing every team in baseball now, it's no longer interleague play, right? It's just baseball.
Well, that's a good point, too.
I mean,
that's a valid point.
Like, we don't have NFC records and AFC records, do we?
No, it's not like you have Eastern and Western Conference records. Like, Connor McDavid led the hockey in goals.
Stunningly, that's a good point, Jeff.
Thank you. Even though you admitted that begrudgingly. Thank you.
No, I think
it drives me insane.
Jeff, that is something that I would typically latch on to.
But you know when it started?
I haven't paid attention to it.
It started with Judge, the All-American boy, trying to beat out Barry Bonds. Everybody hated him because he was a jerk, and obviously he cheated.
Bonds,
yes. So was it last year that he did it, or 2 years ago? Whatever it was.
Last year, yeah.
It annoyed me last year. It annoys me this year. That's all I got. Please.
I'm with you on that. You want to walk down the same path? I'll walk down the same path.
Thank you. We'll hold hands.
I don't know if we'll hold hands.
Probably
we'll
too
walk
far.
down the same path.
Went too far.
You went too far. You took it too far. You didn't need to go there. It's okay. It's all right. It's all right. Lots of ticket texts coming in. People, I think it's, at this point, I think it's safe to say that more people are not as happy with the trade deadline than people are happy with it, but we are getting both sides of it. Like, for instance, the way that Scott Harris is doing things the exact way the Orioles did things last year, and it's now blown up in their face. What makes you think it's going to be any different? Because the Orioles held on to all their prospects and stuff.
They did make a lot of trades, and the Tigers made a lot of trades.
Yeah. Is what Harris is doing different than what the Orioles did last year? Right, because the big talk was the Orioles should trade for Tarek Skubal and let them offer up, their top 4 prospects in the organization. Or, hey, we spent weeks doing Tarek Skubal shows last year prior to the trade deadline.
Those were the days.
But what would happen? So how is this any different? I'm not sure if it's terribly different other than you trust Scott Harris over the dumpster fire of an organization
Mike
that Baltimore
Elias?
is. Because Baltimore is just it's awful. It's an awful situation, what they have there. They don't know what they're doing. And yet, is this similar? It's a similar situation.
You know
the
what
Tigers didn't give up the prospects to acquire guys that could be bigger, but the Tigers weren't able to offer up something to acquire like a Tarek Skubal, though.
You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me a little bit with the Baltimore Orioles or the Chicago White Sox. The White Sox had all that talent at one point. The Eloy Jimenez and who was the big first baseman that always killed the Tigers? What was his name? Not Konerko, no. Big dude. He ended up getting traded or left in free agency. Why am I drawing
Carlos
a blank?
Lee?
Yeah, but I mean, Tim Anderson was on that team. They had a really good team with budding talent, and they were expected to do great things, and it just all went away. Baltimore was the same exact way. They had all those boppers and all that proven talent, and now they're unfortunately sellers.
And they let some guys get away too.
Yeah, I don't want the same thing that happened.
Santander was not there.
Right. I don't want the same thing that happened to the Tigers.
Yeah, I feel more comfortable with the Tigers because it's a core group. Look, Baltimore had a core group of young guys too, but did the Tigers have that guy they're going to let get away like Santander went away?
Right. No. Yeah, I mean, I hear you.
Guys, I love the Tigers are winning again, but this has been against a team that is selling at the deadline. When the Tigers were losing, a lot of those teams were playoff contenders. Today versus Philadelphia, we're back to playing a good team. I feel winning this series tells us we're back. If we get blown out, I have serious concerns about whether we can beat playoff teams.
Oh, don't do that. It's one series.
It's one series, yes.
It's good competition.
But does it erase all the goodwill they've built within the last 4 games? Look, if they get blown out against Philadelphia in all 3 games, I think there's reason to be concerned.
I don't think that's going to happen.
I don't think they get blown out.
By the way, Jose Abreu was the first baseman I was thinking of. Yes. Yeah, he was a stud and a Tiger killer, and the team just went the poop.
Yeah, well, a couple bad moves, and there you go. This deadline was a joke. They aren't better. It's clear they aren't trying to win a World Series. They're just wasting our time. I think they think they're trying to win a World Series. But we all agree in this room anyway that they could have done more. And I wish that they had done more.
Let's say they do win the World Series, though. It will be one of the most impressive World Series ever.
Here's what I hope happens. Like, if they win the World Series, I would have no issue with Scott Harris keeping receipts.
Oh, yeah.
And, walking around town without pants, he's able to do that if 100%. They win a World Series.
Like Joe Cullen driving into the Wendy's back in the day.
Whatever you need to do, with perhaps a driver for you. But yes, he can do whatever he wants if this works. I hope he has the receipts that he's going to cash in like Brad Holmes tried to do in the press conference. Go ahead and do it.
No, Gator, I agree with you. If they win the World Series and they won it by revamping their entire bullpen in the last 50 games of the season, and they took a bunch of dudes that were broken and they fixed them enough to win it all, if they do that, it's the most impressive World Series win in a very long time, maybe ever. So if this does work, Scott Harris gets all the kudos. And I will say this, at 112 on August 1st, 2025, I will never criticize the man again.
Oh, boy.
Never. If he wins the World Series this year with this type of movement, no way.
Mark it down. But listen, World Series. Yeah,
and I'll shoot the boot twice.
Wow. We haven't seen it in 31 years, or 41 years here. So, yeah, I get it. Guys, with the Tigers not going all in this year, do you think this is some evidence that the Tigers are at least planning on signing Skubal? This type of trade deadline, if you realistically only have this year and next year to win a World Series with Skubal, makes no sense to me. I think this Skubal question is one that Scott Harris knows and Scott Boras knows. Tarek Skubal obviously has a say in it. It's his career, what he wants to do. I don't know what he has said to Scott Boras, if he's like, hey, man, I'll let you cook, do what you want to do. Or if he said, hey, man, I'll let you cook, do what you got to do, but I want to stay here. Don't know if he said either of those things. We know how Scott Boras likes to work. He's going to get the top dollar for his client, period. I'm all for giving Tarek Skubal money. I don't like the years that are being mentioned on a contract for it, but I don't care about the money. He's worth it.
Yeah, listen, I agree. It's term. it's term. If you got to give the man a 10-year deal when you know only 5, 6 of those years are going to be productive, I'm not doing it. I don't want to pay a pitcher for what he's already accomplished. Not to mention, it's a starting pitcher. He's amazing. But this day and age, it rubs me the wrong way that a guy lasts 6 innings and it's considered a great outing, right? So I would not pay him. I don't think the Tigers are going to pay him. And by that comment, we could play it again next segment. When Stoney asked Harris about the Skubal window, it almost sounded like, yeah, we love Tarek, but we love our team too. So we're more than Tarek Skubal guys.
And they are more than Tarek Skubal.
Which kind of indicates that I think he's gone.
Part of this team.
He's a huge part of this team.
So they need to continue to develop players at a high rate so that if, in fact, they lose Skubal after next season, that they'll be able to absorb that and perhaps add to this team in free agency. Because if you're not going to spend $40 million a year on a pitcher for 10 years, but you do it for 7 years, can you find another pitcher you can do that on? We'll see. Look, that's years down the line. That's a couple years away from us, or at least a year and a half away from us. I think the conversations next year this time are going to be really interesting because you'll have you have the stopwatch on the Skubal career here in Detroit, perhaps, unless they're able to work out some long-term deal, give him an extension. And the calls for people asking for him to be traded rather than lose him for nothing. Like, do you make a run with him next year, or do you risk losing him for nothing? You'll have to ask me next year at this time because I want to see what the team looks like.
Well,
does it look like they can absorb losing Skubal after the season, or are they having a great year? I'm not trading him if they're having a great year.
I am not trading him.
I'm trying to win a World
Series. He's under
Series.
contract. I give him a qualifying offer. He turns it down, and I get my comp pick, and I say, Skubal, hopefully we win a World Series. I'll build you a statue.
Hey, folks, got some great news. While it's really hot out there, if your AC is struggling, the great news is I know the people that can help fix that problem. If it's not working at all, you really got to call these guys. It's time to call my friends at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They've been keeping homes in Southeast Michigan cool and comfortable for over 20 years. So whether you need a quick repair or a seasonal tune-up or a brand new system, their expert team is fast, friendly, and local. So don't wait for a meltdown. Call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today or visit birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts. That's Scott Harris. Tiger is president of baseball operations. Tigers back in action tonight against the Phillies. Nice pitching matchup. Ranger Suarez going for Philadelphia. Boy, has he been good. 2.59 earned run average on the season, a 1.17 whip. He takes on Jack Flaherty, who's coming off a great start, but Flaherty overall, his numbers this year have been way inconsistent. The ERA at 4.51. The whip at a reasonable 1.28, but he's been inconsistent, to be nice about it. But his last start, he was very good.
Why do you look at tomorrow? Go ahead. Do you know tomorrow's pitching matchup?
Tomorrow is Skubal, correct?
Versus Zach Wheeler. Talk about a pitching matchup, people. Like, we wanted Paul Skeens, Skubal so bad. This is going to be pretty close.
And then Sunday, according to Evan Woodbury, it's going to be Milton making the start.
No. Morton.
Morton. God,
all good.
I'm getting
Salt.
The
Just think Salt.
Salt is
Morton Salt. That's what I think of. But I think he's as old as Salt. I'm sorry, he's not.
There you go. He's old, 41. But he says he's going to get the start on Sunday night for Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN against Sanchez, who has been ridiculously good as well, with a 2.55 earned run average. Philly's got a really good staff, and adding to their bullpen like they did, it's a pretty good baseball team. 61-47 on the season for the Phillies. They feel like they've fortified. Dave Dombrowski, not pushing all of his chips in, but pushing enough of the chips in to try to make a real difference this year for Philadelphia and get them back to the World Series. Would you agree with me in this, that the path to the World Series is harder in the National League than it is the American League?
Oh, yes. I mean, you got to think about the Padres and the Mets and the Dodgers and the Brewers are really good and the Cubbies are really good. Like, yes, National League.
Philadelphia.
Philadelphia, forgot about them. You play them tonight, yes. I mean, the American League, like the Jays have lost 4 or 5. The Astros are banged up. They just lost Isaac Paredes for the season. They tried to make up for that. The Yankees are judgeless and faltering a little bit. Like, yes, coming out of the American League is going to be a hell of a lot easier than coming out of the National League.
Yeah, it just seems like it's a tougher path to go in the National League, which is, I don't, when you look at acquisitions that were made, I don't really care as much what the National League teams did. I care what the American League teams did because that's the path. So you only have to face one National League team when all is said and done for the World Series. And then once you get in the playoffs, obviously you're playing National League teams throughout the season, but that's just the way I look at it. 248-539-9797. Sean is on his cell phone here. Next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Sean.
Hey, guys. Great show.
Thank you.
Listen, I just wanted to comment on why I think you do pay Google the money, and a couple points. Number one, Jeff, I think that the idea that, I don't like to pay based on history is kind of a bit of nonsense, because every contract for a pro athlete is based on what they've done and what you hope that they will continue to do in the future. So
yeah, but Sean, very quickly, let's debate it very quickly. Okay, so Skubal's going to be 31 years old when he's left Detroit or stays in Detroit and gets the new contract. Okay, number two, he has been magnificent, but what you know and I know is he's going to fall off eventually. Not completely off, but he's not going to be Cy Young good for the next 5 to 6 years. That would be foolish to think. So you are paying a guy for what he's already achieved, and you're not going to give him record-breaking money either. That's the other thing, Sean. If it wasn't $400 million, I think everybody would be like, sweet. But the fact that it's going to take more money than ever for any other pitcher, I'm not quite sure it's worth it.
Well, here's why.
Sean?
Yeah, go on, Sean.
Yeah, from a pure business perspective.
One more time, Sean.
Yeah, try it
You're
again,
breaking up.
Sean. Your signal's bad, but try it one more time. All right.
Come on, Sean. I thought we were having a conversation.
From a business standpoint. I mean, look, it's the prices are only going to go up. They don't come down. That's just how it's worked out in sports. The salaries always go up, and it's maybe what he was going to get. Maybe his point was it's market value at the time, and that'll change. You're paying it's the cost of doing business right now, right? Like when the Lions went and signed Matthew Stafford to a big contract years ago, people were like, he's not worth it. He's not worth it. Well, Watch. Wait a couple of years and see how many quarterbacks pass him in the next couple of years in terms of annual salary.
Yeah, but see, I think this is different simply because I think people are going to start paying starting pitching less. I think it's going to be less valuable considering these guys don't throw over 100 pitches and they don't go into the 7th on most days. So
it's interesting. I agree with you in concept that it should be that, like it should. You make a great argument. Like you're not pitching as much as you used to. Why are we going to pay you more? But I don't know if that's how it's going to work out. I think baseball always rewards, the best players. And when you start talking about the best players, you're talking about Tarek Skubal, Paul Skeens. And when Paul Skeens, when his time is ready to get a contract, it's going to dwarf whatever Skubal gets.
I mean, Gator, you know this, though. Skubal is so good, so fun to watch. He's so dominant. Stretches like this don't last for extended periods of time. So he was like this last year. He's like this year. Let's say he's like this for 3 more years. Is that fair? Like 3 more years this good or almost this good? Then it's going to fall off pretty quickly, and he's going to already be in his 30s when you ink him to that contract. So that's why I probably don't do it, but I love watching him pitch. He's awesome, and I hope you win a World Series with him. I do have a question for you.
Yeah, so let me just say this. Yeah. Somebody's going to pay him. If it's the Tigers or somebody else, someone's going to pay him, and I can listen to arguments on either side. I think there's a point where I'm like, no, I'm not giving him that. But at the same time, I want to hang on to him as long as you can, and it might just be through next year.
So Charlie Morton's going to pitch on Sunday, the new Tiger, 41 years old. How old's John Morton, the new OC for the Lions? Do we know? He's got to be more than 41, yes. I mean,
I
would
think he's in his 50s.
All right. When's the last time we had 2 men by the same last name working in Detroit sports? Was it the Castros, Willie and Harold? Has it ever happened?
I'm sure it has.
I'm trying to think.
I'm sure we've had Andersons at the same time. It kind of is. I'm sure they're.
Well, we had 2 different Trammels. We had Bubba Trammell and Allen, but they didn't play together.
Yeah. By the way, John Morton is 55 years old.
Okay. So, Charlie, a little older than Charlie.
A little bit. Yeah.
Just a tad.
Yeah. I think there's probably quite a bit of those quinkadinks. I mean, the Tigers have it right now, and I know they actually don't. I was going to say they have a couple maxes, but that's the first name. First name's easier.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about last name.
Yeah.
Morton, too. I mean, we also had Johnny Morton.
We did.
And Matt Millen was a big fan of him.
Yeah. I mean, Johnny Morton had some quality years here.
He did.
And then he got knocked the F out in the middle of an MMA ring in Los Angeles at the Coliseum, and I was there to see it, and it was crazy.
You were?
I was there.
Why?
We did a giveaway back then. That's, I think, 2007 when Doug and I first started doing the show. We had a giveaway with, I think it was with Showtime, that there was a contest to go out and see the fight. And Showtime provided that for a listener. And then also I was going to be part of it to go out there, and I could bring a buddy of mine with me. So I did. And we met up with the listener, great guy. Had a great time. We were there for a couple days.
Nice.
Saw the fight. And from the Coliseum, it was kind of crazy. Brock Lesnar made his debut.
Okay. Oh, wow.
And that was not the UFC. It was just an MMA event. And Johnny Morton was there, and Johnny Morton got knocked the F out in like a minute. And I literally thought he was dead in the ring. He didn't move for what seemed like 45 seconds or longer. He did not move a muscle. And I remember texting Doug and Kang going, I think I just saw Johnny Morton die. Fortunately, he didn't, but it did end his MMA career.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
By the way, we're getting a lot of text about the same last name. Jack Campbell, Dan Campbell.
Yeah, there you go.
Austin Meadows, Parker Meadows.
Yeah.
Jameson Williams, Tyleek Williams.
Yeah, there's a lot of that.
Ben and Rashid Wallace.
Yeah. If only there was
Andre
one.
Drummond, Eddie Drummond.
Is there one? Can we think of any? Anybody got one?
So you're telling
We're
me
just
the
looking
Morton,
for one.
You're telling me the Morton thing is not exclusive, eh?
No. 97-1 the ticket. All right, so the Lions, last night, we got a chance to see get our first look at what the Detroit Lions were going to be, although it's not fair because it was a preseason game where all of the starters were out for the Lions. So it's really kind of hard to glean much from that game. But I think we all kind of had the same thoughts afterwards, and that is the Lions quarterbacks did not do themselves any favors, and Trey Lance did. Trey Lance, the former third pick overall in the NFL draft years ago, was bounced around a little bit, now trying to become the backup quarterback with the Chargers. I'd say he took a step in the right direction after going 13 of 20 for 120 yards and a couple of touchdown passes. He also scrambled well enough to buy himself more time and free himself from the limited pass rush that was there. He was only sacked one time. He looked great. The other side, Kyle Allen got the start, and I think some Lions fans surprised by that it wasn't Hendon Hooker that got the start, but I think the plan is to flip-flop them and just let them play a ton in the preseason. They're going to play all the games in the preseason, I would imagine. Kyle Allen got the start. He went 9 out of 14 for 91 yards and 2 awful interceptions. Did not look very good in handling the offense. And then Hendon Hooker comes in the second half, and he's working with guys that are further down the rung of the depth chart. And Hendon Hooker only throws, he only threw 6 passes in the game.
One of them was very good that got picked, which wasn't his fault at all.
Not his fault. It was
a great pass.
He was 3 of 6 for 18 yards and the interception. The interception was a pass to Lovett. Lovett, perfect pass downfield, probably 40 yards downfield, 35, 40 yards downfield. Should have hauled it in.
Didn't want it as bad.
Yeah, he just kind of bounced off his hand, and then the defender rips it out and gets the interception for it. But prior to that, it's not like he looked great anyway, Hooker. He didn't look great. And it's not a good look when all eyes were going to be on Hendon Hooker last night, and then all eyes only get to see him in the second half, and it's not good. There's not a lot to take away from last night's game that was positive. The two names that I came up with, guys that I thought, oh, he showed up a little. Isaac Tesla,
yes,
only caught 2 passes for 46 yards, but he looks the part. He was targeted 3 times, caught 2 of those passes. The other to me was Craig Reynolds, the running back. Running behind the offensive line that's a bunch of backups, and not that he ran wild. They had 38 yards rushing on 10 carries and had the touchdown, but he does all those things that you expect him to do. He didn't try to do too much, made the right cutbacks, and on that pick that Allen threw in the first half that was being returned for a touchdown, and it wasn't a touchdown. It wasn't a touchdown because Craig Reynolds ran it down. Remember Craig Reynolds was the guy that had that incredible block.
Tampa Bay.
Yeah. For that sprung, was it Amon-Ra St. Brown that sprung, I think? He does little things and continues to do little things even in a game like the Hall of Fame game.
And he's got a sweet nickname, too. Netflix.
There you go. So I like Craig Reynolds. I like Isaac Tesla, what I had to see out of that. I didn't like much anything else. What did you get out of it?
All right, so I like the, as you call him, the assassin.
Yeah.
It's a high motor. I mean, I watched him a little bit last night. I'm like, okay, he could kill a quarterback or 2.
Ahmed Hassanin.
Other than that, I didn't get much. I like Tesla, and he looks like he's going to be rather productive. However, maybe I'm in the minority. I don't get worked up over the backup quarterback. In fact, I find the backup quarterback topic in sports boring because no backup quarterback, for the most part, is going to save your season. If your starter dies, you're in trouble. And whether it's Hooker or whether it's Lance or whether it's anybody, I'm pretty sure you're not going to win the Super Bowl. So I don't get carried away over the backup.
It's happened, but it doesn't happen often. Obviously, it happened in Philadelphia years ago when Carson Wentz got hurt. It has happened, right.
I understand. I just don't get worked up over it. So the game yesterday was ugly. But it also doesn't mean a hill of beans and it was all backups. And it just means that currently the Chargers backups might be better than yours. And I think Hendon Hooker probably got a raw deal dealing with the level of guys he was dealing with who probably won't be in the league. So I'm eager to see Hooker, I guess, in preseason game number 2. But yes, I would say the assassin is the one guy I took away.
I mean, you look at this game, the Chargers had 261 yards in total offense. The Lions had 197 yards in total offense.
What was their rushing yards? Chargers.
Chargers ended up with 121 yards rushing.
Because the Lions could not tackle at all. They had so many missed tackles yesterday. Guys just ran right up the gap, and Detroit missed which I got to believe drove Dan Campbell insane.
Do you know what the average yards per carry was for the Chargers?
Let me guess. It was 4 yards.
3.5.
Yeah.
Nothing special.
No.
But a lot of short yardage situations that the Lions were able to bow their neck a little bit. But look, it is what it is. It's a preseason game. I was talking with Evan a little bit before the show about Hooker, because everybody knows I'm a big Hendon Hooker guy. It's kind of a shame that we're never really going to get a chance to see, knock on wood, because I don't want an injury to Jared Goff.
Not a shame.
I don't want Jared Goff to get hurt, but you're never going to get really a chance to see Hendon Hooker work with the top offense, work with the first unit, because that's the only way you're going to know what he really is. I mean, you've got it looks right now to our eyes after one preseason game, and things change as the preseason goes on. These guys will get better with more time as they work together. But there's a big drop-off with the first offensive line unit and the second offensive line unit. The first group of receivers and the second group of receivers. The running backs, clearly, when you're not playing with David Montgomery or Jahmyr Gibbs, where there's no Sonic and Knuckles out there, but you have
right.
Netflix is nice. And I like Netflix, but he's a complimentary piece. It's hard to see what this guy can do because he's not getting that opportunity. And frankly, I don't want him to get that opportunity because Goff is so vital to this team.
Yeah, no question about it. Like, it was funny watching the game yesterday. I was not excited at all to watch the game. And then I turned it on, and I enjoyed football being back. It was nice, wasn't it? And I understand it's a preseason game, and the preseason is so tough because we're so close, but yet we're so far still from the real thing. I think we're 5 Sundays away from the NFL, which doesn't seem like a long time, but it kind of feels like a long time.
That means we're not that far away. We're even closer to college football.
Yes. Well, so we're 4 Saturdays away from college football. And I think they got some games on that Thursday.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but it was good to see football back. And don't take anything out of yesterday. But I did see some social media posts that people are like, wow, rough day for Detroit. Scott Harris punted the deadline, and the Lions lost by 1,000 to the Chargers.
Yeah, the Lions losing, it doesn't bother me at all.
No.
But there are guys you want to see take a step up. You're always looking to see how the younger players are going to do. But then it's a big opportunity here in the next few weeks to see a player like Broderick Martin show that he's made strides and deserves to be in a defensive tackle rotation. You certainly hope so with where they drafted him and the injuries to that position. They need a guy like him to be the guy.
How about this? Take a text. One difference is John Morton is not on the field. He was up in the booth.
As opposed to Ben Johnson.
Yeah,
who
Ben
sits
Johnson
on the
was
sideline.
always on the field.
Yeah.
Good point.
Well,
I didn't pick up on
different
that.
guys, different styles. I don't know if it's going to work or not. I think Chris Collinsworth in the game last night on TV had a great comment. He says, if you're hearing the name Ben Johnson for the Lions this year, it means things aren't going well. And I agree with him. I hope that by the middle of the season, we are not hearing the name Ben Johnson when it comes to Lions games, because that'll just be a sign that this offense is not clicking like we thought it would. And the comparisons are going to be inevitable, but because that's the guy who used to run the offense with this team.
Fun storyline for sure. I do think that I'm not sure Ben's going to succeed in Chicago. I'm not as worried now that he's gone. I'm worried about the Goff-Johnson dynamic, but
I'm not worried about, like you say, Goff-Johnson. For me, the Goff-Morton dynamic.
Yeah,
I'm not worried because I think he's got a pretty good rapport with Morton.
But I think if you go look at Jared Goff and what he had in LA to compare to what he has now, he's never been better than with Ben Johnson. So I do think he might take a step back. But offensively, you have so much talent. I know people worry about the offensive line. Dan Campbell's an offensive guy. I think the offense is going to be fine.
I think they'll be fine. I've said all along, it's Dan Campbell's offense that Ben Johnson worked with. And then Ben Johnson took over. But Ben Johnson threw in all the trick plays and stuff like that, which are fun to watch. But the meat of this team, the foundation was set by Dan Campbell. And John Morton was here when that foundation was set. So I don't think the offense is going to falter that much. Regarding Ben Johnson in Chicago, is that going to be successful?
Have you seen how it started?
I haven't
mean,
really.
You can't take much away, but he's kicked guys out of practice.
Yeah.
Apparently, according to reports, he's not on the same page as Caleb. So Ben Johnson,
They got
I don't
work to
think
do.
I don't think a lot of people know this. He's kind of a red ass. I don't think people realized it because they didn't talk that much in Detroit. But I get the feeling that it's almost like he thinks and is trying to be a little like Dan Campbell because that's what he knows. Kind of like Patricia was always trying to be like Belichick, it seems like. I don't think that's going to work. You got to be your own guy.
It may or may not work, but it's what he knows. He's coming from an organization where, they laid down the law but did it with respect as opposed to Patricia. And he's going into a situation and he's got to change the culture. The Bears have been awful for a while.
100%.
So they have
He's
to change
tried.
the culture, and he's going to have to. It doesn't surprise me that he's trying to be loud and set an example right away. If you're kicking guys out of practice right away, there's got to be a reason for it, and everybody's got to get on board. And if it takes, the learning curve may be longer than I thought it would. Initially, I thought the Bears could be somebody really to contend with. We'll see how it works out the rest of the way, but early start, not so good.
By the way, somebody points out in the ticket text, if they're playing the Bears, you're going to hear the name Ben Johnson a lot.
Well, thanks.
So there you go.
Appreciate that.
That was
97.1
for
the
you.
ticket. So we've talked an awful lot about the Tigers with the trade deadline stuff. Both Jeff and I agree we're not thrilled with what they did. It's really what they didn't do at the deadline. They added to this team, yes, but thought they could have done more without having to dip into the top prospect pool. At least that's the way that I feel about it. I think you're more you would have been more willing to do that to get all the pieces you wanted, to get Suarez and to get another big arm. That you'd be more willing to go into the prospect pool than I would. I didn't think they had to go into the prospect pool to add another quality, and I mean quality with a capital Q, arm in the bullpen, because other teams did with not giving up much at all. But it seems like the Tigers' plan with the bullpen is that once they've added Finnegan to the mix and others, is it really I think this puts a lot of pressure on Troy Melton.
Yeah, no, listen, he's
Moving
a young
into
kid.
the bullpen that's a lot of pressure.
And I think they expect to use him in higher leverage situations. So he's going to go against good hitters and big stressful times. So I can't wait to watch. But Gator, I've waited all show for this. We got Stoney and Rico coming in. I need to know tomorrow's our big match. You versus me in golf, 18 holes, riding in separate carts in the same foursome. I lose, I got to shoot the boot, even though it's out of a shoe. You lose, you got to make a video with me that simply states that you're as bad as I am at the sport of golf. How we feeling? You think yesterday you were very confident. You sounded like you were going to kick my ass. How many strokes do you beat me by? Go ahead. I want some motivation because I'm going to listen to this on loop heading to the country club tomorrow.
I'm confident.
How many strokes?
Don't care. I'll just win.
Yeah. It's never entered your mind when talking about this bet that you might lose. Not once. Okay.
Not even a little bit. No.
All right. It should maybe make you feel good that everybody around this offense loves you and believes that you're going to kick my ass. Everybody I've talked to says Gator, and not just Gator wins, but Gator in a rout. So I got a chip on my shoulder.
And why do you think that is?
They don't know. They've never seen either of us play.
I think a lot of these people have seen both of us play, and they understand. And when you've got people that have kept scorecards over the last several years that we've done this, they recognize that I don't think there's been a single time that
I have not beat you. I came within one stroke last year of you.
Yeah.
Yes. So I can't wait to go. I'm very excited, but I'm going to keep it within the parameters of my mental clarity. All right. I'm ready to go.
When was the last time you were able to keep anything within the parameters?
Oh, no. I don't throw fits on the golf course anymore.
No?
No, I don't. And you will not force me to. I'm a much mature
anything.
guy.
I just go out and
play.
play.
I made a bet with both Evan and Kenny that I don't yell the word F and I don't throw my clubs. If I do those two things, I owe them each $10. If I don't, they owe me $10.
Well, the F-bomb's going to come out multiple times, I think, from you.
Well, I mean,
because it comes out multiple times from any player.
But you can say F, but you just can't yell it at the top of your lungs like I've been known to do. Yeah.
That I hope you don't do.
I'm not going to do it.
Stoney, you've never been somebody that throws your clubs on that course, have you?
I've seen Stoney throw a club.
No.
No?
Not me, no.
I thought last year, 2 years ago.
I'll curse a lot.
Yeah, nothing wrong with cursing.
No.
I get that. I mean, it's a game of four-letter words.
Yeah.
So, Stoney, you're going with Gator too? If you were forced to pick?
If I was forced to pick, I'd say yes, even though I do know you've gotten better.
Okay.
But I do believe that mentally, and I'm not talking about throwing clubs or anything.
Yeah, you think I'm mentally soft. I get it.
Not so much mentally soft.
I need it. Tell me.
My thing is that if he struggles early, he'll be able to regroup a lot easier than if you struggle early. I've been with you when you start playing bad and it doesn't end.
Well, yeah.
Same thing with me. You're still better than I am right now. Believe it or not, you are better than me. I'm at 25. I get worse and worse the more
You're
I play.
taking lessons, though. You're going to be great tomorrow.
No, I'm not, but that's okay. I mean,
listen, it's one of the great events. I look forward to this every year. It's so much fun.
It's a lot of fun.
Yes. And Gator, I mean, I'm probably giving you too much props here, but you've rented some room in my head for the last 2 months. I've gone to the driving range way too often.
Mm-hmm.
I'm ready to go.
Okay. Well, good for you.
Yeah.
Good.
Stoney, what's coming up on the show this afternoon?
Oh, yeah, you guys got a show.
Yeah, we'll talk about the exciting Lions opener yesterday and what you can take from that, if anything. And if you're going to take the good, if you're going to take the bad, you have to take the good with it too. and vice versa. And we'll get into the trading deadline and Scott Harris's response to my question and some other questions. And
what about Rico's response to losing Trey Lance? You miss him, don't you, Rico?
No, Rico actually is pissed at himself because he was going to bet on him.
Why would I miss it?
It was 1,000-1 for a touchdown pass. And
if he threw
was it really?
Yeah.
It was it was plus. I think it was plus 1,100 if he threw a touchdown pass.
Yeah.
That was
no way.
Oh,
my
the
God.
on the first drive.
Oh, on the first drive.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And guess what he did on the first
Oh,
drive?
wow.
Yeah.
It's always the bets you don't make that end up winning.
This is like, this is stupid. Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
And you know what? You would have been. I love those bets because you would have got paid 2 minutes into the game.
Yeah, and it's stress-free. You're just paid, and you look at your account, it's in there.
All right. Now you can make other bets and give it all back. So, no, you know what? I think he's going to be the backup for the Chargers. Good for him. Looks like he finally found a home. And look, Harbaugh, say what you want. I think he's weird, but he knows what he's doing with quarterback.
And there's no question he does. And he is also weird.
Oh, yeah.
I've always said he's a hell of a football coach.
But like
you just don't have to like what he did.
He knows
and
how
he
to
went
push
about
the
doing
quarterback's buttons and get them. So, no, for him, I mean, maybe he turns into the next thing. So if Herbert goes down.
Hey, he took your team to a Super Bowl. They didn't win, but he took them there. I mean, he was a good coach.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the lights went out, so I still question what happened.
I was there.
Yeah.
It was
That's
a
Beyonce.
It was a situation. It was so funny that when that happened in New Orleans, the lights went out. That's kind of weird. Oh, they're back. Okay.
Gator, I equate that to when how it changed the whole game when Fan Man came into the ring.
Oh, the boxing
was
match.
that
Was it
Riddick
George
Bowe?
Foreman?
Yeah.
What about this one?
It was Riddick Bowe, and I think it was Holyfield.
Oh, it was Holyfield. Okay.
And Bowe was
Fan
killing
Man.
him. I was
Fan
about to win my bet. Fan Man pops up. They cool down for 40 minutes, and Bowe is just like,
Oh,
done.
wow.
Fan Man might be the most ridiculous thing to happen at a sporting event that doesn't get talked about nearly enough.
Right.
This was a guy who literally flew into the confines of the outdoor arena where they were fighting.
At Caesars or wherever it was.
And landed
in the ring.
Pretty awesome.
Well, did a similar one happen at a Bears game on Monday Night Football as well? Remember that?
Well, what about, do the Cubs win the World Series if they don't have that weird rain delay and Jason Hayward gives the inspirational speech in Game 7 against the Guardians or Indians?
I don't know. Rain delays, it's not the
did
same
the
as
Cubs
fan.
win?
But it was a rain delay that shouldn't be. They should have never had a rain delay.
It's not Fan Man, though. Fan Man
Not
has
Fan
been.
Man. Fan Man's
You're right. You're right. It's not
And,
Fan
and the
Man.
lights
Not
going
Fan
out
Man.
in the Super Bowl.
Crazy. All right, lots to come up, and I'm sure you're going to get to the Tigers trade deadline as well. It's all next year. 97.1, The Ticket.
Good afternoon. It is the Valenti Show with Rico on a Floral Friday. I'm Stoney in for the vacationing Mike Valenti, and I see Kenny's got a floral T-shirt on. Rico and I are wearing similar Spartan green floral stuff.
Yeah, we did not talk about it either.
No, they're different, but similar. And Hatchet did not get the memo.
He's wearing a free T-shirt.
He's often curmudgeon-y about this particular holiday of the week.
Yeah.
I did not do this on purpose, Kenny. I honestly forgot. I'm so sorry.
Yes.
I apologize. I'm being negative, and I need to stop that.
Mm-hmm.
Forgot this. Forgot to invite me to your lunch party. It's okay. It's all good.
You know, I
No
normally
worries.
don't like Hatchet.
I just want to take a minute here just to say something personal. As we know, we do this show every day from the Jamie Samuelson studio. Today, August 1st, is the 5th year anniversary of the great Jamie passing, and our good friend and my friend who I've known since 1994, and to Christy and the kids and all his fans. Just remember, Jamie, go get a colonoscopy. He would have wanted that way. And Jamie up above, looking down, you're probably sitting there, shut the F up, Stoney, already, and get on with the show. So we will. But always thinking of Jamie Samuelson, especially walking into the studio. All right. The telephone number is 248-539-9797. Well, Rico, the trade deadline has come and gone.
It did, and the Tigers jumped in at the last second. Stoney,
I know, you called it.
It's funny. You walked out because 2 days before, we're like Justin Verlander. I'm like, why not go get Charlie Morton? And then as I'm leaving, David's like, oh my goodness, the Tigers have just made it a trade for who? David, starting pitcher. Who? Charlie Morton. You're kidding me, right? Yes, 41-year-old Charlie Morton. So rental player. They got him at the deadline. It was like 5:58. So looking at everything that they did, they made moves. They kind of encapsulized exactly what I thought they were going to do.
Mm-hmm.
They got starting pitching in Morton, Paddock, and then they brought in some arms and Finnegan. Mm-hmm. And then they brought in a couple other relievers who probably, I'll be honest with you,
right.
I don't even think they're going to play. I don't know the point of going through all the motion because one is injured and the other.
Right. Well, Seawald, if he's healthy, he'll be there for the home stretch. Get him ready for the playoffs, assuming that they don't take a complete crap like they did for a little bit before they won those 4 games in a row. But I don't think there's anybody in this division right now who can get on a huge run. Maybe.
But Seawald is going to be fingers crossed because Stoney, here's the thing. You don't know how he's going to pitch in this organization.
Correct.
So if you throw him out there in a playoff game, you really don't know. Like this thing could blow up in your face, or you're like, wow. I mean, it's like Jackson Jobe last year. Like, okay, well, here's your chance, and you saw he wasn't quite ready.
I didn't look to see how he played in the playoffs last year. Seawald, as he was the third reliever for Cleveland behind Clase, who's obviously not pitching now, and Cade Smith, but he has some playoff experience, I believe. Look, the bottom line is, are they better than they were, 48 hours ago, whatever? I think incrementally a little bit. They went for more quantity than quality that I would have liked. The only thing I'm pissed off at a little bit is that they didn't get Bednar. And, Bednar, the Pirates get 3 prospects from the Yankees that are now listed as the Pirates 11th and 15th. So they were probably better on the Yankees list than the Pirates and somebody who's not rated, because you have control over him for another year. The whole Suarez thing, I didn't think they were going to get him. I thought they could have, based upon the return that Arizona got. But and then listening to Scott Harris yesterday, he was pretty honest, whether you agree with him or don't agree with him. He was honest. Mm-hmm. He basically said, I'm not giving up any of our really good prospects for rentals. I think he would entertain giving up somebody, not the top 2, but anybody else besides, 5 through 10, if it was somebody that was going to be really good and you have control over. Rentals, no. And I understand both sides of the rental equation. if you are this close, do you think winning a World Series? And I say, F the prospects. I believe that he thinks they're good enough to obviously to get in the playoffs, but I don't know if he thinks they're good enough or would be a guarantee to win a World Series. They would be the favorites. To me, if he's going to give up prospects for a rental, he wants to go into the playoffs with the mindset that we're the favorite to win it all. And I don't think they're there, even if they would have got Suarez.
Yeah, it was funny because he, in his post-trade interview, he kind of said everything that I thought he was going to say. I wasn't shocked by anything.
No.
I'm paraphrasing. We're going to have some of the quotes later, but he loves his farm system. He doesn't want to give up his farm system. He doesn't want to get bitten in the behind because one of the guys goes out and becomes really good.
Like Suarez when he got traded from the Tigers, but Suarez was not as highly rated as these guys.
Right. So it was like, guys, I'm going to make some moves. And I think, you know what, David, let's just play some of the quotes.
Yeah, and we'll start with that one because he basically, on that, he says he didn't want to trade to haunt them. And then he was asked about the relievers. We all know the Tigers needed relievers. It was a robust market for that, and he talked about how the prices were too high.
So yeah, I mean, and when he talked about the relievers in the division, I don't know if it's fact, but I don't know if Duran, the Twins, would even wanted to trade him here. I mean, they traded Padgett here, but that's a little different, right?
Right.
Yeah, so, all right. He was also talking about, the futures and things like that. And I asked him about the whole deal with this window because of Skubal. If you don't sign him, you'll either trade him in the winter, you'll either trade him at the deadline, or you'll just let him go with the free agency and see what happens, because I don't anticipate the Tigers signing Tarik Skubal based upon Scott Boris's past. Here's what he had to say about that.
Well, a couple things with that statement. It sounds as if, just me, David, Stoney, Kenny, looks like, seems like, feels like, sounds like, they're planning on just being a good team. And when Skubal leaves, he believes that he has somebody who could replace him, who he has another pitcher or a series of pitchers that they can go out there, because I think we all see the window. To sit there and say that he doesn't see the window, like, come on, man. Come on.
Well, he doesn't see the window as we have to win the World Series now or we're done.
Well,
because they have all the, in his mind, really good young players.
But then it also, the last part of that statement is your job is just get to the playoffs. To get to the no. Your job is to win a World Series.
Correct.
Your job is not to get to the playoffs. getting to the playoffs every year is that's no. You should want to achieve the ultimate goal. And that's where maybe that's where his heart was, but that's not what his words said.
Right. The flip side of that, we'll take your phone calls at 248-539-9797, is that everybody, it's basic. You don't have to realize it without him saying it. In order for us to win the World Series, what do we have to do first?
Got to make the playoffs.
Got to make the playoffs. So he wants his team to be in the hunt every year. And obviously, once you get to that hunt, you want to win.
But I guess I want to hear the president of baseball operations say, we are trying to win a World Series. It's not that hard to say. It's not that hard to believe. And it's the thing that really upsets me with this city, because I do feel the second that you say it, they don't want the pressure of, well, I gotta live up to that now.
Well,
to say I just want to make the playoffs, you could easily do that, and then you could tell your fans, hey, I promised you we would consistently be in the playoffs. If you put your neck out on the line and say, we're going to win a World Series, the clock is now ticking.
But some team did do that and failed. We'll get to that coming up. 97 won the ticket.
You hear us having fun on the radio? Well, you can too. Let Specs at LTU get your radio career started, or maybe you want to go into television. You're a graphic design artist. No worries. Specs at LTU has you covered. Specs at LTU, located right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. They'll get you started on your new career path. You can either go into one of the 3 different certificate programs, the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, or graphics media arts programs. They are 31 credited hours, and each student can start in the fall, spring, and summer. I suggest the fall because the fall, it's coming up. You're going to be taught by people like myself who work in the business. Means we're not going to waste your time. Means you're going to learn from day one what it takes to make it in your new field. It's very simple to get started. Make an appointment today. Call 1-800-CALL-LTU. That's 1-800-CALL-LTU. Do that today and make an appointment with an admissions counselor.
That's Tigers president of baseball operations, Scott Harris.
And basketball.
Mm-hmm. Look, yeah, at least he admitted that they were interested in some high-level guys, but he thought the ask was too high. And look, as far as the guys out there, besides Suarez, I mean, there weren't a lot of Cedric Mullins. You didn't need a center fielder, no, per se. There, and he's not even that great anyway. So
you look at the arms that the Yankees got in their bullpen, and you're thinking,
yes.
oh, wait. And how much did they pay? Couldn't we have done that? But it sounds as if I said, like last week, he loves the farm system. He loves the future that he has, and he wants to be a consistently good playoff team and taking your chances. And it's as if the goal is to just get a seat at the table, and then we'll see what happens when you get to the table.
And he also probably felt that this is what he alluded to last night, to trade high-level prospects. No, I'm not talking about Clark and McGonigal or any of the other two, Lorenz and Brasio, whatever. I always pronounce his name correctly for me, Kenny. Josue Brasio. Is that the way you pronounce his last name? Anyways, yeah, him.
Okay.
So you weren't going to trade them, but you could have traded some of the other ones. And he doesn't believe that a relief pitcher, even one that you have control over, is worth giving up those prospects. And he's not alone. There are other people who believe that too. However, you mentioned the Yankees, among their relievers that they got yesterday, they got Bednar, who they got, they gave up, who is now on the Pirates' 11th and the Pirates' 15th, and a non-rated prospect. So 3 prospects, 2 are highly rated. He didn't want to give that up. I would have given that up because you had Bednar for 1 more year. Right. Jake Bird, who I really liked, he gave up the Rockies' 11th prospect and the Rockies' 27th prospect they now have. I don't think Bird, I think he would have been a rental if I'm not mistaken. I talked about him last week when I was in with Gator. As far as, Doval, they gave up a lot, San Francisco, and they gave up a decent amount, I believe, for Caballero. So they gave up a lot of their prospects.
Well, Jake Bird is actually not a free agent at the end of the year. He has 3 more years of arbitration.
Okay, so then I would have, that's
why you gave up.
Yeah, that's what I would have given up. I would have given that up, though.
And that's where I don't understand not making moves for players like Jake Bird and Bednar, because you still have control over those players.
Those are the ones that I would say upset me. The other ones, no.
Yeah, because if it's a rental, I get it, where you don't want to give up a high prospect for a rental, but when you have control over guys, you have to make moves. And what I'm tired of hearing, because we hear it from Steve Yzerman as well, what I'm tired of hearing is, well, we were in on this. We talked about this. We called about this. Okay, that's great.
And in the end, we decided what we had.
Right.
Down the line, trust us, it's going to be good. Well, here's the thing. By doing this, you're kind of saying you plan on all of these guys not just playing, but playing well, because you're worried about them coming back and haunting you.
Yes.
So these guys better, unfortunately, we won't know who's right for another 3 to 5 to 6 years. But your window right now, whether you believe it or not, I do believe you have a Skubal window, because Skubal is going to command a ton of money. Skubal is doing the right thing. He's doing the PC thing. Anytime he's asked, hey, don't you want to be a Tiger for life? Hey, that's above my pay grade. That's for my agent. Talk to him. He's basically saying, come to the table, correct? Show me the $400 million, and I'm a Tiger for life. If not, I'll be a Yankee. I'll be a Met. I'll be a Dodger. I'll be whoever pays me the money.
I think he's going the free agent route, no matter what the Tigers did. That's the way most of Boris' clients do. Not all of them.
But Stoney, it's like, that's why it's like, okay, I think we all see that.
Right.
So because you have the best pitcher in baseball, you would think, okay, I need to capitalize on this. And I think that's where the frustration comes from, the lack of major movements, especially when you see what the Yankees did, because that's potentially a team you'll play in the playoffs.
Okay, now you mentioned before the break, you want to hear him say, I want to win the World Series. To me, I used to be under that philosophy. Obviously, I want to win the World Series. I just don't take what all these guys say at press conferences. Look, Dan Campbell basically said Super Bowl or bust last year. Okay, they didn't make it. What are they giving up? No. I mean, it would have been any different if he would have said, we just want to get the number 1 seed or we just want to make the playoffs. No, they would have still done what they did.
No, but Stoney, here's the thing. When you say something like that, you put the pressure on yourself to say, I know what I said and I need to back it up. It's why, yes, we all still remember the guaranteed when he was just like, no, we're winning that game. You know, it's when Harbaugh came out and said, we're winning that game. Yeah. You want to hear the confidence. You put your neck out there. So now you have a little extra motivation. I want to hear that. If Stoney, if we're not going to believe anything we hear in the press conferences, then why the hell do we have press conferences?
It's a good question at times. Absolutely. When it comes to platitudes, though, I think a lot.
If you could say, I want to be in the playoffs, take the next step. I want to be in the playoffs because the ultimate goal is to win a World Series.
Right.
Boom.
Okay.
There you go.
So he just had to add that sentence. 248-539-9797. Dorian in Detroit, what's going on?
Good morning, fellas. Good afternoon, fellas. My God. I'm getting my times mixed up.
You know what? Depends on where you're at. West Coast, good morning. Good afternoon.
Right. I mean, I like what he did because it fits the narrative of what they need right now. You got to understand that, like you said before, you just got to make the playoffs. Once you make the playoffs, anything can happen. And it's incremental in baseball, and it makes more sense. Why would I trade my top prop? This is what got us in trouble all over the place. Like I had put in the comments on YouTube, 2 words, Doyle Alexander. That's enough an example right there to not trade off your prospects, especially if they're top. These teams were literally telling him.
Dorian, I get it, but we coming up on 40 years ago.
Yeah. And
we got to let Doyle Alexander go.
And that was a good trade. I don't care what anybody
says. I mean, it was a good trade for the moment. We thought it was going to be proper. It didn't amount.
Well, Smoltz was not a huge prospect back then either, Dorian. You have to remember that.
And it was damn near 40 years ago.
Right.
If we're still hung up on Doyle Alexander, guess what? People, we need to move forward.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you don't win a World Series since 3 years before the Doyle Alexander trade.
True.
Right. Let's go to Mark. You're a 97-1 to take it. What's up, Mark?
Hey, guys, what's going on?
How are you?
Yes. Hey, I really appreciate you guys having me. I'm out in Arizona. I'm in Sedona right now.
Well, you know what? Good morning to you.
Good, thank you.
I like Sedona, by the way.
Oh, it's the most beautiful place on earth. I'll tell you right now. No place like it. But what I want to bring up is, you guys are doing a great job. But anyways, this has got to be some sort of joke with the Tigers. I mean, this is, they're going to say this is a prank. You mean they waited till the last minute to tell the fans, we got this for you? You got to be kidding me. It just has to be some sort of joke. They got players that nobody wants. They got a 60-year-old. I don't understand this. I really don't. You know, hey, losers stick with losers, just like the Lions. It is what it is. You know, it's a disease. You know, and I'm just stunned that they picked up nobody. They could have got the guy from Minnesota. Prospects, they could keep your prospects. It's not like football where you kind of know what you're getting. Baseball, you have no idea. Most guys are lemons. Lemons. And they're keeping their prospects. And now don't forget, you're talking about the Tigers, not the Yankees. And they're losers. So it's what they are. And it just like I said, I know I'm repeating myself, but I had to give you guys a call and message. I'm going to make this short and sweet.
Mark, you're frustrated. I get it. You're frustrated.
Well,
you expected more.
Well, you know what? They're not going anywhere. I was guarantee it. But with this bullpen, you might as well put the ball in the tee and play tee-ball. And just let them tee off.
Man, the bullpen that was really good last year, certainly not as good this year. And hopefully, by moving Melton to the bullpen, maybe that'll help. Who the hell knows? 97.1 The Ticket. This is the Valenti Show with Rico Stoney in for Mr. Valenti, who is Saratoga-ing. And I imagine he'd be a little more upset with the trading deadline than I am. I don't love it at all. If I was giving it a grade, I'd grade it a C-. Okay?
You know what? I think I can speak for him, Stoney.
Yeah. So there's certain things I think are okay with it, but there are other things that I think make no sense to me. And the biggest ones actually his Yankees got, which were, to me, Bednar and Bird. All right. Let's go to Charles and Grand Blanc here in 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, I'm just upset with Detroit in general. So I feel like all of our GMs are scared. Like last year, the Tigers won a series in, the playoffs. The Pistons went to the playoffs. The Lions 2 years ago went to the NFC Championship and almost went to the Super Bowl and yet did nothing. Last year, we went to the playoffs, we're out in the first round, and then still did nothing. So I'm just upset, and don't even bring up the Iser plan because that's done absolutely nothing. So I'm just upset with the whole management of all of our teams, in all honesty. Like, 3 of our teams are playoff teams, and none of them have done anything.
You know what, Charles? I feel your pain because it's almost like you want to feel a sense of urgency. You want to see that final push. You want to see that whole, hey, we want to win the World Series, Super Bowl. We want to win the NBA Final. We want to win the Stanley Cup, but you don't get it. It's more of a, I think we're okay. We're pretty good here. Well, I think we'll make the playoffs, and that's you need to want more out of life.
Yeah, and how can all of the, and I know the fans, there's more that's going on than we know, but how can everyone see it and everyone believe it, and yet none of them have the guts to do anything, or they're so blind to the issues that need to be fixed that they don't do anything. I mean, it's. Let me give you door number 3.
Maybe it's because for a long time, and for almost like the last decade, all the teams in Detroit were bad. And guess what? Now you're winning. Now you're seeing victories. Now you're seeing playoff berths. And it's like, I don't ever want to go back to how bad it was, so you're okay with how it is now.
Yeah, that's mediocrity. And you
right,
can't
but
you can't win the big one without.
No. Charles, me and you, same page.
I agree with you, but the 3 of the GMs that you mentioned or talked about weren't really here that long. Okay, Brad Holmes, his first year they stunk, and then they got good. Okay, Trajan Langdon's been here 1 year, and they made the playoffs.
We'll see.
Scott Harris, year 2. They're in the playoffs, so they're not sitting there with this losing stuff in their minds.
No, it's not the losing stuff. He said the fans, not the GM. The fans have seen nothing but bad for a long time, not the GMs. I give Holmes credit. He at first was like, "Hey, we want to win a Super Bowl," and then they went 15-2, and then they lost. And I don't hear that.
Yeah,
just saying, David. Any ticket text.
No, but you're right about Brad Holmes, because I believe he also then changed at the end of last year to no windows.
There's no receipts and look at we about to do this. Hey, book your flights and trips to New Orleans. Oops.
Hans the Uber driver texts us in and says, "Does Scott not know the odds of minor league players making it to the majors is 10%? As the saying goes, scared money don't make money." Someone else says,
I think the top 100 players, the odds are a little bit better than that, like about 30-some%. But I get what he's saying.
And then I'll give you Matt Manning.
Because as I told Stone, if you're in the casino or if you're betting something and you had a 65% chance of winning or a 35% chance, most people would take the 65% chance, right?
Right.
Except here. You take the 35.
Errors and homes are being calculated and methodical in building perennial contenders from the ground up. I'm glad they are not desperately making moves every year like 97.1 The Ticket host want.
I don't think 97.1 The Ticket hosts want them every single year to go after the hottest name. Just maybe once in a while,
because maybe the 97 Won the Ticket hosts know what a window looks like. And when you in a window, man, you better go through it because it will close fast. And then you know what you're going to be sitting there saying? Why didn't we do that? Hey, remember the good old days when, because we're talking about the good old days when we had, Scherzer and Verlander, and too bad they didn't win.
Well, and see, and I'm glad I'm glad you brought that up because you're right. There's no guarantee that you win when you make moves. But you know what I remember? And of course, yes, we didn't win a championship during that era, but I remember the memories. I have the time, and I appreciate Dave Dombrowski for trying, for making moves, for attempting to try to win.
Right. You go get Fielder. You go get
Fielder,
David Price. They made moves and said, we're going to try. But unfortunately, I'm sorry, Stoney.
No, it's okay. Go.
Unfortunately, a lot of people are if you don't win, then it was a waste. Like you have to go for it because once that window closes, and you saw what happened after all of those guys left and got traded off to different things, the Tigers went back to the Stone Ages, and now they're just starting to get good again. And I think now it's almost like the plan is, let's just be good for a long time. Not fun. David, different sport. How does it feel with your Steelers to be good for a long time?
It does not feel great.
I promise you, in a few years, you're going to want more. But right now, you still remember the bad. You still remember just eating oatmeal for 3 meals a day.
You'd rather be the Florida Marlins, who won 2 World Series. They won one, went in the crapper, then they went back up and won again. And, you'd rather have that. Rings is what counts. 248-539-9797.
A more ticket text here says, from G, says not wanting to give a prospect because they'll come back to haunt you in the future is not the way to manage a club. You have to be assertive if you're going to win.
When I heard that, David, that was the epitome of the phrase scared money right there. Like, what if they come back? What if they don't? Like, there's a flip side to every coin.
Mm-hmm. He's gambling. That's what it is. He's gambling.
No, he's taking his money and stuffing it in the mattress. That's not gambling.
No, it is gambling because you're gambling that you're right on your prospects. That's a gamble.
Correct. And someone did text on that, says GMs that fall in love with their farm system don't last long in this business. Prospects exist to be traded.
Yes, exactly. I totally agree. And look, Dombrowski did it when he traded Cameron Maybin and Andrew Miller. I mean, maybe that's what Harris is waiting for. Whoever the Cabrera of 2026 is going to be.
It's funny. Nobody brings that up, but you will hear about Doyle Alexander until we're all buried 6 feet under.
Right. Yeah.
It was almost 40 years ago.
Right.
Okay. And Smoltz is in the Hall of Fame.
Right.
We get it.
But it was completely a different scenario. You're talking about a guy at the end of his career, Doyle Alexander, who wasn't great to begin with, as opposed to we're trying to compare the Cabrera trades. And you're trying to compare also, Miller and Maybin were highly, highly praised prospect. And Miller ended up being a pretty good player. Maybin not so much.
It took a while for Miller to get there. He had to get a role in the bullpen, but he got there.
Absolutely.
10 years later.
Yes. Here, it's different. You got Clark, you got McGonigal. There's still really young players, and there's nobody out there like Miguel Cabrera. Suarez and these good relievers, you're not giving those guys up. And I think everybody in this town agrees with that. It's the 6 through 10 guys that you're willing to give, that as fans we're willing to give up.
Exactly, because you're not blocking. Nobody's blocking. They're not going to be here for a while.
Right.
So, once again, you may not even be here when they make it to the major league. So let's roll the dice, see what happens. Let's get Dennis.
What's up, Dennis?
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Listen, the Tigers made it last year, and now they got the same team, a few other people. But I tell you what, man, they just don't want to spend big money. I mean, they don't have a big park. They're not going to give Scuba $40-50 million. They can't get nobody they want to pay $30-40 million to. They're trying to get all these rental guys and guys they want to pay, like Torres. If they want to sign him again, which I think they should, he's going to want $20-22 million for 2 or 3 years.
I disagree that it's all about money. Especially what happened yesterday has nothing to do with money.
Do you see anybody trying to get them a big stud out there? Nobody. We could have signed Suarez.
Yeah, but Suarez. Wait. Suarez was that's not a money deal. Suarez is a free agent at the end of the season. It has nothing to do with money.
For 2 more years, and he wouldn't do it.
It's no. What are you talking about? Where's your 2 years coming from? He's a free agent.
I know, but they said that they wanted to sign him to another contract, and he wouldn't do it. My point is this: there's nobody on our team making a lot of money. It's Scribble next year. His agent wants 40, 50 million. It ain't going to happen.
Of course, it's not going to happen. And you know what? If he wants like a 9-year contract, I wouldn't give him that money either. Not for a pitcher.
I mean, I'm with you. We go full circle. That's why I think your window is now. That's why I disagree with what Scott Harris said. But hey,
that's why I asked him the question. 97 won the ticket. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. It is the Valenti Show with Rico. Mike on vacation. He will be back on Monday. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not football today. It's a baseball blitz.
Maybe around the diamond?
Around the diamond. That's what we'll call that today. Yes, guys, we're doing something a little different here because the trade deadline was yesterday. So let's talk about some of the all-time trade deadline moves here.
Ooh, I like this.
Oh, okay. See, when I heard you talking about this, I was just like, why are we talking about NFL trade? Baseball. David, I'll stand down. You can go ahead.
So let's go to 1997. There was a player that was having an amazing year for the Oakland Athletics. He had, I think, 24 home runs. He had him down the stretch for the team he was traded to. Finished the season with a career-high 58 home runs.
Ooh, not home
that
runs.
is Mark McGwire.
Oh, yeah.
He was traded to the St. Louis Cardinals in 1997.
Who'd they get for him, by the way? Do we know?
I think I have that, yes. The Cardinals traded 3 pitchers, TJ Matthews, Eric Ludwig, and Blake Stein to the Oakland Athletics.
Yeah, I was
going to say Giambi.
How'd that work out?
Yeah.
Now, what's interesting is that was supposed to be a rental. He ended up re-signing and staying in St. Louis. And we all know what happened after that.
Yes.
Was steroids.
Hey, well, you know what? Here's the thing, though. He and Sosa saved baseball.
Yeah.
Because baseball was in the toilet after that strike. So for all those writers, you're being hypocritical because you all made a ton of money off your articles and your books, and now you turned your back on them.
Let's go to another trade. This was very similar to Mark McGwire because it included the St. Louis Cardinals again in 2009. 1 year after finishing second in NL MVP voting, Matt Holliday was traded from the Rockies to the Athletics, actually. And then he went on to sign with the St. Louis Cardinals in that offseason.
Okay. Matt Holliday is a really good player. And
He's a really good player.
And his son was a first-round draft choice this few weeks ago.
Really?
By the Colorado Rockies.
I know, man. It's when you just start feeling old.
I know.
Like, Jesus, yeah.
Okay, how many sons does he have? How many are going to be Major League Baseball players? Probably all of them, right?
Yep.
Let's
That's right, because there's other ones on the Orioles.
This guy was included in 2 deals. He was traded in back-to-back years. It is Mark Teixeira. He was first traded from the Rangers
to the Braves
in 2007. What's interesting there is that the players that the Rangers traded or got in the trade for Teixeira end up helping them win back-to-back AL pennants in 2010 and 2011. Elvis Andrus, Felice, and Matt Harrison all had big roles with them for the Rangers.
See, they came back to haunt them.
Not them. But what happens is Teixeira then goes to the Braves, signs there, and then they trade him a year later to the Angels in 2008. And he helped the Angels in 54 games with LA. He slashed 358, 449, 632 with 13 home runs, 43 RBIs. And he helped them make the NLDS, which they fell to the Boston Red Sox.
Okay. Teixeira. No, I remember him. Yeah, another good player.
I think everyone remembers this next one. If I mention this, you're going to know exactly what it is. Randy Johnson.
Well, which time? He was traded a few times.
Exactly.
Is it from Montreal to Seattle for, I believe, Floyd Bannister?
I still say, and David, hold on real. I don't know. Is there a 30 for 30 on that Montreal 94 team?
Oh, they were amazing.
Do you realize the players and the Hall of Famers were all on that team?
Yeah.
And baseball just gave up on them. They were the best team in baseball, and I do think they would have won. But yes, I was about to say, when he went to Seattle or when he went to the Yankees?
It's when he was with Seattle. Everyone remembers when he played for Seattle, and then he plays with Arizona.
Yeah.
Well, remember, Seattle traded him to Houston in 1998 at the trade deadline. He had 11 starts with Houston. He went 10-1 with a 1.28 ERA. Now, they lost both his starts in the NLDS against the Padres, and he walked in free agency to go to the Arizona Diamondbacks.
And you probably, for those who watched that, witnessed something you'll never see again. That's when they won, they only used 2 pitchers.
Correct.
It was him and Kurt Schilling.
Yes.
Schilling, yeah. They used 2 starting pitchers the entire World Series and won.
It was like, what's today? Monday? Okay, so it's Schilling. Tomorrow, Tuesday, Randy.
Right.
Wednesday,
they used the
Schilling.
off day, and it worked, and it wasn't any pitch count. It was, guys, you can rest your arms when the series is over. I will send you on a vacation.
We're thinking of a different year because the 94 Expos were 74 and 40.
Wait.
Yeah, no, you're right. But they didn't have, it wasn't when they had Dawson and those guys, though.
No. It was, I thought it was
Cliff Floyd, Will Cordero, I'm looking it up. Moises Alou.
Yeah.
Larry Walker. And then their pitching was
trying to think,
Pedro
was Vlad on that team?
I don't know. Pedro Martinez, Jeff Fassero, Mel Rojas. Yeah, it wasn't as dominating as I thought they were, but the strikes screwed them.
Yeah.
So let's get to the next one here, and it is David Price.
Oh, yes.
Not the trade to Detroit. It was when Detroit traded him to Toronto.
Oh, who did we get? Oh, we got Matthew Boyd and Daniel Norris, correct?
Yes, I believe that was it.
Way to go, Stoney.
Yes. He went 9-1 with them in 11 starts, and they won the AL East. Unfortunately, Price in the ALCS was not good, and the Royals beat them.
Well, David, I don't know if you have, speaking of which, we've all talked about it, and every Detroiter knows the Doyle Alexander trade.
Yeah, no, that one is not on this list.
When he came to the Tigers and actually played well, was he 9-1?
He was 9-0.
9-0.
And then he started off great the following year, made the All-Star game, and then it was over.
Yeah.
Well, I'll give you this one to close it out here, and you probably remember this one, Stoney. I know you remember this one. I'll just name him CC Sabathia.
CC Sabathia when he went from Cleveland to Milwaukee?
Correct.
Now, who did the Indians at that time get for him?
I'm not sure. I would have to look that up. But we're talking about records here. He went 11-2.
Yeah, he led them to the playoffs.
1.65 ERA, 7 complete games, and 3 of them were shutouts. He made each of his final 3 starts on 3 days rest, winning the final 2, including a 122 pitch complete game
Wait.
to beat the Cubs 3-1.
Wait, I thought you were supposed to come out of the game at 85 pitches. David, the thing I used to like about CC Sabathia, it literally looked like he just woke up and put on a uniform. He just looked messy, but he would just go out there and get it done. Looked like he should have been playing in a beer league somewhere.
Well, what he did not do is he didn't get it done in the NLDS because he got rocked by the Phillies.
It was weird. The Indians got Rob Bryson, a minor league, Zach Jackson, no idea who it was, Matt Laporta, who was a little bit of a cat, and then a player to be named later who turned out to be a pretty good player, Michael Brantley.
Yes. But everything else.
Yeah.
Yeah. And well, Laporta, by the way, I believe that's Sam's brother. Just having fun with trade deadline stuff. That is your, what did you call it, Rico? Around the diamond?
Around the diamond. Oh, and real quick, looks like the 2027 Major League All-Star Game will be hosted
by no one because there'll be a lockout.
That's a good
I was
point.
about to say at Wrigley Field.
At Wrigley Field.
You know what, David? See, this is why I don't like you, man. You're always negative.
That is your Around the Diamond 97.1.
Hey, Woj, what's up? It is the Valenti and Rico show. Stoney here with you today. I'll be back, I think, August the 11th.
The 11th.
The 11th.
You and I.
Yes.
Going to run it back.
Yes, exactly. And then there's a few days you're going to be off that I'll be in with Mike. So, yes, Mike will be back on Monday. Oh, we all saw the Lions game last night, and don't want to spend too much time on it, but we will get to it shortly.
A couple things from that game.
Yeah.
But this is why I like doing shows with Stoney.
We were just talking, and you know, Rico's mentioned that the city is plagued, in Rico's opinion, of general managers who are afraid to do stuff. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to put that question to Brad Holmes again. Now, I don't think it'll get that serious because I don't think Jerry Jones is going to accommodate one of his players. But Micah Parsons has officially requested via his social media that he wants to be traded from the Dallas Cowboys. So my question is, obviously, with the cliche around here is, you know, you make the call, of course, and I think anybody would make a call. But I want to ask you, Rico, you, David, Kenny, and the fine people of southeastern Michigan, and those living somewhere else but listening, what would it take, do you think, to acquire one Micah Parsons? And whatever you come up with, would you want the Lions to do it? Do you think the Lions would do it? Which is two completely different answers, probably. Personally, I think it's a minimum of 2 number 1 draft choices and maybe 1 2. That's what I would say. 2 1s and a 2 for a perennial Pro Bowl pass rusher, and he does other things too. He's pretty good on the run as well. A great player. You can argue whether he's good in the locker room. I have no idea. He's outspoken sometimes. He does a good podcast. And I have to admit it, if anybody would remember before that draft, I wanted them to take Micah Parsons ahead of anybody, including Penei Sewell, and it worked out pretty well. But I am a Micah Parsons suck-up. I think he's great. And just you imagine him and Hutchinson together? Oh, my God.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
All right.
Yeah, first ballot Hall of Famer. Yeah. Stoney, if we played this 248-539-9797, by the way, what would you give up to get Micah Parsons here in Detroit?
Hendon Hooker doesn't count.
Yeah, okay. You know what? I don't even have a joke. He ain't even worthy of a joke.
Yeah, I know.
I think that minimum, and you're looking at 2 1s and probably 2 number 2s.
So I said 2 and a 2, 2 1s and 1 2. You said 2 1s and 2 2s,
or at least 2 1s, a 2 and a 3. Like you're going to give up a lot to get him. But here's the thing: if I'm the Lions, I don't care, because with him, you're probably handing over picks 30, 31, or 32.
Right. That's why, first of all, Dallas, if they're smart, they wouldn't trade it to a team like the Lions. But in our little fantasy
and that's
world,
why I said you may have to give up
more.
A bunch, because now they could take your 2 number 1s and move that to go get somebody who they really want.
Right. Look, I don't want to take this to the the way Max Crosby and Garrett was. Took over these airwaves for a while, but it's just, it happened today. So I just thought about what would it take to get them, and whatever price you come up with, would you do it? David, what do you think it would take? And if you're Brad Holmes, would you do it?
Okay, so I was looking it up. I just wanted to kind of get a comparison here because Khalil Mack is the first thing that came to my head. You can kind of compare that. The Raiders received first and a 6th in 2019, a first and a 3rd in 2020, and a 2nd round pick as well.
You mean the Bears, right? Or no? No, you're right.
No, he was traded to the Bears.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
So basically 2 first round picks.
Right. Okay.
And change. So Parsons would technically be a year younger than Mack was when he was traded, this same trade. So I would go similar. Yes, 2 first-round picks and some change. 2 and a third. I don't know, throw it in, whatever, but definitely 2 first-round picks for sure. Yeah. That's what I would do. I don't think Brad Holmes would do that. Wow. Because then you have to give him a contract. So.
Well, that's true as well. But you know what? The cap is going up, up, up. You have ways to do it.
Yeah, and you're sitting there with money right now. And
yeah, but then you also got to pay Hutch. Paying Hutch and Parsons over $40 million a year each. It's a lot, man. That's a lot. I don't think he'll do that.
Or I just pay Parsons.
And trade Hutch?
I'm just saying. Hutch, coming off the broken leg, I know what I'm getting out of Micah Parsons. I'm getting a first ballot Hall of Famer. Hutch is still lost. We're speculating based off of how he started last year. Yes, David, if I had to choose between the two, I'm taking Parsons. Yes, I would. I'm taking the proven commodity. This man is think about it. What is Hutch and everybody, they're waiting for Parsons to sign. Why? Because he's going to set the new market. So, yeah, he is that good. 248-539-9797.
He is that good. I just think you look at Hutch as broken leg as the same you look at it as an Achilles or an ACL.
No.
They're two different.
Stoney, I'm saying, just coming off, I know what Micah Parsons is, and he's a one of one. Hutch, we're hoping that he will become that guy. Parsons is there right now.
I love.
So no, this isn't
Michael
a Hutch
Parsons.
versus Parsons thing. It's more of a what would you give up for Parsons?
Right.
2 1s, 2 2s. Let's make the deal happen.
248-539-9797. Maurice, you're on 97 won the ticket.
What's up, fellas? Good to hear from you. How y'all doing?
Hey, man.
Hey, so listen, I agree solely with the first part of what David said. I think you could get him, you could vie for him with 2 first-rounders and a third-rounder. But kind of hear me out, man. Like, with the salary cap implications, they're going to go up, but you still have to pay him that $40 million a year. And honestly, I would prefer to pay Aiden Hutchinson and Micah Parsons $40 a year than Jared Goff $50 million. So this is what I do. I push his contract back. I renegotiate. And if he has some hesitance for that, I let him play out that year next year with the following year being voidable. And I just go draft like a Raiola or an Manning that's coming out or a couple other quarterbacks because it's easier to find a Jared Goff in the draft than it is to find a Micah Parsons.
So you're saying let Goff go, sign the 2 bookends. Okay, I see where you're going, Mo. Right. I'm not mad at you. I like that. I like the way you're thinking because I do wonder, how long is Jared Goff going to be a lifer here, or do you start to slowly move on?
Right.
But, man, if you had Hutch and Micah Parsons, I know Brad Holmes is like you only need 1. You kind of need 2 because if you got 2, you're setting the bar.
Right.
And even if your quarterback's no good or they're coming along, you could go the Ravens route, just have a lights-out defense, and just tell your quarterback, don't turn the ball over.
Correct. Look, do I think it would happen? No, I personally think that he's going to re-sign with Dallas no matter what he says.
Yeah.
However, it's interesting to talk. And the fact of the matter is, when people say, I'm not sure I want to give up 2 number 1s. Let's remember one thing. You're really not giving up 2 number 1s. You're giving up 1 number 1 because one of them is Micah Parsons.
That's a great point. That's a great point. And still, I would say,
yes.
If guys, even with both number 1s, let's just say the Lions are good.
Right.
And the pick is somewhere between 26 and lower.
Right.
He's worth both of them.
Yes.
Here, Dallas, take him. Do whatever you want with them.
Exactly.
I don't care. I'm bringing him here. Now, I do think that in the end, Jerry's a star bleeper, so he's going to bring him back. But you can dream. If I'm Brad Holmes, I would do whatever it takes to get him here.
I would too. 248-539-9797. Also, speaking of that team, we did get to see the first vision of the 2025 Detroit Lions last night. What'd you make of it? 97 won the ticket. The telephone number is 248-539-9797. Don't forget, later in the broadcast, the Friday staple. Who said it? Last night, the Hall of Fame game. And it just pointed out that you kind of wish your team didn't play in those games. Because it's one more piece of garbage you have to look at. And I would have said the same thing if the Lions would have won 34-7 or whatever the heck they lost by, right?
Oh, it was pretty bad. 34-7.
34-7.
5 turnovers.
Yeah. It was ugly.
Yeah.
So I was asked to the people, 248-539-9797, is there anything you took away from that game, with the exception of, God, you miss Brent Musburger sometimes.
Yeah, Brent was nice.
That was cool with Tirico and Collinsworth with him. And I like the Hall of Famers interviewing people like, Jared Allen. They asked him about, two of, his biggest plays. And I was surprised he didn't talk about running Orlovsky out of the end zone. He didn't mention that one.
He probably doesn't even remember. Like, did I do that? Oh, yeah. And that one, too.
Yeah.
No, because Stoney, it was funny because I was sitting there watching the game and I'm thinking, if you're a Lions fan, like, is this game a big deal for you because of what you saw? Or was it like, it's preseason? But look, there was really no starters out there for either team.
No.
But watching the Lions, the thing that I took away from it, and yes, I know, Captain Obvious. If anybody loses their starting quarterback, they're going to be set back.
Yeah.
You don't have a backup QB.
No.
You don't have. And I think the Hendon Hooker experiment is officially done. This guy, I don't see how he stays on the roster. He didn't start in this game. We go back to last season where they brought Teddy Bridgewater, who hadn't played football the entire year, to come and be the backup for Jared Goff. He's not good. You don't have a backup QB. Allen, no. Like
they were a combined 12 of 20, 109 yards, 3 interceptions. One was almost a pick six by Allen, where the guy just stepped right in front of the receiver. Yeah. One of the interceptions, the defensive back made a really good play. It was probably Allen's best ball that he threw.
No, I think that was actually Hooker.
That was Hooker? Okay.
Because I'm thinking whoever the receiver was, I'm like, son, you along with the guys who dropped the kickoffs, you're probably going to get cut on the bus driving back to Detroit.
Well, the guy who dropped the kickoff is not going to get cut because he's going to do other things on special teams. That was Grant Stewart. So he's going to be a special teams guy. He's just not going to return kicks.
God, you alligator armed that one.
I don't know what the hell that. Oh no, that was the punt guy.
Oh yes, yeah.
Stewart was just a fumble on his return. All right. So if we're going to emphasize the fact that it doesn't mean squat, let's also look at what everybody is focusing on, as you mentioned, the quarterbacks, the backup quarterbacks. So if we're going to look at the negative and give it some prominence, we should look at some of the positive. There was one other negative. I thought Ennis Rakestraw didn't look very good.
No.
And it's
especially after sitting out last year with the injury, you're taken in the second round. You're expecting him to hit the ground running. And give us a little taste of what we're going to see this season. Hopefully that's not it.
Yes.
Because that's spoiled.
Yeah. And look, he is getting ready to enter the Detroit Lions second round Hall of Shame category. There's so many of them, but I'm not going to list them all here. But yeah, he didn't look very good. Now, flip side, okay, Lovett, Daniel Lovett, the wide receiver from Georgia. He dropped one ball, but he looked like he can play. Looked like he could run very fast.
He is about to go Yep, there we go.
Yeah,
he looked really good. I was impressed by Tisla too. He looked
right.
good.
That's the other one. He looked like, okay, I understand why they liked him. Not sure if they would have taken him in the third round and traded up to get, but whatever. He looked the part.
The thing for Tesla, I need to see how they're going to actually use him with the other receivers out there.
Correct.
Does he take Patrick's spot? Do you put extra receivers out on the field? I'm very anxious to see how you use it because you're right. I like what he's doing. It's to me, I saw a lot of St. Brown in him. Like, okay, just kind of shifty, find the hole in the defense, sit there, catch the ball.
And he's got some speed.
He's not going to sit Amon-Ra St. Brown down.
No, he had some. He looks like he has some speed. He runs really good routes, like St. Brown. Not quite as good, but he's still a very young player. He looked good. So there were some of the positive. Another positive. See, I'm trying to be Mr. Positive here. The tackling ability of Rock Ya-Sin. He can hit people. He fits this team, and with a name like Rock, it's got to be good.
That feels like the ultimate Dan Campbell guy, doesn't it? Mm-hmm. Not afraid to just lay the body on the line.
He's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but here's the problem with Rock is like he falls on a rock because he gets hurt too much in his career. I'm just telling you.
Again, fits the mold of this team, David. Injured defensive players.
You know what?
Exactly.
Kenny wins.
He's the perfect Detroit Lion. He probably has a great RAS score, too.
Kenny with the double entendre. He fits this team. You're right. Both ways. 248-539-9797. What'd you take away from this game?
The bottom line is the game meant nothing.
It meant nothing. But it was a little embarrassing because, I at least expected, kind of competitive. And then I thought Harbaugh would try to score on the last second drive. They made Trey Lance look like he should be the starting quarterback. Seriously? Guys, that's Trey Lance.
That's a legitimate, well, I'm not going to say it's legitimate yet, but because Heineke is a legitimate backup. I mean, he started in this league and did he win a playoff game when he was with Washington?
I think he did.
He might have. I don't know. But anyway, he's been in the fire, so to speak.
But I mean, I like how Harbaugh used him. I mean, it was like,
Yes.
hey, you had a great first half. Go out there and show me what you could do in the second half.
Correct.
You're going to play. If you're the Chargers, you kind of feel good. Like, okay, if this is going to be our second or third quarterback, we have something if Herbert goes down. Flip side, I look at the Lions like, you guys got to go out and find another quarterback because it's neither one of these guys
Well,
here.
they didn't even play their second string quarterback being Heineke. You know who their fourth string quarterback is?
Who?
Played at the end for the Chargers. DJ.
Oh yeah, DJU.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Lions preseason game play in a high school stadium. Not like the high school stadium that we saw that's being built in Beaufort, Georgia, but tell people what you found.
This is a $52 million stadium, Beaufort, Georgia. It has 15 suites in it, seats 10,000 people. This thing is better. Put it this way. Wayne State would kill to have that stadium. Eastern Michigan would kill to have that stadium. Hell, Western and Central would kill to have that stadium. I mean, yeah, it's nice. $52 million. I don't know where the money came from because we tried to look to see if they had like some billionaire who just happened to go to Beaufort High School.
Right.
Somehow they got that thing funded. It's up and running, and I guess it just means more in SEC country.
Right, it does. And how much would it cost for they put an extra 3 yards on a cast
You know what? Field? That's a flag. David, that's a flag. I'm going to call the flag for you.
We spent $52 million on a stadium.
But you know what?
Jordan took a stray. I'm just getting ticket text together and I'm just taking stray.
I got to think that Jordan Lewis could afford 3 more yards.
Yeah, you would think so.
Yeah, he's on some nice deals.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Absolutely. All right.
Even DPJ could. All right.
He would drop it. 97 won the ticket.
All right, guys. It's summertime. It's probably one of the best times to start moving. It's officially moving season. It's time to fill your hours of packing, unpacking, and so much bubble wrap. But the first thing you should do when moving into your new home is make sure your Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity. It's super quick and easy to set up. Then, boom, you have your new home hooked up with the ultimate Wi-Fi experience faster than it takes time to parallel park that moving truck. And then you'll be back online with the most reliable Wi-Fi with the best in-class equipment from Xfinity, so you can just sit back, relax, and stream your favorite movies and TV shows while somebody else unpacks all of those boxes. Because with Xfinity, the only thing you need to worry about is remembering where you pack that darn remote. Make the right and easy move with Xfinity. Learn more at xfinity.com/move. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi claim based on the Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Thank you very much, Jeremy Otto. This is the Valenti and Rico Show. I'm Stoney in for the vacationing Mike Valenti. Glad to spend these few days actually this whole week, with the one, the only Rico Beard, Kenny Cott, David Hall, and Evan back in the bullpen putting stuff together on the video you can find on YouTube and all that other stuff.
Evan Jenkins. That's right.
We'll be hearing from him a little later in the show as we do Who Said It. I do want to mention, we were talking about Micah Parsons real quick here before we get to some ticket texts. Lo and behold, we have odds for Micah Parsons' next team.
Okay.
All right.
Let me guess. Oh, are the Cowboys included in these odds?
No, next team.
So
If he's
next
traded.
team.
Yeah.
Let's go in the division. Commanders.
Commanders, then the Eagles are the two worst odds at 66-1 because you don't think that the Cowboys would trade him to one of them. And the Giants are third at 50-1.
So they have division. Okay.
Chiefs.
The Kansas City Chiefs, 28-1.
Okay. I'm going to put the Denver Broncos out there because they have a rookie quarterback or contract quarterback.
Denver Broncos, 25-1.
All right. I'm going to do it.
Just for the Lions.
The Lions, not so bad, 18-1.
All right. I hate to do this.
The Steelers.
The 49ers.
Oh, the 49ers, 22-1.
The Steelers.
The Steelers, second place at 6-1.
I
I feel like you're.
It's going to be a new hatchet. 9 months.
And he's going on vacation.
Honey, I'm coming home.
Glad you said home.
Number one, Chicago.
No, the Bears, they have it 40-1.
Wow, Kenny.
If you say it's the Packers and you're trying to hurt my feelings,
Packers are up there at 10-1. But they're not number one.
AFC or NFC?
AFC. And
Bills.
The Bills are at 50-1. If you're thinking AFC, you're thinking a team maybe with a reputation. If you think that Parsons may be like a troublemaker, so to speak.
Raiders.
There you go, 5-1.
The Raiders.
Raiders won at 5-1, followed by the Steelers 6-1. Jim Harbaugh at 7-1. The Jets at 8-1. The Colts at 9-1.
Hold on. You said Jim Harbaugh, not the Chargers.
Yeah,
Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah, Jim Harbaugh.
I love it.
And the Green Bay Packers at 10-1. And by the way, John Harbaugh, the Baltimore Ravens, 25-1.
David, how upset would you be if he ended up in the Bay?
I wouldn't be too upset. The reason why
You're not throwing a chair?
No. The reason why I guessed your team is because you're coming off a down year, and usually, like when you traded for Christian McCaffrey, you had a bad start, and they kind of be aggressive because they want to win.
Right, but they're kind of strapped for money.
They are right now. You're right about that.
They just signed with Purdy. Yeah, so I don't think that they could afford him, and you're on the hook for Brandon Ayuk, who played 2 games
and that's why
then stole money.
My first guess was the Denver Broncos, because when you have a quarterback that is on a rookie deal, you can afford to make those type of moves. Who else are you paying?
Right. Well, they just paid a decent amount of money to Cortland Sutton, right?
Yeah.
I know.
I hear you, but yes.
All right, let's go to Kevin. What's up, Kevin?
Hey, yes, they need to go get Micah Parsons. That would make that defense, it makes your inside guys so much better, your linebackers. Man, whatever it takes, 2-1s, throw in a player in a third or fourth, whatever it takes, it's too tempting, and it makes them too good. And you made a good point that he would be one of the first-round guys you're giving up if you give up 2 first rounds. And it's just, man, that's just too good because, you know, they're just saying that you guys were saying that the Raiders are 5-1 to get him or something. and pair him with Hendricks then? So if they can do that.
No, with Crosby.
Crosby.
With Crosby.
With Crosby. I'm sorry. Hendricks was Cincinnati, but pair him with Crosby, then we can pair him with Hutchinson. So go get him.
And thanks for the call. And the Chargers. And look, the Steelers pair him with T.J. Watt, and the Chargers pair him with Khalil Mack, right?
I guess, is Dallas just going to take draft picks? I wonder, would they want players as well?
Who knows what Dallas wants?
Yeah, they may not trade him.
They're not
But
going
I'm
to
just
trade
saying,
him.
if they did.
And part of it is like Jerry refuses to talk to like Parsons' agent.
Right. They're like,
Who's
yeah,
a
we got a
great
deal.
agent. Yeah.
We got a deal done. Okay, cool. Call my agent. And they've yet to call. They've called the agent about other players.
Yeah.
See, and that's the thing. If you, because Micah Parsons put out a full statement on this, and he talks about that. He puts it all out there. He says when he went to the combine, he was expecting to talk about leadership, meaning coaching, because that's what was happening at the time.
Right.
And then Jerry began to talk about contract, and he's like, okay, well, I'll give you my agent will call you on Monday. And they never called the agent back. Never. He still to this day has not talked to Parsons' agent.
I got a
What?
feeling it's going to be like Dak's deal where
Yeah.
it's going to be either week 1 or right after week
Well,
1.
look how long it took him to get CeeDee Lamb inked up.
Well, I think that if the Eagles go out there and embarrass the Cowboys in week 1, he's going to get his deal.
Yeah, with that, because Parsons probably won't be playing.
Right.
So they'll look
He'll sit out.
stupid.
Can Howie Roseman massage the cap to get Parsons?
No. He didn't go to Georgia.
No, but he went to Penn State with Saquon,
Oh, that might help him.
and they played together, right? I think.
Did they play together?
I'm sure they pretty close. I mean, how many years has Saquon been in the league?
Still to this day, I can't believe MSU beat Saquon Barkley in Penn State in the longest game ever. It was lightning, rain.
Oh, right.
It took 9 hours to finish that game. In the end, it was like 11 people in the stands.
Because Parsons has played. This would be Parsons' 5th year. This is probably Saquon's 7th or 8th, right?
No, they didn't play together.
Okay.
Saquon left in 2018. He was in the 2018 draft.
Okay.
Parsons was in the 2020 draft.
Well, so they might have.
Boy, could you imagine if they did?
21
That team's
draft.
unstoppable.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Well, James Franklin had a way of messing it up, but I don't even think James Franklin was there the whole time there. Anyway, right? That was Bill O'Brien.
Oh, you're right. That was Bill O'Brien.
I think. Anyway.
Yeah.
All right. 248-539-9797. We have some ticket text, I'm told.
I sure do. Someone says, sell the farm for Parsons. Our defense is dead before the season even started. Okay. Regarding the preseason game, someone says, talk about the virtual measurement system from the game last night. I enjoyed that. That was the only thing I enjoyed.
That was kind of cool. It was like watching, Wimbledon or whatever, and you go to the Skyhawk or whatever the hell they call it, and the Lions got the correct measurement on the first down. Look, I've been saying that the chain gang is obsolete anyway.
I really didn't even notice it until okay, there is no chain gang. But it is one of those, okay, it wasn't that tough. It's not that it's like, with the overturning things in baseball. Like,
right.
Guys, that was quick.
Yes.
That was easy. You didn't need to go under the hood. You didn't need to call New York or Chicago or someplace, Toronto, and figure it out. You can see right there. First down.
You guys worried all that they could use that as a way to fix a game?
Kenny, no. Because here's the thing.
I do.
I don't. Because when you look at the chain gang goes out there, it's always some guy walling up. And it's like if he runs to the left, you got the first down. If he runs to the right, you didn't get it. He never runs straight. And it's like, okay, wait. No, that's not where the spot is. And they don't challenge it. They don't do anything.
No. I mean, when it's a pile, you have no idea.
He starts off on the 43-yard line. He ends up on the 45.
248-539-9797. All right, we went a little crazy and went around the diamond for our usual football today, segment 1. Let's get back to the pigskin, shall we?
Well, guys, since Micah Parsons is in the news, let's start with this because I wanted to get some player of the year odds to go through, defensive and offensive. We'll start with the defensive player of the year odds, and I'll start at tied for 9 in the odds is Trey Hendrickson at plus 2,200. He is tied with Jalen Carter at plus 2,200. And you would probably go with Jalen Carter right now because is Trey Hendrickson going to play?
I was about to say, David, you have to play in order to win. I'm not a rocket scientist, but yes. Whereas Jalen Carter looks like, he is ready to take that next step with the Eagles. I guess because here's his thing. If the Eagles defense can continue to be as dominant as they were, I think his odds will increase because they lost so many people to free agency.
I believe that Hendrickson's going to end up playing, but still,
I don't think so.
He's there.
Still wouldn't probably take the bet,
no,
though, right?
Me neither.
Let's go to number 8 on the list in the odds. It is Nick Bosa at plus 2,000. You liking those? Maybe so, maybe not.
At plus 2,000?
Yeah.
I like the odds.
Yeah, I like the odds, David, from what I'm reading about how he's performing in camp. It's one of those things, it's like a spring game in college football. Him performing well means that Trent Williams isn't. So I don't know which one to believe. But, it's so far, I was just reading he's got like 3 sacks today in practice. I'd put a couple bucks. Couple dollars.
And this is according to DraftKings, by the way, just so people, if they want to go out and do this here. So let's get into the top guys here. And I want to know, would you do it before we get to the offensive side?
Oh, by the way, I forgot about Bosa. They supposedly they got an easy schedule, so that may help him out with that as well. Go ahead.
So the top 3 in the odds for the defensive player of the year, at 3, it is Myles Garrett at plus 850. Micah Parsons at plus 750. We'll see how that changes with the news today. And first is Aiden Hutchinson at plus 650.
Wow. Garrett's on a horrible team. Parsons might not play.
So if you want to replace Parsons there, let me give you this one because the odds could change for him. He could move up. Right now, he's at plus 1,300. That's Will Anderson.
You know what?
I'd take Will Anderson.
Give me Will Anderson.
Aiden at plus 650 is the favorite according to DraftKings.
I know. Hey, look, Aiden could have a great year.
Good.
And I think he will. But for the value for Will Anderson, give me that value.
But see, I look at that schedule as well. Look, the schedule they had last year was great for Aiden.
Houston's in a horrible division.
And that's just it. Yeah. Will Anderson.
They have an easier shot at winning their division, which means it's not because of him only, but he shines.
Right.
So let's get to the offensive side of the ball. Let's talk about those odds for Offensive Player of the Year. And let's start down at number 10 in the odds. Your guy, Christian McCaffrey at plus 2,200.
No injury coming off the injury. That's one I'd have to wait to see, but I would be throwing away money if I put it down on him right now.
Yeah.
So you're willing to wait to see.
Yes.
The odds might get better. But yeah.
The odds, I may not get as good of odds.
Correct.
But I had a better chance of winning. Right now, not even with Kenny's money.
Same for you, Stoney, no on the Christian McCaffrey.
No, because he gets hurt all the time.
So I'll give you the 2 guys that are tied at number 8. You have, this is plus 2,000. You have CeeDee Lamb and you have Puka Nacua.
I'm going to still say no. Oh, and the reason why also, David, it's a quarterback's award. So,
well, this is the offensive player of the year, not MVP.
Okay, all right. But still, Puka Nacua, he can't stay healthy.
No.
CeeDee Lamb,
I wouldn't take either one of them.
I'm not big on wasting money on Cowboys.
That's fair. Now let's see what you do here with the guys that are tied at number 6. You have Justin Jefferson and Nico Collins at plus 1,700. Now we talked about the Texans when it comes to Will Anderson. They can win the division.
I don't know. Is like Tank Dell going to steal receptions from Nico?
Yeah, from his bed.
Nico gets hurt too.
Yes, he does.
Jefferson, yes, because I think for JJ, it's very simple. When they draw up the play,
throw the ball to him.
He's going to call a play, and Jefferson's going to be like, hey, I don't throw me the ball, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Just throw me the ball. I'm going to raise my hand. It's like we're in the schoolyard. I'm going deep. I can see Jefferson.
So let's get to the top guys here. We have a couple guys tied at 4. I'm just going to go through it. You stop me when you say yes. Guys tied at 4 plus 1,600 are Bijan Robinson and Derrick Henry. Okay.
No, I mean, Bijan.
Atlanta's like a sneaky
I can see
team.
Bijan because I think Bijan is going to be the safety valve for Michael Penix Jr. Plus, he can run the ball, but I think I look for him a lot of catching just out the backfield, screen plays, things like that, especially early in the season as Penix gets his feet underneath him. Yes. Derrick Henry, it's one of those where I think he's going to split the vote because of who he plays with.
Next on the list, tied at 2, would be Jahmyr Gibbs and Jamar Chase at plus 950.
I think Gibbs is going to have a breakout year. The only thing that worries me is how many of potential Gibbs touches is taken by Montgomery.
That, the offensive line, but just not Montgomery, just Gibbs on the field because Gibbs can catch the ball, but they have so many weapons.
Correct.
Kind of like Derrick Henry, his teammates could cancel him out because there's just too many good players on the Lions.
Well, would you say the same thing for Chase? His teammates can cancel him out.
Yes, they can.
Yeah.
This is offensive player, so Joe Burrow can cancel him out.
Correct.
You can have T. Higgins maybe cancel him out. I mean, there's a lot there.
That's why right now, David, I'm still probably leaning Justin Jefferson.
Okay, and then I'll give you the best odds for offensive player of the year right now, according to DraftKings, and that is Saquon Barkley at plus 550.
No, because he had such a great year last year. I don't see him being as good.
And I think
and he'll miss a game or two with injury.
In a common theme, I think that his teammate and quarterback, Jalen Hurts, is going to go out there. Jalen Hurts has heard everybody say,
"Oh, I know.
They won the Super Bowl in spite of you."
Such BS.
I think that he's going to go out there and prove his point. He's gotten the ring, and now he's going to show, I am him. I'm that quarterback. So, no. Justin Jefferson and Bijan are the two. If I had to put money, I'd put it on one of those two.
Yeah, because regarding Saquon, I mean, yes, he won the award last year, rushing for over 2,000. Could you give it to him again if he just rushes for 1,700 yards?
No, I was about to say, because normally there's a fall off, and in essence, he regressed.
Right.
I mean, it's like we talk about with the Lions going to 15-2. If you go 12-5, technically it was a regression.
Right.
It's not the same. So I don't see that. I think that Jalen Hurts will go up to show people, you know what? I heard everything that you said about me, and this is going to be my revenge tour. But Bijan, that's the sneaky good one.
Have you seen Bijan
Have
run?
you seen Bijan run?
That is in football today.
It is the Valenti and Rico program. Stoney here for the vacationing Mr. Valenti. And as I've said before, I'm not usually on this program, but I make it a habit of Fridays. If I'm not listening live, I always go back on the Odyssey app because I love, and it's a wonderful listen, especially if I'm part of it, to be made fun of like everybody else. It's time for the weekly edition of Who Said It? All right. So the Hatchet Man takes some quotes from our airwaves throughout the week, and we have to figure out who said such things.
And we have to ask the important question.
Yes. Who is eligible?
6 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Okay.
A lot of subs this week.
Yeah.
You filled in.
Mhm.
Rieger filled in.
Yeah. Mark Ryan filled in.
Is that last week?
That was last week.
That was last week.
He was on at 6 o'clock.
But he was on at 6.
Oh,
Yeah.
Because
that's
Rieger
right.
filled in.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. Wojo was not here at all this week, I don't believe.
No.
No. I don't know. Was he?
No, he wasn't.
No, I don't think so.
No. All right,
There's a
David.
joke there somewhere.
Yes. All right, David, start us off.
The objective is not to be the World Series favorite. The objective is to win the World Series. Play the right 2 weeks in October.
That sounds like Costa to me because I wouldn't say it. I don't think you said it, Rico. I would have remembered. Jansen would not say that.
I think I actually do think it was Jansen. Objective sounds like a Jansen word.
Sounded like
Objective.
a Rieger word to me.
Oh wow!
I'm gonna go Rieger.
I'm going to go Costa.
You know what?
But I did stick on that word.
David, if you could please.
One more time, sure. The objective is not to be the World Series favorite. The objective is to win the World Series. Play the right 2 weeks. In October, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm more thinking Jansen. The more I hear it, the more I hear Jansen.
I'm going to go Gator.
All right, we're all over the board.
Who said it?
He got us with that. He tripped us up. The rake was out there and we walked right into it.
Objective is what got you guys.
Leading with Greg is like throwing a first pitch changeup. You just don't expect that.
That's true. That's true.
We're like one into the ground.
Who?
It's like Class A on his first few pitches.
Right.
All right,
David's
David.
betting on this game.
Right. David's betting on himself.
Yeah, exactly. Go ahead, David. Next one.
The feds are on the phone.
All right, this is slight lengthy. Here we go. You know what?
And pull that. Who said it?
All righty then. Let's get to number 2. You're never going to spin like the Dodgers. You're never going to spin like the Yankees or the Mets. But if you have a team that is performing well and you have a chance to compete against those teams, you should try and get as close to them as possible while you have a chance.
Long-winded screams Stoney to me.
I was thinking Rieger because that sounds also like something he would say.
I could hear Stoney saying all those words.
It's a lot of words.
It's a lot of words.
A lot of words.
Maybe the most words.
Yeah. I'm going to say Costa because.
See, I don't remember Stoney saying that.
Right. Neither do I. I think.
Stoney, do you remember anything you said today?
No. No. I think it's because Costa's the one about basically going for it pretty much. Him and Rieger.
Well, I was about to say I'm going to
Costa.
go Rieger because I think this is Rieger saying you got to go for it. Jeff Rieger.
Evan, who do you think it is?
I thought it was Stoney.
Oh,
Michael
that's
Stone.
Right, that's right. See, I couldn't
See?
even remember that you said it.
My point stands.
Absolutely.
30 seconds later.
Yes.
What was that? It could be Stoney.
Go ahead, Hatchet.
Oh! This guy's throwing a perfect game right now.
Who did Kenny say?
Said Rieger.
Oh, yeah.
He's throwing a perfect game.
Yeah.
Wow.
For those scoring at home, the first one was Greg. The second one was John Jansen.
All right.
I
We're
see
0
what
for
he's
2.
doing.
We got to get up the
No,
schneid
he's
here.
trying to.
Yeah, he went all morning show.
No, he didn't.
Heather. Baby's head fell off.
Number 3, I have the best farm system in baseball. I can give up my 6th or 7th prospect, which would still be better than most teams 3 or 4, and get the deals done.
Jim Costa.
It's either Costa or Rieger. So I'm going to say, you said Costa, I'll say Rieger.
I'm going to say Costa.
I'll say Costa.
A little smarmy.
You know he's sneaking into Compsy here. What do we got?
Oh, everybody's locked in?
Yeah.
I hate you guys.
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect game is over.
Yeah.
A triple.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Off the wall.
In the gap, man. You misplayed it and everything. Should have only been a single.
Evan, it's because you said the words perfect game. You jinxed it for him.
That's right. And Wojo tweeted.
Yeah. Has anybody noticed there's 2 questions so far and no correct answers? And that's what the tweet would have said.
Yes,
It would have.
exactly.
Oddly enough.
I was not paying attention.
Yeah. All right. Let's go to number 4.
Trying to fit him on this roster to find an outfield position for him when they would have a complete outfield doesn't seem to make sense.
Scott the Gator Anderson.
One more time, please, David.
Trying to fit him on this roster to find an outfield position for him when they would have a complete outfield doesn't seem to make sense.
I don't even know who the hell he's talking
Quan.
about.
It's got to be about
Quan. Right.
It's got to be about Quan.
Well, Gator is the one who was anti-Quan versus Meadows. So, yeah, you're right.
You know
It's
what?
gotta be Gator.
I'm going to go Quan.
If I'm reading between the lines, who knows?
You've
Who
convinced
knows?
me.
Gator.
I'm hitting the jank button here.
Oh,
Okay.
so I might
well,
be
we've
right.
already answered, so go ahead.
Yeah, I think it was Gator. I think you guys are right.
Yeah, dude, that was a layup, man.
Yeah. David's
Uncontested.
You can see the steam coming out of David's ears, like, oh, they're 2 for 2 now.
Yeah.
I'm now
Remember,
Brian
game's
James
broken
out
up.
there right now.
Well, you know,
Joey Cora's waving around third.
you know when the third time around a lineup, that's what happens.
yeah.
You start hitting that hatchet, man.
Oh, yeah.
I'm Angel
We've
Reese
seen
out
that
there
slurve.
breaking my layups right now.
Right. Okay with your me bounds.
All right, number 5. Max Clark is a guy that has never played a game in the bigs. For a guy, a proven all-star year after year that puts together one of the toughest at-bats in Major League Baseball in a heartbeat.
Oh, it's another layup.
You think?
Rieger.
Mm-hmm.
I thought so too, but I didn't think it was a layup.
You know what?
It's
I'm
a
just gonna
layup.
go. I'm just gonna go right into it.
David
I'm
tried
not
to
gonna-
pin it against the board.
not
We're
gonna-
standing over him right
And the
now.
only other person it could be would be Costa, but I think it's Rieger as well. So, everybody on board with Rieger?
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm not even going to play it, guys.
Because he was all.
Yes, it
that's-
was Jeff Rieger.
That's on the Quan thing. He was like ready to give him up.
I wouldn't give up.
You're like the Tigers last year, David. You were 6 outs away.
Yeah.
I know.
Uh-huh.
And David Fry stepped up.
Yeah, that's right. We're changing Hatchet's name to Bo Brisky.
I'm Matt Manning all of a sudden. Let's get
Great
you
potential.
number 6 here. Final one. I think they're operating with multiple windows. And I think window number 1 has always been about 2027. You were going to get Javi off the books, and you were going to either have Skubal or not have Skubal.
I lost my headphones. All I heard was Scuba.
I'm going to guess Mark Ryan because
Yeah.
it's an off-the-board selection.
8 to 8.
Yeah.
I mean 6 to
6
8.
to 8, yeah.
I'm playing the percentages as well. I'm going Mark Ryan.
Who's looking in 2027 except Mark Ryan? Because he always says plays the percentages and things like
Give me
that.
the start of it again. I missed it. Sorry.
I
just
think
hit the
they're
button.
operating with multiple windows.
Doug Karsh.
Was Doug in this week?
I don't think he was in this week.
Yeah, he worked Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
I remember that. I was here.
Okay, Stoney.
I don't even think he worked. You work on his show.
Who said it?
To come see Tom.
Wow. He came in and closed us out, man.
Okay.
What's so great about that, Rico, is you sound just like the drop. Like you literally sing it the same thing every single time. It's amazing.
David,
it's outstanding. You should win a Grammy.
Hey, I was in a choir.
It's like when, oh my God, Beyonce sounds just like herself when she
No,
sings.
no. Well, listen, when you're not a professional singer, as a singer, that's impressive to me.
Wow. Pro Rico. Who knew?
Rico, you sound awfully like Rico today.
Yeah. Boy, you really sound like that Rico Beard guy.
Yeah,
Who would have thunk?
I heard he's pretty good.
He looks like him too.
You know what?
Every single day.
And I think that guy deserves a raise.
You know what? That is who said it.
You know what's funny, Rico? The Dallas Cowboys. Nothing changes. You know, Parsons demands to be traded. I don't think it's going to happen. But many other Dallas Cowboys have just put on their social media accounts, they've changed their profile to pictures of Micah Parsons. It's like, I don't understand what Jerry Jones even thinks of.
You know that it's going to happen. And I was talking to you in the break. Here's the thing, that when players hold out like this, there's a greater chance that they end up getting injured, soft tissue injury, because they're not going through training camp. They're going to sit out. I mean, it was Dak Prescott. It was, Brandon Ayuk. Like, when you sit out, it hurts you. And if you know you're going to pay them, just pay them.
The earlier, you save money in the long run. I mean,
Everybody knew this day was coming.
Right.
Okay. This is it blows my mind when owners and general managers like, well, kind of snuck. It didn't sneak up. It's like what we're talking about with Scooble. You know the day is going to come.
Right.
You either got to pay him or not. So if you're going to pay the man, just pay the man. Is he going to reset the market? Absolutely. But guess what? That's what you get for drafting a player that good. Kudos to you. You took him at the number 12 pick. 11 other teams passed on him. But now it's time for you to say, okay, either you're going to be my guy or you get rid of him.
And that's why the Lions, you give them tons of respect and credit, for they try to get their guys who they know is going to be here, their core of their team for the future, and signed as early as possible. So not only do they feel good about getting that money, they know that in the long run, they're saving themselves some money as the cap keeps going up and the prices for these players keep going up.
Right, just like the Lions, and this is what Brad Holmes is saying. We got to set aside money for Aiden Hutchinson.
Yeah.
Because he knows we're keeping him. He's going to want his money, and he's deserving. Now, we got to try to come up with a number. Now, if I'm him, I told you, I think it's going to be by Thanksgiving. You're just going to make sure he's okay. And once you get a couple of games under, you know what, he's good. Yeah,
right.
Go ahead and pay that man. You'll get an announcement in the middle of the season. Aiden's re-up for whatever.
Right.
I would try to get it in before the whole Micah Parsons thing.
Right. But Aiden's the one who's going to be waiting. I think the Lions they have a number he'd sign right now. I think Aiden, if he's smart.
You think it's Aiden that's holding it up?
Yeah, absolutely. He wants to see what Parsons is going to get. He wants to see what Hendrickson's going to get. I mean, he knows he's going to get more than Hendrickson because of the age thing. But I imagine he's waiting for Parsons, as he should. All right. As soon as this show is over, one of our members of the program, the Hatchet Man, the Reverend David Hall, Pastor Hall, is embarking on a road trip. And where are you going and for how long? And how are you getting there?
I'll be gone for a week, and we are going to the DMV.
Oh, say hi to Troy Weaver for me. He likes his players from the DMV, but he's actually in New Orleans.
We'll speak to, I believe, the former GM for the Lions works for the Redskins, for the Commanders, Mayhew. I will say hi to him.
All right. Yeah, that'd be nice. Yeah, absolutely. So you're going to, have you ever been to D.C. before?
I have. Okay. I've been there once.
You're taking your kids to see the Capitol.
Yes. Sightseeing.
The White House. Mm-hmm. All the memorials and all that stuff. The Smithsonian is really cool. There's so many good things there. There really are.
Yeah, plan to have a ball.
Yes. So you're driving, right?
We are driving, yes. And since we are driving, because I'm this type of person, I like to see things. I'm a fan of stadiums.
Uh-huh.
I'm a fan of different things. So I plan to kind of reroute myself a little bit, go a little ways I don't really have to go, to see State College. I want to see Penn State Stadium, Beaver Stadium, on my way to the D.C. area. It's a little out the way, kind of, but that's what I want to do. And so, I don't think I'm unique.
No.
Trying to do and see certain things, right?
No, absolutely. No doubt about it. It is going out of your way, but
it is.
Yeah,
it is.
But it is, the great erector set known as Beaver Stadium. Do you plan on showing your children and your wife? I don't know if you have the home of your favorite professional football team.
See, and that's why I'm taking a different route, because I've done that.
Okay.
We've been to Heinz Field. We've seen PNC Park. We've seen all that.
Okay.
And so I'm like, I don't want to see that again.
Okay.
I want to see something different.
Okay. So State College. So you're going there on your way to D.C.
Correct.
Not on the way back. All right, that's kind of.
And maybe I do the Pro Football Hall of Fame on the way back.
Oh, that'd be good.
It's funny, David, because I was funny. I was talking with Stoney yesterday. Like when it's all said and done. I mean, we love having Stoney on the air, but it's like, Stoney, when you're done with this, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? Like, do you want to just travel and follow Bruce around all summer long, or do you want to just go? I'm like, what do you want to do? Because I said, if it were me, I'm kind of going to be like, Hatchet, I just want to get an RV and just kind of drive the country, and for an entire summer, like hit up every chili cook-off, or you know what? I've never seen Montana. And while we're on the way, we're going to stop here. We're going to stop there. We're going to stop here and just waste an entire summer on the road.
I would love to be able to do that. Unfortunately, the people who I'd like to do it with have jobs, my wife and my 2 daughters. So, yeah, could I do it by myself? Sure. Do I want to do it by myself? Maybe, but probably not. I don't know what I would do if I was doing nothing. I would want to do a lot of the stadiums that I haven't seen, but there are so many parts of this country that I haven't seen. You know, like I drove by the Grand Canyon once at night, so I couldn't see it when I went to UCLA.
Yeah,
we drove out there.
Yeah, there's no street lights.
No. So, but you know, there's. I've never been to Mount Rush. I've never been to Mount Rushmore. I mean, I'd like to see that.
Never been to Mount Rushmore. I have seen the Grand Canyon.
Right.
And here's what no one tells you. It's elevated. Okay. So when you're hiking it, yeah, if you're not from there, it's almost like you need to train. You're like, okay, wow, this is the altitude. The air is a little thinner than it is here in the city of Detroit.
There's so many like wonderful places. You know, I've never been to the Outer Banks of North Carolina. I hear is unbelievable. You know, those type of places. But anyway, so we need some advice for David. You're going from Detroit, Michigan, to Washington, D.C. with a pit stop at State College, Pennsylvania, and on the way back, Canton, Ohio on the way back.
Yes.
No place else on the way back? You might, I don't know
I
how
don't think so now, but
I don't know if you want to actually visit, but you might pass, if you're on the Pennsylvania Turnpike at all, I don't know if you're going to be, you'll be on it, but I don't know if it's too far. See the great 3 Mile Island.
See, and I'm open to anything right now.
There's also the memorial for where they from the 9/11
United 93.
United 93. Yeah, that's.
I'm
David,
really
for me,
open to anything. I'll go as far as I need to see something.
The Air and Space Museum in D.C.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
I loved it.
Yeah,
but you know me, I like stars, and I was the one that took the day off to watch the eclipse last year.
That's right. Yeah. I was in for you that day, if I'm not mistaken.
Right, because Mike was like, "Are you really taking?" I was like, "Yes, I took that day off 2 months ago."
The Air and Space Museum. When you spend time in D.C., whether it's in college, you live there for a few years, and this was in college. I mean, there was nothing like getting stoned and going to the Smithsonian and watching the To Fly movie that on their version of IMAX back in the late 70s. It was unbelievable. Okay. I'm sure it's a lot better now. Anyway, 248-539-9797. When you do go to State College, you know, maybe you should see if you could walk on the field. I have no idea how security is for that.
Just hop.
Oh, so I should see. I shouldn't just walk through or climb the gate. I shouldn't
just
do
climb
that.
the gate and just, you know what? Tell them your son's a recruit.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, oh yeah, James. Coach Franklin said it was okay if we took some pictures out here.
Yes,
he's 5-star.
Or tell them you're from Detroit. You're cousins with Key, who does the imitation of James Franklin, and you know, you're good.
Or better yet, tell them you're related to the Kings.
I was just thinking that.
To the King, to the King twins that play
right.
for Penn State.
Yes.
Like, that's my cousin.
Or Allen Robinson.
I would do that.
I could make it work.
Yes.
You know, we all look the same.
And
tell them you know Chappie.
And go to the Creamery. It's touristy, but they do have unbelievable ice cream at the Creamery. 248-539-9797.
Thank you, Mike.
248-539-9797. The Hatchet Man going on a road trip to the D.C. area. So what day are you going to take your kids to the Harvard of the Potomac? The American University. Come on.
Oh, that's there too.
Come on. You got to go see the world famous Bender Arena.
Is it really world
No,
famous? Okay.
We're just
To somebody it
or
is.
just see the dorms, the quad, where
To
your
somebody.
buddy used to hang out in the quad. I mean, anyway, we did get I got a text from Chappie, Mr. Penn State, our Penn State alum at the station. Tell Hatchet that now might not be the best time to visit Beaver Stadium. They started a 2-year construction project after their playoff home game. They tore down the press box. The stadium may look a bit different, but if he's still going, tell him to take his sons to the Berkey Creamery.
Oh, thank God they tore down the press box. That thing looked like it was never finished. I don't know if have you ever been in it?
No, I was there, but I've never been to the press box.
I didn't believe it. It was the late great Drew Sharp was like, oh, just it's not finished. So he was like, just keep walking down this corridor. So it was one of those things where you just walk and it's like, wait a minute. It's starting to get the floor is a little unsturdy. Okay, I feel like this thing, like I'm on a roller coaster, like that roller coaster we saw that collapsed. That's what I thought was going to happen. And the crowd was like, oh, no. Let me go back to the other side. Now, the thing about the stadium, too, David, I don't know. It's like 4 people designed Beaver Stadium. What was it? And they couldn't decide. So all 4 you get the north corner, you get the west side, you get the east side, you get the south side. They don't match at all. You'll see what I'm talking about. Like when you go to the big house,
They're doing construction, man. Maybe I don't need to go.
you go. It's but like the big house, it's uniform.
Yes.
not
Right.
that. No. Each side totally different.
Well, see, it's interesting, Stoney, that you send get that text because John in Lake Orion sends a text and he says, because they're doing the construction, wear a hard hat, tuck a couple rolled up posters under your arm, and just walk right in.
Yeah.
Ooh. But if there's we don't know what the field looks like.
No. But David, that's the key to that. Put on the hard hat, put your phone up to your ear, and just start yelling at somebody. Just yell. Because now you're making people uncomfortable and they don't want to stop. Like you know what? If I have to come back there one more time. Hey, you know what? He's talking. I don't want
Tired
him
of checking your work, man.
Right.
David, just imagine you're in a pre-show meeting with Rico. That's what you got to do.
Basically, right there. No. Look, I'm sick of you talking about this book. All right?
And there's a few other towns around State College. There's a town called Bellefonte. And my late but great father told me, there used to be a famous woman called Bellefonte Becky. And we'll leave it at that. Max, you're on 97 The Ticket.
Yeah, there's a pre-minor league baseball team that plays at Penn State's college field. That's a great time if they're in town. Also, there's the free Penn State Sports Hall of Fame in there.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, there you go, David.
It's right in the stadium.
All the great Penn State basketball players played in the NBA, like John Amici, Lamar Stevens. Not too many.
Yeah, David, stop. Pick up a hard hat, you and your sons, and just start walking out there and point a lot and be on the phone. And you'll go right past the security guard.
Well, you can try
sir, and just look at him like, look, I'm on the phone. I don't have time to talk to you.
I like this idea. I really do like this idea.
David, it works.
Or you can try to find the new, what's his name, the new Connor McDavid, Gavin McKenna, who is going to Penn State for a year. Their hockey facility is unbelievable because the Pagulas, who seem to care more about Penn State hockey than their own Buffalo Sabres, put all that money into it. Joe, what's going on, buddy?
Not much. Hey, guys, I just literally did this with my family a couple weeks ago. 3 suggestions, David. If you can get an easy pass to put in your car, that will definitely help with the tolls.
Yes.
Otherwise, you're going to be getting mailed, bills for now until 2028. the subways, utilize the subways when you're in DC.
Yes, I love them. I've been there before.
The Metro cars.
Yeah. Yep. That's we did the first night we drove into DC, and that was a nightmare. And we figured out the subways, and for the rest of the week we did that. And then the Air and Space Museum, if you decide to go to that, you have to reserve a time. You can't just walk in. They only allow like a certain amount of people at a time. It's free, but you have to reserve a time slot. So,
Joe, is this new? Because when I went, I just kind of walked in.
We just went there at the end of June, and we got into town into DC. We went right over to the Air and Space. They're like, yeah, you guys can't get in until 3:00, and it was like 12:30.
Okay.
I already have my tickets.
Okay.
Yeah, I have
Okay,
my tickets, so I'm ready. I'm all set.
Oh, good.
Perfect. So have fun. It's a good time down there. Just like I said, take advantage of the subways because people driving down there are worse than Detroit drivers. I'm telling you.
Yeah, and you want to stay away from the Beltway traffic is just freaking brutal.
And David, is this your first time in DC?
No, I've been there once before, but it was for kind of a business trip, so I didn't get to enjoy the area.
When was it?
2016, I believe.
Okay. I was about to say, was the King Memorial up yet?
It was.
Okay. Take your kids
It
over
was, but I got to see it for like a quick second.
Take your kids over.
The Vietnam Memorial is pretty good too.
Yes.
The actual their Holocaust Museum is really good.
That's on my list.
The best museum that I loved that was there is no longer around. It was called the Newseum, which was all like newspapers and broadcast stuff. It was great. And that doesn't exist anymore. There's also, I believe, the Spy Museum.
I was about to say, I wanted to go to the Spy Museum,
Yep.
but it was $50. I was
really?
like, wait, what? Is this for real? I thought
What's
the guy
a
was
spy
joking.
museum? That sounds awesome.
It
Right.
was good. It wasn't that far from. You go to Ford Theater where Lincoln got killed. That's a pretty cool place too. If you like where people get killed, but it is. It's his story.
Yeah, a guy died. That's awesome.
But
It is on my list, though. It's on my list.
Yeah, you
Yes,
remember
it
that Ford Theater that he got died? It was awesome. Yeah.
By the way, there is an exhibit going on at the Smithsonian that actually just got doctored. One of the things got taken away, and I'll tell you what that is off the air. Paul in Chesterfield, you're 97 on the ticket.
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you?
Good.
Hey, Paul.
Man, what a beautiful day today. I wanted to mention something that David, since he's going to D.C., I've been going there for like the last 15, 16 years. I drive a motor coach for a living, so I take a lot of groups there.
You probably took my
And
son.
that's possible. Who knows? But I wanted to mention to him that Udvar Hazy, which I don't know if he's ever heard of or not, but the Air and Space Museum in the Smithsonian's is fine. But if you want to see like aircraft, and if you're into that more, you'd want to go to Udvar Hazy, which is in Dulles. Okay, it's by the Dulles Airport. Actually, is where that one is. I don't know if Stoney, if you're aware of that or not.
No, I'm not.
But yeah, that place is wonderful. It's got the Space Shuttle Discovery in it, the SR-71 Blackbird. I mean, it's full of nostalgic airplanes, historical airplanes. It's like a big, huge airplane hangar, and has nothing but artifacts in it. It's wonderful. And I wanted to mention that to David. And the other one I wanted to talk to him about was the Bible Museum. And I don't know if that's on your list or not, but you have to check that out as well.
Yeah, it's on my list.
Paul, it ain't on his list.
Yeah.
Fake pastor.
Do you have Mount Vernon on your list?
I do. I just put it on my list today. Got a suggestion. Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, and Arlington National Cemetery as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back. My son went on a trip, so I'm gonna go because I want to see what he saw.
Okay, make sure you got your walking shoes on and a lot of water. Stay hydrated.
And
because it's a lot of walking.
the other thing about D.C. in the summer, for somebody who lived there for about close to a decade, it is freaking hot and humid in the summer there.
Yeah, it's not like the Vegas heat.
Oh,
Yeah, it almost killed me when I was there before. I was trying to meet up with a cousin of mine, and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna go here, and you come to me.
yes. 248-539-9797.
Well, guys, since Micah Parsons is in the news, let's start with this because I wanted to get some player of the year odds to go through, defensive and offensive. We'll start with the defensive player of the year odds, and I'll start at tied for 9 in the odds is Trey Hendrickson at plus 2,200. He is tied with Jalen Carter at plus 2,200. And you would probably go with Jalen Carter right now because is Trey Hendrickson going to play?
I was about to say, David, you have to play in order to win.
Yeah.
I'm not a rocket scientist, but yes. Whereas Jalen Carter looks like, he is ready to take that next step with the Eagles. I guess because here's his thing. If the Eagles defense can continue to be as dominant as they were, I think his odds will increase because they lost so many people to free agency.
I believe that Hendrickson's going to end up playing, but still,
I don't think so.
He's there.
Still wouldn't probably take the bet,
no,
though, right?
Me neither.
Let's go to number 8 on the list in the odds. It is Nick Bosa at plus 2,000. You liking those? Maybe so, maybe not.
At plus 2,000?
Yeah.
I like the odds.
Yeah, I like the odds, David, from what I'm reading about how he's performing in camp. It's one of those things, it's like a spring game in college football. Him performing well means that Trent Williams isn't. So I don't know which one to believe. But, it's so far, I was just reading he's got like 3 sacks today in practice. I'd put a couple bucks. Couple dollars.
And this is according to DraftKings, by the way, just so people, if they want to go out and do this here. So let's get into the top guys here. And I want to know, would you do it before we get to the offensive side?
Oh, by the way, I forgot about Bosa. They supposedly they got an easy schedule, so that may help him out with that as well. Go ahead.
So the top 3 in the odds for the Defensive Player of the Year. At 3, it is Myles Garrett at plus 850. Micah Parsons at plus 750. We'll see how that changes with the news today. And first is Aiden Hutchinson at plus 650.
Wow. Garrett's on a horrible team. Parsons might not play.
So if you want to replace Parsons there, let me give you this one because the odds could change for him. He could move up. Right now, he's at plus 1,300. That's Will Anderson.
You know what?
I'd take Will Anderson.
Give me Will Anderson.
Aiden at plus 650 is the favorite according to DraftKings.
I know. Hey, look, Aiden could have a great year.
Good.
And I think he will. But for the value for Will Anderson, give me that value.
But see, I look at that schedule as well. Look, the schedule they had last year was great for Aiden.
Houston's in a horrible division.
And that's just it. Yeah. Will Anderson.
They have an easier shot at winning their division, which means it's not because of him only, but he shines.
Right.
So let's get to the offensive side of the ball. Let's talk about those odds for Offensive Player of the Year. And let's start down at number 10 in the odds. Your guy, Christian McCaffrey at plus 2,200.
No injury coming off the injury. That's one I'd have to wait to see, but I would be throwing away money if I put it down on him right now.
Yeah.
So you're willing to wait to see.
Yes.
The odds might get better.
But
yeah.
The odds, I may not get as good of odds.
Correct.
But I had a better chance of winning. Right now, not even with Kenny's money.
Same for you, Stoney, no on the Christian McCaffrey.
No, because he gets hurt all the time.
So I'll give you the 2 guys that are tied at number 8. You have, this is plus 2,000. You have CeeDee Lamb and you have Puka Nacua.
I'm going to still say no. Oh, and the reason why also, David, it's a quarterback's award. So.
Well, this is the Offensive Player of the Year, not MVP.
Okay, all right. But still, Puka Nacua, he can't stay healthy.
No.
CeeDee Lamb.
I wouldn't take either one of them.
I'm not big on wasting money on Cowboys.
That's fair. Now let's see what you do here with the guys that are tied at number 6. You have Justin Jefferson and Nico Collins at plus 1,700. Now we talked about the Texans when it comes to Will Anderson. They can win the division.
I don't know. Is like Tank Dell going to steal receptions from Nico?
Yeah, from his
Well,
bed.
Nico gets hurt too.
Yes, he does.
Jefferson, yes, because I think for JJ, it's very simple. When they draw up the play,
Throw the ball to him.
he's going to call a play, and Jefferson's going to be like, hey, I don't throw me the ball, okay? Just throw me the ball. I'm going to raise my hand. It's like we're in the schoolyard. I'm going deep. I can see Jefferson.
So let's get to the top guys here. We have a couple guys tied at 4. I'm just going to go through it. You stop me when you say yes. Guys tied at 4 plus 1,600 are Bijan Robinson and Derrick Henry. Okay.
No, I mean, Bijan.
Atlanta's
You know
like
what?
a sneaky
I can see
team.
Bijan because I think Bijan is going to be the safety valve for Michael Penix Jr. Plus, he can run the ball, but I think I look for him a lot of catching just out the backfield, screen plays, things like that, especially early in the season as Penix gets his feet underneath him. Yes. Derrick Henry, it's one of those where I think he's going to split the vote because of who he plays with.
Next on the list, tied at 2, would be Jahmyr Gibbs and Jamar Chase at plus 950.
I think Gibbs is going to have a breakout year. The only thing that worries me is how many of potential Gibbs touches is taken by Montgomery.
That, the offensive line, but just not Montgomery, just Gibbs on the field because Gibbs can catch the ball, but they have so many weapons.
Correct.
Kind of like Derrick Henry, his teammates could cancel him out because there's just too many good players on the Lions.
Well, would you say the same thing for Chase? His teammates can cancel him out.
Yes, they can. Yeah.
This is offensive player, so Joe Burrow can cancel him out.
Correct.
You can have T. Higgins maybe cancel him out. I mean, there's a lot there.
That's why right now, David, I'm still probably leaning Justin Jefferson.
Okay, and then I'll give you the best odds for offensive player of the year right now, according to DraftKings, and that is Saquon Barkley at plus 550.
No, because he had such a great year last year. I don't see him being as good.
And I think
and he'll
that
miss a game or two with injury.
in a common theme, I think that his teammate and quarterback, Jalen Hurts, is going to go out there. Jalen Hurts has heard everybody say,
Oh, I know.
They won the Super Bowl in spite of you.
Such BS.
I think that he's going to go out there and prove his point. He's gotten the ring, and now he's going to show, I am him. I'm that quarterback. So, no. Justin Jefferson and Bijan are the two. If I had to put money, I'd put it on one of those two.
Yeah, because regarding Saquon, I mean, yes, he won the award last year, rushing for over 2,000. Could you give it to him again if he just rushes for 1,700 yards?
No, I was about to say, because normally there's a fall off, and in
Right.
essence, he regressed.
Right.
I mean, it's like we talk about with the Lions going to 15-2. If you go 12-5, technically it was a regression.
Right.
It's not the same. So I don't see that. I think that Jalen Hurts will go up to show people, you know what? I heard everything that you said about me, and this is going to be my revenge tour. But Bijan, that's a sneaky good one.
Have you seen Bijan
Have
run?
you seen Bijan run?
That is in football today.
Hey, there's no better way than getting your weekend going by listening to that. It is the Valenti and Rico program. Stoney in here for Mike, who will be back on Monday. We got Kenny. We got the Hatchet Man as well, getting ready for his little vacation to the nation's capital and environs around there. Wants to go to State College, see Beaver Stadium. We understand it's under construction, though, so that might, I don't know, it might delay or postpone the trip to Happy Valley.
No, I think that helps them because you just can walk in there because there's going to be so many people put on a hard.
Well, ticket text did come in from Mark in St. Louis. He says David is going out of his way for Beaver. I wouldn't expect anything less. So.
Okay. We'll stop there because I could get myself in some trouble. Yes. Now, instead of going there, you could have gone to Bristol, Tennessee, right?
Yes. Bristol Speedway.
Yeah. Home of the Bristol 500 or whatever the hell it's called, right?
Mm-hmm.
NASCAR at its finest, Bristol, Tennessee. And it's not going to be an auto race that's going to be there this weekend. No, it's the Cincinnati Reds against Rico's Atlanta Braves. 80,000 fans to see a baseball game in the heart of NASCAR country.
Yeah.
And not only in the heart of NASCAR country, at a racetrack.
I want to see if they actually fill this thing up because we've seen the Field of Dreams, but it's a small field.
Yes.
We've seen them at, last year, because I was just saying, last year the Tigers and the Yankees played at the Little League World Series.
Mm-hmm.
Small venue. This larger venue, I'm anxious to see, if they fill this thing out, how it's going to look.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen, I remember when MSU played Kentucky at Ford Field and they did the whole in the middle of the thing to try to get it, the new record.
Well, they also tried to test, they tested it out because they knew they were getting a Final Four there.
Right. So
they had the first, before they did the Winter Classic, Michigan played Michigan State in hockey at the Big House, the Cold War.
No, it was at Spartan Stadium.
It was?
Yeah, I was there.
Oh, okay.
No, because I think the game ended up tied 3-3.
Okay.
So, no, as I was just like, hey, this is actually pretty cool that they did that, and then came the Winter Classic. So, the question, Stoney, and to you listeners out there, 248-539-9797, based off of what's going on at Bristol, I thought, how cool would it be if you did the Michigan State game at MIS? You couldn't hold it at Ford Field because both stadiums could hold more than Ford Field.
Right.
But MIS, you could get a ton of folks out there, put it in the infield. Is that something you would do? I would go see that.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
That's something, because I was trying to think, where could you play it? And that's really the only place. And if you made it an annual event, kind of like the cocktail party for Georgia, Florida, you just did the game there. Split it up on sides.
I don't think either school would agree to that, but it would be cool as hell.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it'd be less fighting because you'd be a neutral site.
No tunnel.
Right.
Because that is better than moving it to Ford Field. I would never want that. That would be sterile. MIS, excitement.
Yeah. It would be different.
Tailgate, it would be amazing.
Okay, the crowd would not be as large as the stadiums or MIS, but Comerica Park. I mean, Michigan's playing Northwestern at Wrigley, so there have been games at Wrigley.
See, I thought about that as well, but if you're going to do Comerica Park, you might as well just do Ford Field. You can get more people in there. Because you think it's going to be sterile. Trust me,
no,
it'll be far from sterile.
Correct.
So, 248-539-9797. MIS, I thought, would be the perfect thing. Like if they did it, or I don't know if you did it once every 5 years, where you know what, 2 there, 2 at Ann Arbor, 2 in East Lansing, and then MIS, and rotate it that way. I'm like, that would be pretty cool.
That would be that would be nice. I'm trying to think if there's anything else locally you could do. I know what I'd love to see, because Michigan State's played basketball games on a freaking aircraft carrier.
That is true.
Okay.
Still one of the biggest regrets. I did not go to that game.
We've seen winter classics in hockey at Dodger Stadium. You're going to see one. The Rangers are playing the Panthers in South Florida this year.
Remember they played that one? I think it might have been during the pandemic on, what was it, Lake Tahoe or something like that? That was cool.
Yeah.
So,
wasn't it like foggy or something?
There was mountains in the background. It looked awesome. They actually had to delay it because the ice kept melting on the lake because it was too sunny on it.
Okay. I knew it was, it was bright. It was
Yeah.
something. I was like, okay, yes.
the one I like to see, I don't know where the proper venue, and the proper venue would be really small, but I'd love to see an outdoor basketball game played at like Rucker or one of those places, like the playgrounds,
right?
Where they actually, now they couldn't do it the way I wanted to do it, like because when you with the chains in the basket, because the guys they'd break their hands probably.
I mean, they wouldn't, because think about it. You see the footage of like when NBA players would roll up at Rucker, whether it was Dr. J or it was Kobe. It was like certain guys would just show up and the place would just lose it.
Yes.
I'm with you. I would love to see that. I don't know if you...
I believe this Phoenix Suns played somebody in a preseason game outdoor. I don't know if it was Vegas or somewhere. And the biggest problem was wind picked up when it altered the shots.
But that's part of the game.
Yes, exactly. Of course.
That's part of the
It's
game.
part of every game.
Right.
It's part of hockey when they play outside. It's part of football. It's part of baseball. It's part of being outside. That's the only thing I can think of that I haven't seen yet.
Yeah, because let's see, they did the football games. They've done football games at the baseball stadiums. You may be right. Like I said, that's what.
Here's the biggest problem with the Michigan State thing in MIS. Now, you could argue that the traffic is not great for either one anyway. But I've been told, I've never gone.
It's bad.
Getting out of Brooklyn, getting out of that speedway is just like one way in and that's it. It's almost like getting out of Happy Valley.
Yes. You know what they would have to do? I mean, I'm surprised they've never improved the roads because of the races out there. But it's one of those, if you're going to start doing this like every other year or every 5 years, you would have to improve the road system because it is horrible. I've been out there to a race. Yeah, take I-94 and multiply it by 10.
Ooh.
And that's that, trying to get out of there.
Well, speaking of that, that's when someone's texting in saying MIS is probably 20 times the square footage of Spartan Stadium or Michigan. It's impossible, insanely bigger than Bristol. So they don't think we could pull that off there, a game there.
Well, yeah, as long as you had the field, you could put in temporary stands for the
right.
pockets.
You could cut it in
need.
half, or you could do whatever. But I do think that because here's you could bring the 110,000 people from the big house, you could bring the 60,000 people from Spartan Stadium, and there you go. And you could divide it in half the way they do with the Georgia Florida thing. That's your side. This is your side. Don't cross the line. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, and to be fair, they are cutting off Bristol as well. Like you can't, part of the state, you can't sit there. It's going to be behind everything you won't be able to see.
Yeah,
even if they just did it as a one-off, I think that would be a fun game.
It would be. I mean, there were thoughts of, I think, Tennessee playing somebody in football, or didn't they do that once? I don't know. I kind of remember them being a football game like Tennessee against Virginia Tech or something like that at Bristol or some racetrack. I kind of remember it. I don't know if maybe they planned it, but I don't know if they actually went through with it. But I kind of remember that was in the planning.
No,
stages.
I think they did it September 10th against Virginia Tech, 2016.
Okay.
And Tennessee won 45-24.
What was the attendance? Was that the Bristol Raceway or the Speedway, whatever it's called?
156,000.
Yeah,
I think people
156,990. So it was almost 157,000 people.
I think people would show up to MIS, even if it's just for, you know what, I want to see what it looks like.
Yeah.
The diehards are going to go, but then you would get the fringe people saying, you know what, it's now the place to be. I got to be there. The basketball game outdoors, like it'd be cool to do NBA games, Stoney, but by the time the NBA, it would be too cold to do it up here.
Right.
That's when we're like, if it was a different time, you could hold it at Comerica Park and somehow cut the park in half or whatever and play the basketball game outdoors, but it's not conducive for Michigan winners.
You know what's crazy about that game at Bristol for the Tennessee Virginia Tech?
What year was it?
It's 2016. Is you get all hyped for this game, Tennessee fan, and you go down 14-0 immediately in the first quarter. So all the hype is gone immediately. They end up winning, but wow, I would be like pissed.
I mean, if you won, not really.
If you won, a great comeback.
They ended up scoring 27-24 in the second.
Now, here's the thing. Everybody who left, guess what? We're moving down closer to the field. Thank you for leaving, not believing in your team. That's how I would see it.
I think it's a great idea, Rico. Michigan State at MIS. I don't think either school would agree to it, but it would be cool as hell.
And that's what I said, because nobody wants to give up the home gate. But what if you split it and it's every 5 years? 2 years at the Big House, like every other Big House, Spartan Stadium, Big House, Spartan Stadium. In year 5, it's at MIS. I think the players would love it. You could hold it under the lights. You could do whatever. That Fox would be eating it up. Like, yes, we're in.
Well, then you can't have it under the lights.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah. Okay. Let's hope ESPN eats somebody. Big Ten Saturday night. Peacock. There you go. Peacock would pick it up. Get Mike Tirico out there. This thing can be done right. Heck, bring Musburger with you. I love it. You're looking live at MIS.
Well, they could probably do it. You know where they would do it first, probably, because they don't get the crowd. It's like Indiana, Purdue at the Indy 500 Speedway.
Probably.
Indianapolis.
You know, we need Mark Hollis on this. Mark Hollis would get this done.
Yes, he would. Absolutely. All right, our telephone number is 248-539-9797.
Hey, guys, are you ready to turn your basement into something a little bit more than what, like I had? I had an unfinished basement, and now I'm about to have a finished basement with a half bath, a kitchenette in there. It's going to be great. It's going to be tricked out, and it's all thanks to Matrix Basement. They came up with a plan for me. It was a free consultation. They had the designs ready. We tweaked it, and now it's becoming reality. The framing is up, and if you want to see the progress, you can go to their YouTube site, as we just cut a video for it last week. Matrix Basements can help get your dream into reality. If you were thinking about upgrading your basement, adding a bathroom, a bar, a workout room, a new bedroom, Matrix Basements can do all of that for you. It's very simple. Just go to matrixbasement.com and check out the tons of ideas they have, the great before and after photos, and then reach out to them. Free consultation. You cannot beat free. And trust me, you will love it. Let Matrix Basement make it easy for you and turn your basement dreams into reality.
Braves Reds this weekend. Big deal, you say? Well, yeah, because they're playing at a NASCAR track in Bristol, Tennessee. And they anticipate about 88,000 people there to watch the Cincinnati Reds, a team battling for the playoffs against the Atlanta Braves, a team that's trying to figure out when the season's going to end. All they do is lose one. All they do is lose one-run games.
Believe me, like they just lose one-run games.
Yes.
You know what they lost today by? One run.
One run, exactly. So we're asking. Rico had a great suggestion: Michigan State to play football game at MIS, keeping with the race car thing. Would you go? What do you think of the idea? Forgetting the fact that I've said it a few times, I don't think either school would agree to do it. Besides that, is there some sort of game that you love to see played at a different venue, or not different, a unique venue? Like I've always wanted to see an NBA game played outdoors. I think it'd be awesome.
Yeah, I think it's one of those where you would probably. I'm thinking it would probably have to be out in maybe like Vegas or the desert, like someplace like Phoenix, somewhere like that.
Yeah,
they can get away with it because that's probably the two places where you know you're going to get good weather.
Right.
Okay. And if it rains, you're kind of screwed. But there, it never rains in either one of those two places.
You just got to make sure it's not too hot, though.
Well, during the NBA season, I mean, that's the winter time for them. So you know what that is? That's this weather.
Yes.
So
they can play.
It drops to like in the 50s, but it's 80 degrees during the day. Perfect weather.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Scott, you're on 97 on the ticket. What's up? Scott.
Hello.
Scotty, there you go.
Yeah. So I was just calling about the football game at MIS.
Uh-huh.
As a long-time visitor to MIS and somebody that lives close there, I don't think it's really possible. You're not going to have a good fan experience because if you're sitting in the grandstands, the closest you're going to be to anywhere they could put a field where you'd see the players, you're going to be sitting about 75 yards away from the field of play. So you're not going to see much.
How bad would the traffic be getting in and out?
The traffic would be horrible. I mean, it's bad for the races, but yeah, there's only, 2-lane roads all the way around there.
What's
There's
crazy?
no highways, really.
What's crazy? You still go. It used to be there was like 4 races there a summer. You had 2 IndyCar and 2 NASCARs, right? Every summer. And now what's it down to? Just one?
Yeah, one NASCAR race. Well, it's a weekend, so there's a race on Friday, race on Saturday, race on Sunday, but it's just one weekend.
Yeah, that's not what it used to be. They don't sell out like they used to either, do they?
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
I mean, they do get quite a good crowd now because they've limited to one NASCAR race. So the people that used to go in August now go in June. So you get like a nice crowd in June, but it's really not sold out.
We get it. Thanks for the call, Scott.
Well, I tried.
Have a good weekend.
I tried. I mean,
Yeah,
I
it's a
just
good
wanted to see
idea.
something different.
Yeah.
Something unique. And, God, I mean, because, Ford Field would be easy, but at that point, neither school would give up that game. And even if you did, I think it would be – the ticket prices would be astronomical because it's going to be just a scarcity because – one school can bring in 110,000 fans. The other school's looking at like 65,000 fans.
Right.
Trying to get into Ford Field that holds, 60? Yeah, good luck with that.
No.
You think it's hard getting into a Lions game. Good luck with that game.
That'd be crazy. So this year the Spartans, their Ford Field game is what, Maryland?
Maryland at the end of the year. That one you probably could get tickets for.
Yeah, unless the Spartans have a really good year.
You probably still can get tickets.
I get that because Maryland probably
Well, and it's
won't.
Thanksgiving Day weekend, too.
Yeah.
So, that's where it's one of those are you in town type of thing. And
Is it Saturday afternoon or Saturday night?
I think it's going to be Saturday night. Thanksgiving. Yeah, I think it's going to be Saturday night. I think it's a good idea because, and then people were like, no, you're giving up a home game. It's like, guys, I've been there for senior day. I was there in 2015 when the team was really good, made the playoffs.
Yeah.
Stoney, the crowd eventually showed up, but it was bad weather.
And they played what? Probably Penn State.
I think they played Penn State that year.
Yeah, the big land grant trophy.
So yeah, I mean, it's like, yeah, you'd rather be indoors. It's cold out, and you're like, well, Michigan and Ohio State, man, that's a different animal. Okay, they would play wherever. Maybe that's the game, David. Is there some place in Ohio they could play?
Cedar Point.
Okay.
Stay off the roller coasters. Well, let's go to Matt. You're 97 on the ticket.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good, Matt.
So hey, I'm a big NASCAR guy. I just really don't think that having the game at the tracks would be a good idea. There's no lights there. There's not even that many seats there. There's only about 56,000 seats. Like the big house will have twice as many seats. And plus, it's in the middle of nowhere too. So I just don't really think they'll get a good draw out there.
Okay, you know what, Matt? I guess I figured there was more seats out there because it was a NASCAR event. The NASCAR
There
place.
used to be a lot more. They tore down a whole bunch of them when NASCAR kind of stopped being so popular.
I got you. Okay. All right. Appreciate it. Thanks, Matt.
That would make parking a little easier if it's only 50,000.
Now, you know what? I haven't thought about this, but maybe we're looking at this the wrong way. I think Eric may have a great idea here.
All right. Let's hear from Eric. What's up?
Hey, what's up, man? How are you?
Hey.
Hey, I think the Lions should open up at the big house, but only if it's nice, like weather permitting.
Well, how would you know? How would you know? So you're selling 102,000 tickets. All of a sudden it rains. Sorry, these are the people we're not going to let in back to Ford Field, or how?
No, you're just playing the rain.
I don't know. Yeah, we'll
of
play in the
course.
rain then. Whatever. Just not the winter. Open up the season there.
Well, okay, that would be okay.
You know what? Now, Eric, I like that idea. I didn't think about that going the other way around and just having the Lions play at the big house.
Here's the problem with that. And we give them thanks for the call. Be a great crowd atmosphere. I get all that. But as we know, the sound in that building is not what it is at Ford Field. It wouldn't be as intimidating to the opponent.
That's fine, but I have an addition to that idea. Is you take all of the sign of good faith to the fans. You take all the people still waiting on a waiting list for season tickets. They get all the extra seats that couldn't fit in Ford Field.
Yeah.
Really good idea. Really good idea.
I mean, I think it would. I mean, especially right now, they would sell out the big house. And Stoney, here's the thing. I think that it's a different mind. It would be a different crowd.
Yes.
I think the big house would be loud. It wouldn't be the old season ticket holders from Michigan.
Right. That fan base, it would be rocking.
We're
like
here
every
to
other
sit
away
and
game.
watch the game. We're not here to stand up. Out of hell with that.
Right.
Jared Goff. Yeah. This may work.
He can play outside. He can play in the cold. He's going to do it in front of everybody.
And, do it early in September where you got a better chance.
Yeah.
And if you're smart, you just do the double dip where it's New Mexico State. And then the next day, it's the Lions and the Bears or whoever.
I'm just shocked. That Kenny idea was amazing. I'm shocked that it came from Kenny.
Oh, no. Kenny
that sounds like an insult, David. Thank you. Right before vacation, you're about to insult me.
Kenny has been on point
He's
today.
on fire. He's on
I
fire.
mean, Kenny was leading the show, pre-show meetings. No, we're going to do this at 2, this at 3. You sit here. We're doing that.
You know
Let's
why?
go.
Because he's getting ready. Because Hatchett's getting out of town. And there's going to be a new sheriff in town next week. And his name is Cott. Kenny Cott. 97 won the ticket.
To defy the odds, you have to risk everything and take chances. At Old Nation Brewing Company, we did just that. From an unknown startup brewery to standing alongside national craft brands in just under a decade, we remain one of the last of the large, independently owned breweries in Michigan. Our beer is respectfully brewed using only the highest quality ingredients, and we don't cut corners. With the times changing for everyone, one thing that stays the same is Old Nation's respect for great beer and the people who love it. We're growing in cans produced and fans made. When you taste our beer, you'll know why.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. It is the Valenti Show with Rico. Mike on vacation. He will be back on Monday. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not football today. It's a baseball blitz.
Maybe around the diamond?
Around the diamond. That's what we'll call that today. Yes, guys, we're doing something a little different here because the trade deadline was yesterday. So let's talk about some of the all-time trade deadline moves here.
Ooh, I like this.
Oh, okay. See, when I heard you talking about this, I was just like, why are we talking about NFL trade? Baseball. David, I'll stand down. You can go ahead.
So let's go to 1997. There was a player that was having an amazing year for the Oakland Athletics. He had, I think, 24 home runs. He had them down the stretch for the team he was traded to. Finished the season with a career-high 58 home runs.
Ooh, not home
that
runs.
is Mark McGwire.
Oh, yeah.
He was traded to the St. Louis Cardinals in 1997.
Who'd they get for him, by the way? Do we know?
I think I have that, yes. The Cardinals traded 3 pitchers, T.J. Matthews, Eric Ludwig, and Blake Stein to the Oakland Athletics.
Yeah, I was going to say Giambi.
How'd that work out?
Yeah.
Now, what's interesting is that was supposed to be a rental. He ended up re-signing and staying in St. Louis. And we all know what happened after that.
Yes.
Was steroids.
Creatine.
Hey, well, you know what? Here's the thing, though. He and Sosa saved baseball.
Yeah.
Because baseball was in the toilet after that strike. So for all those writers, you're being hypocritical because you all made a ton of money off your articles and your books, and now you turned your back on them.
Let's go to another trade. This was very similar to Mark McGwire because it included the St. Louis Cardinals again in 2009. 1 year after finishing second in NL MVP voting, Matt Holliday was traded from the Rockies to the Athletics, actually. And then he went on to sign with the St. Louis Cardinals in that offseason.
Okay. Matt Holliday is a really good player. And
He's a really good player.
And his son was a first-round draft choice this few weeks ago.
Really?
By the Colorado Rockies.
I know, man. It's when you just start feeling old.
I know.
Like, Jesus, yeah.
Okay, how many sons does he have? How many are going to be Major League Baseball players? Probably all of them, right?
Yep.
Let's
That's right, because there's other ones on the Orioles.
This guy was included in 2 deals. He was traded in back-to-back years. It is Mark Teixeira. He was first traded from the Rangers
to the Braves,
in 2007. What's interesting there is that the players that the Rangers traded or got in the trade for Teixeira end up helping them win back-to-back AL pennants in 2010 and 2011. Elvis Andrus, Felice, and Matt Harrison all had big roles with them for the Rangers.
See, they came back to haunt them.
Not them. But what happens is Teixeira then goes to the Braves, signs there, and then they trade him a year later to the Angels in 2008. And he helped the Angels in 54 games with L.A. He slashed 358, 449, 632 with 13 home runs, 43 RBIs. And he helped them make the NLDS, which they fell to the Boston Red Sox.
Okay. Teixeira. No, I remember him. Yeah, another good player.
I think everyone remembers this next one. If I mention this, you're going to know exactly what it is. Randy Johnson.
Well, which time? He was traded a few times.
Exactly.
Is it from Montreal to Seattle for, I believe, Floyd Bannister?
I still say, and David, hold on real I don't know. Is there a 30 for 30 on that Montreal 94 team?
Oh, they were amazing.
Do you realize the players and the Hall of Famers were all on that team?
Yeah.
And baseball just gave up on them. They were the best team in baseball, and I do think they would have won. But yes, I was about to say, when he went to Seattle or when he went to the Yankees?
It's when he was with Seattle. Everyone remembers when he played for Seattle, and then he plays with Arizona.
Yeah.
Well, remember, Seattle traded him to Houston in 1998 at the trade deadline. He had 11 starts with Houston. He went 10-1 with a 1.28 ERA. Now, they lost both his starts in the NLDS against the Padres, and he walked in free agency to go to the Arizona Diamondbacks.
And you probably, for those who watched that, witnessed something you'll never see again. That's when they won, they only used 2 pitchers.
Correct.
It was him and Kurt Schilling.
Yes.
Schilling, yeah. They used 2 starting pitchers the entire World Series and won.
It's like, what's today? Monday? Okay, so it's Schilling. Tomorrow, Tuesday, Randy.
Right.
Wednesday,
they used the
Schilling.
off day, and it worked, and it wasn't any pitch count. It was, guys, you can rest your arms when the series is over. I will send you on a vacation.
We're thinking of a different year because the 94 Expos were 74 and 40.
Wait.
Yeah, no, you're right. But they didn't have, it wasn't when they had Dawson and those guys, though.
No. It was, I thought it was
Cliff Floyd, Will Cordero, I'm looking it up. Moises Alou, Larry Walker. And then their pitching was
Pedro Vlad on that team.
I don't know. Pedro Martinez, Jeff Fassero, Mel Rojas. Yeah, it wasn't as dominating as I thought they were, but the strikes screwed them.
Yeah.
So let's get to the next one here, and it is David Price.
Oh, yes.
Not the trade to Detroit. It was when Detroit traded him to Toronto.
Oh, who did we get? Oh, we got Matthew Boyd and Daniel Norris, correct?
Yes, I believe that was it.
Way to go, Stoney.
Yes. He went 9-1 with them in 11 starts, and they won the AL East. Unfortunately, Price in the ALCS was not good, and the Royals beat them.
Well, David, I don't know if you have, speaking of which, we've all talked about it, and every Detroiter knows the Doyle Alexander trade.
Yeah, no, that one is not on this list.
When he came to the Tigers and actually played well, was he 9-1?
He was 9-0.
9-0.
And then he started off great the following year, made the All-Star game, and then it was over.
Yeah.
Well, I'll give you this one to close it out here, and you probably remember this one, Stoney. I know you remember this one. I'll just name him CC Sabathia.
CC Sabathia when he went from Cleveland to Milwaukee?
Correct.
Now, who did the Indians at that time get for him?
I'm not sure. I would have to look that up. But we're talking about records here. He went 11-2.
Yeah, he led them to the playoffs.
1.65 ERA, 7 complete games, and 3 of them were shutouts. He made each of his final 3 starts on 3 days rest, winning the final 2, including a 122 pitch complete game
Wait.
to beat the Cubs 3-1.
Wait, I thought you were supposed to come out of the game at 85 pitches. David, the thing I used to like about CC Sabathia, it literally looked like he just woke up and put on a uniform. He just looked messy, but he would just go out there and get it done. Looked like he should have been playing in a beer league somewhere.
Well, what he did not do is he didn't get it done in the NLDS because he got rocked by the Phillies.
It was weird. The Indians got Rob Bryson, a minor league, Zach Jackson, no idea who it was, Matt Laporta, who was a little bit of a cat, and then a player to be named later who turned out to be a pretty good player, Michael Brantley.
Yes. But everything else.
Yeah.
Yeah. And well, Laporta, by the way, I believe that's Sam's brother. Just having fun with trade deadline stuff. That is your, what did you call it, Rico? Around the diamond?
Around the diamond. Oh, and real quick, looks like the 2027 Major League All-Star Game will be hosted
by no one because there'll be a lockout.
That's a good
I was
point.
about to say at Wrigley Field.
At Wrigley Field.
You know what, David? See, this is why I don't like you, man. You're always negative.
That is your Around the Diamond 97.1.
248-539-9797. It's the Valenti Rico Show with Stoney in for Rico. And do want to mention, I mentioned at the beginning of the show, but today is the 5th year anniversary of the passing of the person who's the studio is named after, our good friend. First met in 1994. Radio partner, more importantly, great friend, great person, great husband, great father, just a great guy, and miss you, Jamie, all the time. So just wanted to mention that for all of Jamie's family who might be listening, and of course his friends, but yes, and all the listeners out there. He was the best. All right, Hatchet, you said that you had something, I don't know, out of the blue for us, or what?
I do have a little something for you. There's a gentleman that just walked into the room, and we've played a little trick on you guys. We are leaving. He is on next.
There's no big finish. There was a big
no
finish.
big finish. There was never supposed to be a big finish. We are done.
You guys have been punked, by the way.
Okay.
You're on the next episode.
I kind of thought so because I saw the schedule, and it was weird. And then,
For those that are listening, we played a little trick on Rico and Stoney about a scheduling quirk, and yeah, they thought we had to stay after 6 o'clock, and we don't.
well, for that you have to go to my alma mater and bring me home like a hat or something.
I'll take a picture and I'll send it to you.
Okay.
No, seriously though, let me do tell you this, because people are, how we laugh and we make fun of Dallas. Everyone makes fun of the Cowboys, right?
As they should.
But the people in Dallas are, they're worried here because they lost Luka, and they could lose Luka and Micah Parsons in less than a year. But according to Jordan Schultz, executives in the NFL are laughing at the Dallas Cowboys. Quote, Micah Parsons gave the Cowboys everything: leadership, production, passion, and now he's asking out because Jerry Jones and the front office play games instead of paying their best player. Embarrassing, and other teams and executives are laughing at this.
And it's time.
Yeah.
But you know what? I'm not talking to you. Here's the funny thing. I was walking out.
How were you?
I was just walking out.
Dead air.
So
he
Mark
was
Ryan,
going to, yeah.
He thought that when he saw you in the park, he said, "Oh my gosh, he doesn't know. We're just going to leave him here."
He thinks
Little
he has
does he know.
a show, but he doesn't.
Right. He thought he was going to punk you, but he
I wasn't going to punk you. I was just leaving.
Well, let's hope the show would not have been better with me not here than with me here. Yes. The non-show. Okay, let's hope for that.
But you did
just get punked.
That's not good to wish.
If you got a flat tire, he didn't do it.
I hope you got a flat tire.
You should be happy because we're leaving.
So what time are you on until 6:30?
6:40, I think, 6:40-ish. Taking it up to the Tigers start. And gentlemen, a lot of varying opinions on the job that the Tigers did. Mostly negative across.
I would have given, if I was doing grades, I'd give it C-.
Are you looking at my paper?
No.
That was my grade last night. C-.
I liked Finnegan.
Why C-? Why not just a D? Are you afraid to give them a D?
No, I'm not. But a D would have been.
And you used to be a teacher as well.
Yeah.
If the person deserved a D,
you give them
the D.
Right.
Pull that, David. Thank you.
There's the winner. That's it. No, a D is what Steve Yzerman did. And I felt like Harris did a little bit more than that.
Yeah.
He just did more of the types of players that Steve Yzerman got. So he added a plethora, but it was a very clearly quantity over quality. Mm-hmm. Right?
Yeah, and he believes, and you should play the soundbite. I asked him the question yesterday at the Zoom about the scuba window, and he basically says it's an illusion.
And Brad Holmes said the same thing, didn't he? When he was asked about a Super Bowl window, we don't really believe in Super Bowl windows. Guys, can I ask you this? Is this a job security thing among GMs?
Yeah.
Where it's like if I am consistently good.
Yes, because Mark, those guys replaced all the GMs when all the teams were bad. So I don't want to get fired. So long as this team is fun and they're relevant and they make the playoffs, I'm good to go. Yes, this is the town of just get a seat at the table. This isn't a town of champions. This is just get a seat at the table and let's see what happens.
Do you guys accept that Detroit isn't a town of champions?
Well, it's not right now.
I mean, should good enough be good enough for
I mean,
us?
when you have Scott Harris saying, his job is to, I'm paraphrasing, but just get the team into the playoffs. Not to win the World Series. He could have said, get the team in the playoffs so that we can win the World Series. Let's just get the team to the playoffs.
Yeah.
Sell those tickets, make everybody happy, make a lot of money, sell out games, and, go drink your daiquiris.
And I think they are prisoner for this year. He was prisoner to the fact of where they are in the standings. If he felt, I believe, that they needed really to do something to make sure they got into the playoffs, he might have done something different. I don't know.
They fell from 3rd to 7th in ESPN's post-deadline power rankings.
Yeah.
So that's where they're at, and Scott Harris feels happy, but most fans do not.
I know. I understand that. But you know what? I don't think, like some people, he's so arrogant. It's not an arrogant thing. This is what he believes in. He's going to go through his plan, and if it works, great. If not, then he'll have to adjust or lose his job. And I'm not talking about this year, obviously, but the next couple of years.
We'll see what happens.
Amen to that.
Yeah. Have a wonderful weekend. Thanks, everybody, for allowing me to sit in for the whole week.
Good week, Stoney.
David, have a great time in D.C. And
David? 97-1.